Load the recording he had shown Skirtonis, the one showing how Galahad was responsible for the scour. He could work that angle too and get them free. Skirtonis had found out and had wanted vengeance for the killing of his family, which was sort of true. He'd quickly taken complete control of the ship and forced his command crew to have their implants removed. It was all the captain's fault. The ship jerked, shuddered, and he felt vibrations through the deck of the shuttle and through his seat. Returning his attention to the screen, he saw that it was now completely filled with a close-up view of the tug. "When can we leave?" he asked. "In another 2 days, when we are closer to Earth," Skirtonis replied. "And I'll even let you go if I do locate Galahad before then. There has been enough death already." This last comment might have given Clay hope for the captain's remaining sanity, were it not for the fact that the man intended to drop a spaceship on Earth and detonate enough atomic bombs to erase an entire country. Chapter 10. The King Sleeps. The idea of cryogenic hibernation had been a staple of science fiction, long before the hypothermic chilling of accident victims or battle casualties to prolong their lives became a standard medical technique. Research into this area stuttered to a halt under the committee, because saving people by reducing their temperature, either from injuries received or for some future time, was considered redundant. The thing about human beings, the committee delegates felt, was that there was always a ready supply of them. And their own crack at keeping the Reaper at bay was better ensured by other medical research, the results of which they were already witnessing. But this changed under Chairman Messina. So strong was his urge to fend off his own death that he made sure funding was available for any research possessing the slightest bearing on that aim. Quite swiftly, then, the previous research was resurrected, and by the end of the chairman's time in office, viable techniques were available to put human beings in cryogenic suspension. Hence the rumor, which is connected to an old legend, that Messina didn't really die on Argus Station, but sleeps in some cold coffin in a cave underground, awaiting his time to be woken and then to rule again. This is why some people still actively search old underground installations in quest of him, with ice picks ready to hand. Argus. Controlling a robot was a weird experience that one of the other rebels, who once trained security mastiffs back on Earth, had likened to controlling a well-trained dog. The one presently following on Alex's heels, as he walked out along the pitted surface of the old Mars Traveller booster tank, seemed to confirm that description. Presently it was clutching a meter-square fixing plate in its forelimbs, but shortly Alex needed it to set the plate to one side, grind a flat area down to clean metal, to get a good electrical contact, then attach the same plate. Alex quickly reviewed the simple series of tasks he had designed, noted sub-programs kicking in to correct his errors or iron out inefficiencies, and to flag changes awaiting his approval. These basic changes were little different from those that would appear while he was programming on a screen, or, so he was told, through one of the more modern phones that linked to the visual cortex. But how it worked inside his skull was something completely new. Computer programs translated into accurate visualizations of actions within his head, while changing visualizations changed the programs, but also caused alternate menu links to appear. What degree of roughness did he want the flat surface ground down to, and what tolerance on the ensuing flatness? These details loaded automatically with reference to the schematic in his skull, but awaited approval. Meanwhile, the robot moved the necessary grinding head into position in one of the tool carousels that its arms terminated in. Alex found it best just to give approval, for he wasn't a qualified engineer and could not confidently make the kind of changes others might make. However, after working with the robot for just a little while, he was finding engineering knowledge now embedding itself in his skull. His implant was teaching him. "Lock yourself down, Alex," Gort instructed him. "They're detaching." Alex glanced back toward the upper hemisphere of the ship's skeleton, half a kilometer away, where Gort and his robots, along with Achenon, Gladys, and members of several other work teams, were preparing to reel out the new cable from its massive drum. He noted weird boreal effects on the metalwork there, caused by electric discharges induced by the proximity of the I/O flux tube. He sent the order to his robot, and it shuffled to one side, splaying its 4 legs and probing with clawed feet for some of the anchor points distributed all over the surface. As it located them, Alex stepped back, unwound the line from his belt, and hitched it to a ring on the robot's body. He then looked around to see the other workers nearby, checking over the new steering thrusters, also locking themselves down. With a thump, he felt through his feet as the space plane on the other side of the booster tank undocked. Alex checked plans in his skull, then peered over one side of the tank, finally seeing the plane coming into view, firing off steering thrusters and turning, the jets issuing from the thrusters seemingly refracted through prisms. Finally, a kilometer out, it started up its main engine and headed away towards the visible horizon of Jupiter, off to salvage more tanks. "Now, that should have been our job," remarked Gort over the scrambled channel. "We already had experience with the ice asteroid." They'd been very wary about sending their scrambled communications over lasercom, but, as Alex had pointed out, it actually reduced the chances of them being decoded. "You're questioning Saul and Var's allocations," he asked. "You should know better than to question the pronouncements of God and his high priest." "Now that they've made that hole and are preparing to shift the docks, a spaceplane would be a good way to get to him," Gort noted. "A blast from its main engine straight through his sanctum would solve a lot of problems." "Or we could have dumped a booster tank right on top of him," suggested Alex. "No," snapped Gort. "That would also take out Tech Central and too much of the infrastructure, killing too many people, and maybe ruining our chances of survival out here. No point committing deicide if you kill yourself in the process." Kill too many people. Alex found he had access to further memories of Gort. On the surface, the man had always been ruthlessly professional and coldly pragmatic in going about his duties. But Alex now saw that he'd been a restraining influence on the other security personnel assembled around Messina. Upon Gort's promotion to Chief of Close Protection, the response to imagined slights against their charge was limited to a physical beating, rather than the one concerned then being handed over to the inspectorate for interrogation. Those whom Messina considered a danger to him, usually a delegate or a delegate staffer, were handed straight over to the inspectorate, rather than being subjected first to crude torture to extract a confession. The more rabid elements of the protection teams were often found wanting and quickly dismissed. In his own way, and considering the circumstances he found himself in, Gort had always managed to be a good man. "So we have something else in mind now?" "It's time for you to know," replied Gort. "He doesn't often leave his inner sanctum, probably staying optically plugged in there now. So we're aiming for a targeted detonation. I liberated some demolition charges from our ice asteroid job." Alex stood there, contemplating that statement, and the confirmation of his suspicions made him feel a little sad. He now remembered some years ago hearing Gort talking to another of Messina's bodyguards. "They're like children," the other had said. "They're efficient, obedient, and will follow a kill order without a second thought," Gort had replied. "But there's no malice or cruelty there. You get plenty of both in children. Sometimes I think they're the best of Messina. It's a shame they're never allowed to remember." The scene had been a bloody one, Alex recollected. A contender for Messina's crown meeting an early demise, along with his family, and his entire staff. Gort had come to ensure tight security before Messina's arrival to inspect the victims, while Alex and his brothers were leaving, their work already done. "Keep working, Alex," said Gort in the here and now. "These pauses might arouse suspicion." Alex set his robot in motion again and walked alongside it. With his line attached, it was almost as if he held it on a lead. For a second, his footing became unsteady as a couple of steering thrusters fired up to stabilize the booster tank's position after the departure of the spaceplane. Then he arrived at the fixing point indicated in his overlay. Detaching his line, he stepped back and set the robot to work. It placed the plate over to one side, stepped forward and positioned itself precisely over the designated spot, then lowered one of its tool-head arms to the pitted surface. Dust shot away, filled with a constellation of metal fragments erupting from the contact point of a rough carbide grinding wheel. "Why is it time for me to know now?" Alex asked. "I've opened our current exchange to the others," said Gort. This meant every one of the rebels was listening in, but if they wanted to say something, they had to indicate so with a digital signature and then wait for Gort's okay. And they wouldn't be able to join in if involved in some activity where their outward reactions during this secret communication might be noticed. Gort continued. "It's time for you to know because we've all agreed that you will be the one to pull the trigger. We also need your input on how to go about this. We've had a number of suggestions, but you yourself have better training in this sort of thing." Quick and dirty, thought Alex. They were taking risks because they knew they had to move fast, and the biggest risk they were taking was in trusting him. He guessed that knowing his history, they assumed he was completely on side. In his inner vision, Alex recognized 22 icons, and he made sure to record those he didn't recognize, so that he could later attach them to a specific name and a face. It struck him as likely they'd decided that Saul must die soon, for once they were plugged into the flux tube, the work here would proceed at a hectic pace, and before they knew it, Saul would then be taking them out of the solar system. "What's your weapons inventory?" Alex asked. A small file arrived in his implant, and he opened it. Gort had taken 4 half-kilo demolition charges. Also available were 25 assault rifles, 16 sidearms, and a good quantity of ceramic ammunition. "A direct assault on his inner sanctum would be suicide," Alex stated. "He always has his spider gun with him, and other robots stationed in the surrounding area. I would guess that his inner sanctum is also armored." Alex paused, slightly reluctant to continue, even though he knew precisely what to do with the tools available. "I can convert 2 of the demolition charges into a copperhead, armor-piercing explosive with 1 charge to penetrate and throw the other inside, which I'd remix to alter the burn and then pack in a cast-iron case. I would first fill his inner sanctum with shrapnel, then with fire, and of course leave it open to vacuum, and either will kill him." He paused. "Using any more than 2 of those charges, we might end up taking out part of Tech Central, too." One of the icons flashed, and Gort allowed the rebel indicator to speak. "What about delivery?" asked a woman called Irini. "That's not a problem," Alex stated. "One of our robots is not going to be able to distinguish between fixing a bomb in place or installing a fuse box. All they ever do is follow their work orders." "Agreed," said Gort, "though we'll disable its internal radio after loading the order. That should do the trick, but it's not our main problem." "So what do you see as our main problem?" Gort asked. The robot had now switched to a drill tab, punching and threading holes in a blur across the ground-down area to match those already drilled in the plate. No swarf was visible because it was sucking that away. A moment later it employed a finer grinding wheel to polish the meter-square section of the booster tank to a mirror finish that matched the mirror finish underneath the fixing plate. Next would come the plate, then the bolts to tighten it down, during which process the 2 fine-ground surfaces would simply bond at a molecular level. "Our main problem is that he still won't be dead," Alex stated. "His backup is kept in his inner sanctum, and it will certainly be lodged in some sort of armored vault. We could try going in after it, but it's quite likely his spider gun will still be operating, and quite certainly so will his mind. If the spider gun doesn't kill us, then the robots he'll immediately summon will definitely do so. It would be suicide." The robot lowered the plate into place, and then, in a blur of activity, wound in the 12 fixing bolts before stepping back. Good doggy, Alex thought. He turned to look back towards the ship and saw the 2 linked EVA units engaged in towing the cable out, now coming in at the end of the booster tank with vacuum between taking on a bluish tinge from ionization. They then knocked against the tank briefly, an electric discharge flashing as they shed a tangle of 3 robots and the cable end. These 3 spread out into a line and continued hauling in the cable, like some nightmare tug-of-war team. Alex moved out of their path just as Gort spoke again. "We have information that says otherwise," he said. "Otherwise?" Alex asked. Meanwhile, other teams of both robots and humans were using impellers to get themselves away from the booster tank. The same thing would be happening somewhere down below, just off the old station wheel. And now it was time for Alex to go too. He ordered his robot to follow him and propelled himself away from the booster tank, just as the 3 new arrivals plugged in the cable, and he used his wrist impeller to send himself after the 2 EVA units. To give himself time, he did not hasten to catch up with them to hitch a ride as per usual. Behind him, his robot had folded in its limbs till it looked eerily like an Egyptian mummy, and the 3 coming off the booster tank behind adopted very much the same pose. Alex shivered, since right now he didn't want such reminders of human mortality. Otherwise, Gort repeated, Saul input the orders to move his backups to the inner sanctum, then personally overrode the robots doing so. He moved them instead to an armored case within the new armor placed around the vortex generator inside the old station ring. How convenient, Alex thought, and doubtless his backups are accessible. That makes sense, he said. Keeping his backups close to his physical body would be like putting all his eggs in one basket. Is it guarded? Of course it is, said Gort, by 1 spider gun. Not easy, said Alex. We have 2 demolition charges left, said Gort, and we also have the weapons. Alex mulled that over for a moment, then said, I should be able to rig something for the grenade launcher on an assault rifle if you happen to have one with that attachment. We do, Gort replied. We'll have to deploy every weapon to keep it busy enough for me to get in a killing shot, which means using people. Alex added, This probably means most of us, unless you've found new recruits. And that means some of us are likely to die. On the contrary, said Gort, obviously amused. Our backups remain safe in Arcoplex 2, where also some of our clone bodies are being grown even now. The only person who is going to die is Alan Saul. The EVA units entered the ship's skeleton while Alex caught hold of an I-beam, hung onto it, and turned himself round. The booster tank was already a kilometre out and continuing on its journey into the main ion flow of the flux tube. Now, looking down, Alex could see the second booster tank on its way too. He linked into station systems and checked power monitoring, and saw that even though the anode and cathode had yet to enter the region of highest ion density in the flux tube, power was flowing through the ship, a steady 1/4 megawatt and still growing. Glancing within and down, he saw Saul's robot centipedes already stirring to life, unused lights coming on, the cylinder worlds spinning up to speed, and the first jets of vapor issuing from the smelting plants. So we'll hold a memorial service, Alex stated. Okay, Gort replied. We'll meet off shift and get things ready. Right now we have to get back to work. That's all for now. Their scrambled links shut down. Alex gazed for a while longer at the growing activity within the ship, watching chunks of asteroid and newly completed components already on the move. A hive of industry had never seemed so apt a description. What was happening here was massive, and in his heart he felt it was the start of something that might last longer than all hitherto known human history. And he laughed. From her bed in her apartment in Arcoplex 2, Hannah watched Da Vinci walk naked over to her fridge, pop open the door and take out a bottle of beer. She frowned at the immediate reaction she felt. How dare he open her fridge without permission? Then she tried to shrug that off and remember that, but for a brief interlude spent with Saul on this same station, she'd been living alone in private apartments for decades. She reached for the remote control sitting on her bedside table, her hand closing round it, immediately turning on the screen, then ran through her favorite selection of cam views. The first one to appear showed a section of the ship's skeleton, which had previously been squirming with short combinations of Saul's conjoined robots as they steadily affixed hull plates. She paused the program because that section was now completely covered, searched further cam views and found another higher up, where the robots were still at work. Setting the program running again brought her to a view from the rim of the space docks, where she was amazed to see that the docking pillars had now been completely detached and were floating like skyscrapers transplanted from Earth into void off to one side of their original position outside the ship. The resolution was good enough for her to see the cables running stretched taut through a hole in the cage towards a massive cable drum. Soon these docks would be located inside and fixed to their destined positions above Arcoplex 1. "It changes hourly," Da Vinci stated. "It's like being back by the sun," she affirmed. "Only better in some ways, because the power for us here is practically limitless." He came and sat down on the edge of the bed to watch the rest of the show. Hannah felt a momentary surge of irritation because he hadn't brought her a bottle of beer too. But then remembered how the last time he had done so she'd capped it and put it back in the fridge before making herself a cup of coffee. The next scene showed robots marching chunks of asteroid into the smelting plant, now permanently sited in its dock, then marching out again with various components for the new ship. They looked like ants gathering materials for a nest, and their swarm-like movement even produced a psychosomatic itch. There were many more of them now, too, a mixture of the old station robots and trios of the conjoining robot units. The human teams still working out there were becoming more and more difficult to spot, especially now that many of them were starting to break up after more of them were chipped and began to control their own teams of robots. However, she did spot them in the next view, one of the plasma cannon the Zaberhagens were building, and in the one after that, focused on the construction around the base of the axial Arcoplex spindle. "It's awesome," Da Vinci remarked, "but it's also terrifying." Hannah was still staring at the screen, which now showed the second smelting plant, the one still capable of being extended, lying some way out from the ship, with 3 old booster tanks now moored to it, in the process of being cut up by adapted mining robots and fed inside. She said, "I've not thought too much about the future, about us leaving the solar system, because there's always been so much to do, and it always seemed like such a distant prospect." She shook her head. "But with the speed everything's being done out there, I realize the future will be upon me before I even know it." "We are already living in the future," Da Vinci opined. "I never expected to find myself gazing at fetuses growing so fast that the changes in them are visible every day, nor having to cool amniotic fluid to stop it from boiling." She glanced at him. "How is that going?" She hadn't read his latest report, expecting to catch up with him when he arrived here in her apartment, but he'd been more interested in getting her clothes off, and she hadn't been averse to the idea. "I have 15 clones growing," he explained, "for the twins, Leroc, Langstrom, and a few of his lieutenants, for Rhine, and of course for you." Hannah shivered at the thought, then felt annoyed by such a reaction. She was surely far too much of a rational being to be affected this way. "But I'm limited to 15 clones until later." He gazed at her over his beer bottle. "Sol has now given me a new task." "He has?" Hannah felt suddenly worried. Had she, by taking Da Vinci as a lover, put him in danger from Saul? No, of course not. She abruptly felt disgusted at her instinct-level wish that there was some competition for her between the two. Jealousy was probably an emotion Saul had totally dispensed with in the perfect order of his mind. "Is had the cryogenic pods removed from Messina's spaceplane and sent to me. I have to test them, using some of the Arboretum livestock, make a report. Then there must be a human trial." "Who's the volunteer?" "I am." "What?" "Is already having the main components for the new pods being manufactured," Da Vinci revealed, still watching her. "Thousands of them." Wait a minute." Hannah clicked off the screen and sat upright. "You volunteered?" "We never got to take the Hippocratic Oath when we trained under the committee. How could we do so when our future might include stints in safe departure clinics, or in some inspectorate cell complex? But I made that oath to myself, and have, to the best of my abilities, stuck to it." "What's this got to do with you volunteering?" "I cannot, in clear conscience, let someone else test out a cryogenic pod. But one must nevertheless be tested, as we must be certain they will prove safe." "I don't see why," said Hannah, "since they're only going to be used for storing cloned bodies." "You think?" Hannah stared at him, replaying this conversation in her mind. He had said that the components for thousands of them were already being made. But why? It struck her as unlikely that Saul would ensure a clone body available for every human aboard this ship. Only enough of them for essential personnel, if in reality any of them aboard could be described as essential. Thousands of cryogenic pods. Then she got it. Interstellar flight, she said. We're all going on ice while this ship of his flies to the stars. That's my assessment, too. I need to get you chipped, she said. Your backup is growing, and within just a few days we should be able to make the links. I don't know that I have the time, because even without complications, there's a 4-day recovery and adjustment period. Nevertheless, you must be chipped before you try out that cryogenic pod. Hannah swung her legs off the bed and headed for the shower. You do not go in there without a backup. It's good to know you care. She grunted dismissively. She did, in fact, care, but sometimes it didn't show so well. Maybe that was because Saul always loomed in her mind so prominently, and Da Vinci was therefore not the single most important man in her life. As she stepped into her shower cubicle, she wondered if that situation would ever change, and then realized that it would. The time would come when her emotions finally caught up with her intellect, and on a gut level, she truly felt that there were only two human beings in that equation. Argus. With the clamping wheels on the ends of its legs powering up, the overseer's office began its slow crawl up the ship's skeleton to a new position 500 meters from the top pole of the ship. The inside of the office was now decked out just like one Var had used while working on the Mars Traveler project. However, here she was finding herself having to move the office a lot more often, just to keep out of the way of the astounding pace of construction. She gazed at her array of screens and could not help but feel a bitter sense of awe. All three of the massive docking pillars were now inside, suspended one above the other in a cubic framework that gave room for the maneuvering of spaceplanes alongside with support and maintenance equipment, all currently crawling with robots and humans and glinting under a constellation of welding lights. The two new Archiplex cylinders were growing visibly, even as she watched. Their bones were going in place at the same pace as the ship's skeleton had been constructed, while that skeleton was steadily being shrouded in hull plates, their dark shadow swiftly blotting out the view of Jupiter. Asteroid matter was disappearing fast, while the need for raw materials was being filled by the steady supply of booster tanks being dragged in from around Jupiter, and by frequent missions to some of the smaller encircling moons in quest of rarer Earth elements as they ran dry. The Zaberhagen's weapons were now all but complete. The stream of robots from Archiplex 2 seemed never-ending. The abortive structures that had sprung from the outer rim of the old station wheel had been stripped away, and the ship was filling up and felt gravid. Girder walls rising to meet each other, accommodation units, small factories, additional hydroponics units, and more besides, sprouting everywhere like tree buds. After staring for a while at the screens, Var returned her attention to recent reports and updated schematics. Finding there was not much she needed to attend to, she began checking the messages she'd had relayed to her communications system. All the work schedules were meshing together nicely, and the smelters were completely on top of answering demand. The only problems to be encountered were system disruption caused by induction and static discharges, which were an inevitable result of having the ship positioned beside the IO flux tube. Beyond these, she noted that Commander Langstrom was on his way to see her, and should be here in a few minutes, and meanwhile all but one remaining item had been responded to. Var gazed at the message from Hannah Neumann. They'd not talked for a while, since it seemed Hannah was currently more interested in getting her bones jumped by that weasel Da Vinci, rather than drinking beer with Var in the olive tree. But this wasn't a personal message. It was one automatically generated by Hannah's system to inform Var that her backup had reached maturity, and yet still no connection had been made with her implant. So perhaps it was time for Var actually to get an implant to become potentially immortal, to thus extend her abilities to do her job, to enable her to do within her skull what she had just been doing on a screen, to enable her, personally, to control robots and summon to her mind any data she ever required. What had she got to lose? Var stared at the message, trying to think logically about it, but could not dispel a stubborn reluctance. Perhaps she was rationalizing. But it all seemed to come down to that relay, that off switch her beloved brother had decided should be installed in the circuit. Why did he have so little trust in his own sister? Why did he have so little trust in Hannah, who, though she might deny it, looked upon him with a weird combination of maternal pride and worship? Or in the others who also worshipped him, like the Zaberhagens, who clearly also saw him as their personal incarnation of God the Father, like Rhine, who quite simply could not visualize a universe without Alan Saul and who would die for him, like Langstrom, who at last, through the jaded horror of his military career under the committee, had found someone worthy of serving. "You don't trust us, do you, Alan?" she said out loud. But there was no response. Perhaps it was because he, being convinced he had moved so far beyond humanity, had persuaded himself that at this remove he could understand it so much better. But probably all he knew was little more than Var did, that the very naivety of worship made it more likely quickly to make the transition towards hate. Or was it that, in convincing himself that he had moved into a post-human state, he'd lost any connection with his humanity at all? Could it be that he considered the ebb and flow of human emotion beneath his notice, that he now thought himself untouchable or even invulnerable? Var pressed a hand against her forehead as if to try and still all the possibilities whirling around inside there, or to try and steady herself. I must get this straight. There were those amongst the already chipped who were now plotting against her brother. He knew, of course, yet seemed utterly dismissive of their shenanigans, whatever they might be. He should never forget that the advances that had resulted in him as he was now were a human invention. He should never forget the power of human ingenuity. And should it be turned against him, he should never forget that he might actually die. Var felt that something needed to be done, which was why she had summoned Langstrom. She could not rely on her brother to deal with what seemed likely to be a growing problem amongst the chipped. She was determined not to turn into one of the worshipful, and thus one of those utterly trusting and dependent on their god. The airlock light was flashing, which meant Langstrom had arrived. As she stood up ready to greet him, another outfield thought occurred to her. Maybe her brother was just letting the rebellion develop so as to give himself a reason for extreme response. Was this what lay behind his distrust? Did he realize that his intentions would be seen as a betrayal by those aboard his ship? She could not help but remember recent conversations with Hannah, when the woman had talked about her ultimate fear that Alan might decide the humans on board were a burden he no longer wished to shoulder, and therefore decide to dispense with them. She could entertain the possibility that he was merely watching and waiting for this rebellion to become overt, waiting for that excuse to be rid of them all. Langstrom stepped through first, followed by the repro Manuel, who apparently was steadily making himself indispensable as a secretary, a role rather belied by his physical appearance. Langstrom's other lieutenants, who were chipped just as Langstrom was, were engaged elsewhere about the station, making inquiries and shaking a few trees to see what dropped out. "Where are you?" Langstrom greeted her, dipping his head respectfully. This was the kind of acknowledgement she'd been receiving from many, and she found it both annoying and flattering. Annoying because she suspected it was all to do with her family connection, but flattering because sometimes it seemed due to her for being in charge of the rebuild, and because of how she had seemed to make things all work so much better. And the operative word there was seemed, since she often felt that her performance had been more one of social engineering than actual engineering, and less that of a true leader, and more of a figurehead. "You've got something for me?" she asked. "I've found out where the relay scramblers are being manufactured," he replied. "There's a small factory in Arcoplex 1 attached to a shop. It's a private concern where they repair phones and are making replacement parts for phones." "Private concern?" "Since your introduction of a salary for station work, the owner has allowed vacant ship space to be rented out for such activities," Langstrom replied. "Commerce is growing. In Arcoplex 1, the shopping mall, which originally catered for the delegates living there, is gradually becoming occupied. We have people manufacturing clothing, jewelry, and objects of art, as well as different kinds of alcohol, tobacco, cannabis products, And designer drugs I've yet to have any guidance on. And of course this phone shop. Var stared at him. She obviously knew about the olive tree, and what was sold there, but had never considered where these new products were coming from. In fact, all she knew about Arcoplex 1 was that it served as accommodation for certain station personnel, and she hadn't yet even been inside it. "Do you have any names?" she asked. "The shop is run by a technician called Scarrow, but as far as we are aware, he himself has no knowledge of the scramblers. However, he has 2 people working for him, who during their off time are producing them." There's no way Alan cannot be aware of this. Who exactly are they? They're personnel from Mars. One is a repro, so quite probably innocent regarding the purpose of the scramblers, while the other is someone who served under Roan in Mars science. The first individual is called Thomas Grieve, while the second is called Gilda Main. Var digested that information in silence. Grieve had been one of those responsible for killing Martinez, and she had wanted to kill him in turn. However, there had just been no time then, and when she finally got round to making inquiries about him, she discovered that he'd already undergone Hannah's ministrations. She'd found him and spoken to him, even pushed him, but discovered only a childlike man, with little recollection of his past, and not the slightest bit of malice evident in him. So in frustration she'd left him alone. Gilda was someone she vaguely recollected, who'd climbed his way up through Mars science, with his nose firmly wedged between Roan's buttocks. "Have you arrested them?" she asked. "On what charge?" It was frustrating, but under Alan Saul there was no law against secret communications. Var knew that because she'd already checked. Under the committee there would have been numerous laws being broken and numerous reasons for arrest. Not that the inspectorate had ever required a legitimate reason for arresting and interrogating someone. Here, then, was one of the drawbacks of allowing people greater freedom. But again, was that greater freedom intended to provide people with more rope with which to hang themselves? "I need to talk to Gilda privately," she declared through gritted teeth. "Obviously I cannot be involved in anything that infringes the law," explained Langstrom, straight-faced. "I can merely monitor some citizens, and there are restrictions on what I may do with the data obtained." Langstrom patted Manuel on the shoulder, whereupon the repro took a data stick from his top pocket and set it down on a nearby surface. "It's also noteworthy how the owner allows cam dead spots to exist throughout the ship," Langstrom continued. "He explained to me how he did not want to monitor everyone completely all the time, since he is not the committee, and how allowing a degree of illicit activity acts as a safety valve, creating the illusion of greater freedom." Var eyed the data stick. "Thank you for the information, Commander Langstrom. It's a shame that we cannot act on this matter, but the law here on board is the law." He dipped his head in acknowledgement and headed for the airlock, pausing before stepping inside it, to say, "I agree with the owner about that safety valve, which is why I've reduced my patrols operating within Arcoplex 1, and only intervene when I see, via whatever cams are available, any situation getting out of control, which is rare." The moment the two of them were gone, Var proceeded to view the contents of the stick. The dead spots were all detailed, and the position of Gilda Main was being updated in real time. Currently he was at work in Arcoplex 2, and checking his shift details, she saw that he would be finished there in 2 hours. She also noted how one of the dead spots was in the small factory operating behind the aforementioned phone shop. "Do you know what I'm doing, Alan?" she inquired. "Or are you too blinded by your own belief in your omniscience?" She stared at her screen, not quite sure what to do next. However, leaving matters in the hands of her superiors, or depending on her subordinates, had led equally to betrayal. So one thing was certain, she had to do something. Chapter 11. Soft fruit practice. There are those who assert that evolution is a directional thing, and that as we evolve, we are heading towards some omega point. This strange idea stems from the thoroughly erroneous perception of evolution having an aim beyond the brute survival of genes. It is a sign of philosophical, faith-based thinking, infiltrating the thoroughly mechanistic facts regarding human biology. There is no data on evolutionary biology to warrant any faith in the idea that we are somehow improving. If living in trees and chucking bananas at each other became a breeding advantage, into the trees we would go for soft fruit target practice. Evolution does not just stop, and the changes it makes in us are governed only by production of the next generation. It can be argued that by physically altering our bodies and our minds, we are just part of evolution's toolbox. Perhaps now the best cerebral implants shunt aside the biggest horns and the bushiest tail, and it might be that humans will eventually reach something akin to an omega point. But equally, those same implants might prove a hindrance to obtaining a mate, a dead end, and the ones still up in the trees with the bananas will eventually be the winners. Earth. Admiral Bartholomew, inquired Serene as the man's image popped up in a small frame at the top corner of the main screen. How much longer before you can undock?
Once all the troops are aboard, which could be any time now, we can separate, he replied. All our other supplies are in.
And thereafter, Serene continued, how long until you can head out?
If we run our vortex generators up to speed and forego any further testing and diagnostics, then 22 hours.
Keep me updated, Serene concluded, and after a moment the small frame closed. Undocking the command and the fist from the construction station the moment the supplies and troops were aboard would shave off almost a day, but only if the drives functioned as predicted and there was no requirement to dock the ships again for further work. It was a risk Serene felt it necessary to take in light of the images she was now viewing. She'd seen just how fast things were progressing here on the construction station, but this development outpaced it tenfold. Saul was building his ship at a phenomenal rate. That skeletal ship had arrived in orbit about Jupiter just a few weeks ago, and despite a lack of clarity to the images, because of the ionization thereabouts, the moment it plugged into the flux tube, activity aboard the craft had ramped up so high that its image in infrared showed clearly even beside Io itself. Now the outer skeleton was more than halfway enclosed with hull plates, while the interior had filled up rapidly, even the docking pillars being moved inside with the ease of shifting a few planks rather than thousands of tons of metal and the complex support technologies. What have Tactical got to add? She asked without turning. Elkin stood silently behind her, along with her two aides. Calder was also present, but currently off studying something on one of the other consoles in the control room, as if he wanted to disassociate himself from this scene, while Sack was looming close, having detected the tension in Serene the moment she began viewing the video feed. Elkin replied, They say that his ship still could be ready before the command and the fist are ready to launch. Still could be? Serene inquired, silently putting a call through her phone and linking it to the screen before her. This progress is faster than anyone believed possible, so all base parameters have to be changed, Elkin stated. It may also have some bearing on the coming conflict. Some bearing? Remarked Serene acidly, noting that one of the aides was trying to attract Elkin's attention. That's even supposing there is a coming conflict. She was starting to get angry now, receiving some intimation that things were beginning to spin out of control. Elkin had now taken note of something on her palm top and frowned. What now? Serene demanded. I've just received a notification, ma'am. From Security Team Leader Vaughn, Elkin replied. Apparently our undercover operatives here were relocated with the less trusted staff. And I need to know this, why? Elkin clammed up, and even though Serene had asked what had drawn Elkin's attention, she felt no guilt about harassing the woman. Well, you can tell Team Leader Vaughn. What is it? She snapped at Bartholomew, who'd now reappeared in that tiny frame on her screen.
Ma'am?
He asked carefully. Do go on, she said acerbically,
I'm just letting you know that all the troops are now aboard and we will be undocking directly," he announced stiffly.
"Well, get on with it." Serene used the chair console to switch views to an exterior cam that showed the spinning top shape of the command, with the fist bulking just beyond it. Already umbilicals were detaching and the scaffolds enclosing them were being whittled away by a veritable swarm of EVA units and robots. She allowed those images to calm her, but Calder's abrupt arrival at her shoulder set her irritation level rising again. "You have something for me?" she asked, wondering if he'd come to present more irrelevant detail, which by now she realized seemed to be the resort of those around her, when they understood that her mood wasn't at its best.
"We've received a communication from the Scourge," he said,
sounding puzzled. She turned in her seat to look at him. "Look, the concerns of the crew aboard your tug are not exactly my priority right now."
"No, ma'am," he agreed. "But this communication is not from them, but from the Scourge itself. It seems there is someone alive aboard that ship. We just received a video file from someone called Clay Ruger."
Serene stared at him, struggling to fit this new information into recent events, but just feeling baffled. "Clay Ruger," she echoed. "He was your political officer aboard that ship," Elkin interjected. "I know who Clay Ruger was. Is." He was a man who should have died months ago, strangled once she sent the signal to his collar. And if he had somehow avoided that, then he was a man who should have died a short time afterwards, when Alan Saul sent the scour activation signal to all those aboard the Scourge, or when Argus Station's warp bubble had brushed against the ship and torn it up. "Video file?" she queried. Calder pointed to the icons ranged along the bottom of her screen.
"It's available there."
Suddenly her anger and her irritation were gone, and she found herself thinking clearly. It was as if this new information had hit a reset button in her brain. Clay Ruger had survived, which meant that in some quarters, strangulation collars and scour implant chips did not offer the degree of control she might have supposed. Abruptly, she sensed danger all around her. Suddenly, she understood how the arrogance of power could be an ultimate weakness. Glancing beyond Calder, she noted that while her own security personnel were assembled here, the number of original Inspectorate enforcers had increased. She swung back to her screen and dragged a cursor down to the video icon, clicking it. Ruger gazed out at her from the screen. He looked pale and ill, and very, very thin. She saw at once that he wasn't wearing a collar, and also noted shadowy movement to one side. He wasn't alone.
"This is Clay Ruger, the political officer aboard the Scourge," he said. "I need whoever records and first views this video file to get it to Serene Galahad as quickly as possible."
He paused, wiped at his face with grubby fingers.
"It will no doubt come as a surprise to you, ma'am, that I am alive. I can get into lengthy explanations about why, but would need to speak to you alone to give you the full detail. Let it suffice for me to say that Captain Skotonis, after having learned something about the death of his family, turned traitor. Even as I boarded the Scourge, he took control of all reader guns and inducers, and so effectively gained complete control over me and his command crew." Serene felt the skin on her back creeping as Ruger waved a hand dismissively. If Skotonis had learned about the source of the scour, then his turning against her might be considered perfectly understandable. It seemed likely that Ruger also knew, but was being careful not to broadcast such knowledge. "The man was insane," Ruger continued. "He demanded that we free ourselves totally from Earth, and so ordered the removal of all implants and other security devices."
Ruger reached up and touched his bare neck.
"However, he said nothing of this to Commander Liang and his troops, because their loyalty to Earth was unquestioning. This was why he carried on through with the attack on Argus, just so he could get Liang and his troops out of the Scourge and onto that station, and there abandon them, just as he did. Subsequent events killed most of those remaining, including the captain himself.
and have wrecked much of this ship." Serene paused the video to give herself time to think. Ruger was obviously making his excuses, and hoping he could return to Earth without blame. Though his story was all very interesting, it was probably full of half-truths and outright lies, all of which would be uncovered in an adjustment cell on Earth, prior to his execution on primetime ETV. Meanwhile, there were other things that now needed her attention, things that she had in her arrogance neglected. First and foremost was her personal safety. "Have him and whoever's with him arrested once the Scourge is in orbit," she instructed. "I'm sure his story will soon take on a new shape." She began to stand up. She would go now to Calder's apartment, and while heading there, ensure her scattered security team was called in close. Perhaps it also might be an idea to ensure that Calder himself remained at her side. "I think you should look at the rest, Mom," suggested Calder. "He does have something important to say." As she studied him, she deliberately assumed an expression of boredom. "Oh, very well." She set the video running again. "Pilot Officer Trove and I tried to take back control of the ship for you and for Earth, and therefore presented the greatest danger to Skotonis, so he had us locked in the forward chamber used for storing inert railgun missiles. By imprisoning us, he actually ensured our survival, because that part of the ship did not suffer as much damage from the tidal forces of the Argus warp. We've since managed to escape that storage chamber, and are now on a shuttle aboard the Scourge, and we are ready to come into one of the Earth orbit stations. But of course you are probably wondering, Ma'am, what point is served by my sending this message?" Serene certainly was, and really wished he would hurry up and get to the point. Her sense of personal danger had just ramped up, especially when she glanced round to see Elkin frowning at her palm top, and her aides obviously busy receiving a heavy comload. "I wanted to be sure that, upon leaving the Scourge, we would not immediately be fired upon. I also want utter assurances from your own mouth, ratified by all the delegates of Earth, that neither Pilot Officer Trove nor I will be punished for real or imagined crimes, or handed over to the Inspectorate for interrogation. We have done the best we possibly could in a very bad situation, and we also now have in our control something of great value to the human race." Cue the dramatic pause. Really, just for inflicting that irritating bit of theatre, Serene decided Ruger's public execution should be a spectacular. However, his next words left her dumbfounded. "Skotonis informed you that there were no communications with Argus Station, but he lied. Alan Saul tried to buy his way out of being attacked by transmitting all of the gene bank data to us. It now resides within computer storage aboard the Scourge, under my personal access codes. I can at once set that data to transmitting on any frequency, coded or otherwise, that you decide." Ruger shrugged, sat back a little from the cam. "It being subject to my personal coded access, I can do anything with it. Anything at all." The implication was plain. Ruger had the power to give her the gene bank data. He also had the power to wipe it completely from the Scourge's system. Serene turned slowly to Calder, thinking fast. "Send him a reply. Tell him that once his shuttle leaves the Scourge, it will certainly not be fired upon. He must dock here on your construction station. Tell him that I will communicate with him shortly afterwards, once I can ensure that my delegates will ratify a full pardon for his or Pilot Officer Trove's real or imagined crimes against the state. You may also add that, in my opinion, Earth is as much in need of heroes to laud as villains to pursue and punish." "Certainly, ma'am," said Calder, somehow seeming more confident, and together all of a sudden. Did he suppose that because she was now close to obtaining at least some portion of what she wanted out here, seeming likely to get her hands on a workable cure for Earth's ills, she would be leaving soon, and he could therefore return to enjoying the prime position in charge, and thus rule over his realm here without interference? "What kind of reception should we prepare for him?" he then asked. "I intend to meet him in person, and I'll want that meeting broadcast on ETV. If necessary, she could pull the security teams closer in around her then, if it turned out that her growing suspicions about Calder were true. We'll have the broadcast relayed up on screens in the space dock he arrives in, along with the ratification of his pardon from the delegates of Earth. That will go a long way towards assuring him that no blame for previous failures will attach to him, and of course encourage him to begin his transmission of the gene bank data.
Calder nodded thoughtfully. Our new shuttle dock would be the best place. The cam network there is more modern, and it has the requisite screens.
Very well, said Serene, though slightly suspicious of this latest suggestion.
So he is to be a hero, remarked Calder.
Until the broadcast is over, Serene stated. We'll then extract the full truth in an adjustment cell. It annoyed her that a spectacular of Ruger's execution would never be witnessed. Instead, it would have to be something for her private consumption.
I see,
said Calder, his expression hardening. He nodded once, and with a tight, "Ma'am," he moved away, heading across the control room to sit at the console he'd been using previously. Casually glancing around her, Serene noted that there were now at least 10 of those inspectorate uniforms nearby, most of them clustered near Calder, while her own security personnel, scattered around her, numbered just 8. She stood up, realizing she'd just made a serious mistake. She'd let Calder know that she intended to go back on her word to Ruger, that public knowledge of someone's status made no difference to whether or not they ended up in adjustment or with a bullet through the brain. Equally, all her promises to Calder himself were therefore worthless. When I've made all the arrangements, I'll speak to Ruger again from your apartment, she called out airily, heading towards the exit, her personnel rapidly falling in around her, Sack pacing warily at her shoulder. Right then, she did not dare demand that Calder accompany her, feeling sure that to do so would push to a head something that she might not survive. Argus. The meeting had been moved forward, and as Alex headed for the cam dead spot in Arcoplex 1 to attend it, as well as his backpack, he carried a sidearm he'd acquired on the ship's black market. It might be that the rest of the chipped had decided he was too much of a risk, and he was actually being called to a rendezvous with whoever had been given the chore of getting rid of him. He didn't consider it overly paranoid to think that way, since people in secret organizations like this one tended to be paranoid, so he was behaving perfectly in character. The main layout of the buildings inside the Arcoplex had changed not at all, but almost everything else had. The commerce thriving here was illustrated by the numerous lurid signs over shops in certain streets. Some of the apartment buildings had even acquired balconies on which plants were growing that, though also ornamental, were mostly for recreational consumption. Here and there buildings had been painted in certain colors to distinguish them, and right now the conference center was gradually being gutted, causing much discussion as to what it might be turned into, the most popular choice being a sports center with its own swimming pool. Alex passed the phone shop, with its sign depicting an old Bakelite telephone seemingly growing out the top of the skull of someone who looked suspiciously like the owner. In the next building along, he approached an arched door with the eye of a cam set in the apex, and as the door buzzed open, he guessed this surveillance wasn't linked into the ship's computer system. On entering, he passed a construction robot, squatting in the corridor like a steel gargoyle, and was beckoned forward by a woman he recognized as one of the chipped. Heading towards the murmur of voices, he stepped warily into the room beyond, and then relaxed, sliding his hand out of his jacket. Every one of the rebels he had so far identified was present, so this had to be a genuine meeting.
"Now that we're all here,"
began Gort, eyeing Alex with slight annoyance,
"we need to talk seriously."
Shrugging off the straps of his backpack, Alex moved over to the nearest available seat. Meanwhile, Gort continued.
"You all saw how things ramped up a few days ago, and therefore know about the recall of the space planes."
"And we know why," interjected Marcine. "He saw Galahad's warships pull out of their construction station, so he's getting ready to run."
"Precisely," said Gort, "and the moment he does run is when we strike."
"But surely," said the woman who had waved Alex in, "we'll just leave ourselves open to attack from those warships,
I'm all for getting rid of Saul, but not at the price of handing myself over to Galahad.
It won't work like that, Gort explained. We move just as he fires up the Rhine drive, just when he feels he's safe, when he feels he's already escaped. At that stage, his death won't result in the drive shutting down. Alex, do you have the necessary devices?
Alex nodded and reached down to open the backpack, first taking out two objects which, because of their long stems, almost looked like fireworks. These stems were steel, however, and the cylindrical objects attached to the end of each were considerably more destructive than any firework.
These, he explained, incorporate delayed action solid fuel boosters and noses full of high explosive.
He passed them to someone sitting nearby, who immediately passed them on to Gort.
Enough to take out a spider gun?
He inquired as he took hold of them.
Alex nodded.
If I can get a clear shot.
Then to himself added silently in the microseconds of a spider gun's response time.
Next he took out a large, squat cylinder with a gecko pad fitted to one end.
Copperhead, he explained. It's an old method of armor piercing, but the innovation here is that a fraction of a second later, an incendiary follows the stream of vaporized copper through. This will burn out his inner sanctum.
He pointed to a small digital display on the side.
It works by either a timer or coded signal, and it can also be shut down by coded signal if necessary.
He passed this over too and watched as Gort handed it to one of the chipped, called Jean-Pierre, who then took it out of the room. It seemed likely to Alex that the same robot he'd seen on the way in would be the one that would deliver it.
"Let me have the detonation code," said Gort.
Alex nodded and immediately sent it via the scrambled channel. This request, more than anything else, told him who was really in charge here.
"We'll set the timer for 25 hours, Gort continued, which is somewhat over the time it should take for Galahad's 2 warships to get their vortex generators up to working speed. But I can adjust things, if necessary, later on."
"We have our weapons now," observed Marcin, "and we have our general plan of attack."
He watched Gort for a moment before continuing.
"So how does this run?"
Gort nodded to Jean-Pierre, who had returned, now empty-handed, then said, "The moment Saul fires up the Rhine drive, we move to the rendezvous point, before heading to the outer ring. The robot will, when ready, take the copper head and position it on Saul's inner sanctum."
Checking, thought Alex. Doubtless Gort himself or someone else familiar with explosives would be vetting Alex's work. They would find nothing wrong with it, of course.
"But if we're on shift?" he inquired. "Until we've done this, try to ensure that you're wearing either heavy work or VC suits during any shift you undertake," Gort replied. "When the drive fires up or once you receive notification from me, just drop whatever you're doing and move. The weapons will then be in place."
He now passed over the 2 assault rifle grenades to the woman sitting beside him.
"As we move, against Saul's backups and that spider gun of his, I'll let Alex here lead, since he'll know the best approach. Any questions?"
Studying the expressions all around him, Alex noted that some of them looked a little sick. Talking revolution was not quite the same as undertaking the actual act. One of the more frightened-looking men held his hand up.
"I have one," he said.
Then at Gort's nod continued.
"What happens if we fail?" "If we fail, we die," said Gort.
Alex had been determined not to spice the proceedings with horrible reality, but in this instance he could not help adding,
"And in that case we have to hope Saul allows us just the once-only experience of dying."
Gilda Main had been the first to arrive, unlocking the door to the building next to the phone shop, which Var had only recently learned he was now renting. And he was also one of the last to leave, heading straight back next door. Var lowered her binoculars and unplugged the optic, connecting them to her palm top, then studied the 25 faces on her screen. Gort's presence came as a surprise to her. Marcin's as no surprise at all, while the fact that the Messina clone was involved seemed inevitable. Folding up her palm top and slipping it into her pocket, she began to walk around the circumference of Arcoplex 1 towards the phone shop itself. So what now?
Va fingered the other object in her pocket and considered her options. She knew the names and faces now, but still needed to know what their plans were, assuming they'd got so far as formulating any plans. She also realized that if she truly believed her brother was preparing to let this thing run, so as to give himself an excuse to either thin out or exterminate the current population aboard, she had to act. She must also operate without reference to his apparently omniscient presence throughout the station. She must operate as she had on Mars, cutting a straight line to her goal with ruthless efficiency. Soon she was on the street she'd been observing from the other side of the Arcoplex. Then she was passing the door she'd actually been watching, and heading straight for the door leading into the neighboring phone shop. Just outside, she paused for a moment. She knew that Scarrow was currently working a shift in Arcoplex 2, and that inside Thomas Grieve would be at the counter, while Gilda Main would be working in the rear. She opened the door and stepped inside. Just as she'd supposed, Grieve looked up from a screen and gazed at her with momentary puzzlement, before suddenly showing fear. She'd pushed him hard the last time they met, trying to find some fragment of the murderer he'd once been, and thus a true motive for revenge. "Veralia Delex!" he exclaimed. Too much warning. Groping in her pocket, Va abruptly accelerated, leaped the counter, and pushed through the door behind it. As she went through, she saw Main pulling something out from underneath one of the workbenches. Before he could stand upright again, the toe of her boot rammed into his side. Then she pulled the stun truncheon from her pocket and stabbed it towards him. He grunted, convulsed, went down on his face, spilling a small torch-like object from his hand. Va snatched it up, feeling triumphant, any doubts about her current actions evaporating. Like a stun truncheon which basically caused an abrupt and brief paralysis, the disabler he'd been about to use disabled by causing the most extreme agony. "What are you doing?" asked Grieve from the door. Va glanced towards him. "Come in, Thomas. Close the door behind you." With obedient naivety, he did precisely as she asked, even as she stood up from Main's recumbent form and headed towards him. After closing the door, he turned to her uncertainly, just in time to receive the full force of the truncheon on one side of his head. As he went down, Va felt slightly uncomfortable about how good it had felt to do that, how, even though Grieve had been mind-wiped, she still felt in need of some payback from him for the killing of Martinez back on Mars. She then went in search of rolls of electrical tape with which to bind them both. "So how were you intending to assassinate my brother?" she asked when Main finally came round. He stared back at her in a superior way before suddenly looking panicked and peering down at his chest. "You looking for this?" she asked, holding up his relay on the end of its chain, the communication device now crushed flat by his bench vise. "No, you won't be talking to your co-conspirators for a while. If ever again." She noted that Grieve had now regained consciousness too and was staring at her wide-eyed from where she'd bound him tightly to another bench leg. He wouldn't be interrupting them, since she'd taped his mouth shut. "I don't know what you're talking about," Main snapped. "And you've no right to do this. We have laws aboard this station." "You mean ship, don't you?" she noted acidly. "Argus ceased to be a space station some while ago." "Whatever," he shrugged. "I know who the rest are, since you all conveniently had a meeting within my sight. So I'll go back to my first question. How do you intend to assassinate my brother?" He kept his mouth stubbornly closed, so she held up his disabler and watched sheer terror flit across his expression. "You're mad," he said quickly. "We just meet to discuss some business options." "Very private business," she said, holding up one of the scramblers. His eyes widened in shock. "Did you really think you could keep these items a secret?" He said nothing, so Va placed both objects down on the floor, reached out and pinched his nose shut, and when he finally opened his mouth to take a breath, shoved a ball of insulating tape inside. He struggled as she again picked up the disabler and set the intensity to below a level where the agony would knock him out. She pointed it at his chest and triggered it, watched him writhe and grunt, tears streaming from his eyes. After a full 10 seconds of this, she turned the disabler off, shuffled back a bit to get away from the pool of urine spreading underneath him, and wrinkled her nose because he'd also shit himself. Soon he was staring at her in panic, struggling to inhale enough breath through his nostrils. She pulled the wad of tape from his mouth, slimy with blood and saliva, and put it to one side before waiting for him to recover. He lay gasping and occasionally sobbing, tears still streaming from his eyes. At that moment, Var felt a moment of doubt, and began to wonder if she'd gone too far. She then stubbornly dismissed the thought. She would carry this through to its conclusion, since no other options were viable. Now I'll ask you again. How do you intend to assassinate my brother? And to save time here, your communications have been penetrated, and I know for a fact that killing him is your ultimate aim.
There's no plan. We were just talking. No law against talking.
So 25 of the chipped, having established what they believed to be a secure method of communication, and including in their number that rabble-rouser Marcin and Messina's ex-bodyguard and clone, were just talking. She stared at him steadily for a moment, then reached over and picked up the ball of tape again.
If you've penetrated our scramblers, you must know, he said desperately.
But I haven't, she replied. It's my brother who knows what you're up to. I'm just making sure something is done to stop that before he uses it as an excuse to exterminate us all.
He won't kill you.
Okay, before he exterminates all but a few of those close to him. She began moving the ball of tape towards his mouth again, and he tried to turn his head aside.
Wait,
he pleaded. She jammed the ball of tape back in and gave him a second dose from the disabler, then afterwards let him struggle for breath until he fainted. This will not stop until you answer my questions, she told him after he recovered consciousness. This time as he stared at her with bloodshot eyes, blood and saliva running down his chin, she knew she would get the answers she required.
There's a bomb,
he managed. Tell me about it.
Court got hold of demolition charges.
He coughed, sending more blood running down his chin, and she noted a trickle of blood from one ear, and wasn't sure why he was bleeding there.
Alex turned them into a copperhead armor-piercing charge capable of killing him in his inner sanctum, and 2 assault rifle grenades.
Why the grenades?
Spider gun.
In his sanctum?
No, out in the rim where he's hidden his backups.
Var sat back on her heels and studied him. That answer made no sense at all, and she felt Maine must be trying to mislead her. Without jamming the ball of tape in place, she hit him with the disabler again. He convulsed, emitted a gargling sound, his back arching. As she clicked off the device, he slumped, his right eye now red with blood and still more of it running out of his ear. She waited patiently for him to recover, but eventually felt her stomach tighten up and a cold dread settle over her. He wasn't breathing. Var struggled to cut him free as quickly as she could and tried mouth to mouth, thumped his chest, used every technique she could think of to revive him. She even used the stun stick on his chest to try and restart his heart. She lost track of time. How long had it been? 10 minutes? Half an hour? It must have been something to do with his implant. Like many of the chipped, he had yet to heal completely, and she had no idea what harm the application of a disabler might have caused. Finally, she gave up and checked the time. She had another 2 hours before Scarrow went off shift, and then probably turned up here. She had the corpse of someone she had tortured to death, and she swung her head to gaze at Thomas Grieve. She had a witness to that fact. Would her brother forgive this? He'd gone to Mars just to rescue her, and had then put her in charge of the converting of Argus Station into an interstellar vessel. But those uncharacteristic acts of nepotism were no indication of how he might react to what she'd done here. When she knew him back on Earth, he'd always been a cold fish, and out here he was colder still. He might just decide that forgiving his sister for murder would be inconvenient, that she'd stepped too far over the line, and send her the way of the committee delegates captured here, and the way of Thomas Grieve. No, it would be best not to put him in the position where he had to make any decision about her. Still gazing at Grieve, she stood up, opened her palm top, and keyed into the programs she used to monitor the construction work on the station. A quick search revealed precisely what she wanted, and she rerouted a construction robot to pick up an empty sealant drum and fetch it here. It would arrive within an hour. She walked over to Grieve and gazed down at him, saw that he was crying, probably because he knew what was about to happen. There was nothing she could say, really, so she reached over to the bench above him and picked up a heavy adjustable spanner. knowing that if there was any uncertainty hitherto about her having stepped over the line, she was just about to banish that.
The two ships, whose names, so the latest ETV report informed him, were the Fist and the Command, had made their way clear of their construction station. With his new upgrades in place and beginning to kick in, and the soreness of his body separated from his main consciousness, Saul decided to try something. He'd spent hours concentrating on building backup programs to compensate for time delays, and constructing lethal worms and viruses to look for any chink in those distant defenses. Now, relaying through the observer satellite lying a few million kilometers out from Earth, he tried a long-range penetration of the systems of the two ships, and failed. Perhaps the transmission delay was just too much. As data finally started coming back to him, he realized he'd hit something amorphous that subsequently reached back towards him and began its own penetration of the observer satellite. Aboard one of those ships was a comlifer keeping him out. He sent signals to shut down systems within the satellite to deny it access, until he realized the data packets coming through from the satellite were no form of attack, but an attempt at communication. He allowed them space within the satellite's storage, and over the ensuing hours of signal delay watched, in fascination, as a sub-persona developed there.
"Hello, Alan Saul, genocidal maniac and all-round psychopath,"
said a voice. What with the huge communication delays at this distance, it had been Saul's intention to assign a lesser portion of his mind to respond, only relaying to him any critical data obtained for the duration and to be reabsorbed later. However, the Rhine drive was up to speed. There were no hitches in the work being conducted, and all other plans were playing out precisely as predicted. His ship did not need him. And really, the data he might be able to obtain through this communication had higher priority. He inverted priorities, leaving the general running of his ship to a lesser portion of his mind, while changing the notion of time for the rest of his mind by collapsing his perception of the signal delays. It seemed that the comlifer wanted to chat, or perhaps was looking for some sort of opening, which, if conceded, would also provide an opening for Saul himself.
"So who am I talking to?"
An image presented itself now of a bald, fat man confined, naked in a chair, tubed, wired, bound, and presently being sponged down by a medic.
"My name's Christopher Shivers, and you can call me Christopher. I only let my friends call me Chris."
"Why would you suppose that I'm not your friend?"
"Because you are the archdemon, Alan Saul, enemy to all humanity and all right-thinking souls. You are the one who all but destroyed Earth's government and visited the scour upon us."
"I detect elements of sarcasm coming from you,"
Saul replied.
"Perhaps you know that the scour came from a biochip that is included within all ID implants. A biochip incidentally manufactured at the Aldeburgh complex, which Serene Galahad used to run."
The sub-persona paused to exchange data with its original self, updating rapidly. Saul received a brief request for the sub-persona to relay to Saul's system. It seemed likely that this was now the real attempt to penetrate Saul's ship, and if so, it would give Saul a way of getting to Christopher, and the Fist and the Command. He allowed it to relay to secure storage, but of course reduced security simply by communicating with it.
"It seems you might have a case,"
said Christopher.
"But you are still my enemy. It is because of you I am now what I am, rather than a lowly robotics engineer. It is because of you my skull feels as empty as it is full."
"I understand,"
Saul agreed.
"You must accept the exigencies of your genetic programming to retain a reason for continuing to exist. You must keep some part of you human, or else everything becomes pointless, and oblivion is the only answer."
Even as he spoke the words, Saul knew they were no longer entirely true for himself. He existed. He would continue to exist, and no longer needed the instinct for brute survival. Something more complex was nudging it aside.
"So you give advice to your enemy?"
Christopher asked.
"Here's my human part."
The image changed, slid back to a stored one, the bald, fat man thrashing against his restraints.
unable to scream because of a big plastic plug in his mouth, probably there to stop him biting off his own tongue.
I want to die, but I can't kill myself. If I try to kill myself, the response is the same as with any other form of disobedience. Pain. I ache for oblivion. Being human is the reason I want to cease to exist.
So how is it that you're talking to me now?
All part of my duties, if but briefly.
It was the fist that had fired the missile, but it would be some hours yet before it reached the satellite and destroyed it, cutting off one source of data for Saul. The com-lifer had been distracting him from the attack. Whether intentionally was unclear, since there was nothing he could do about it anyway.
How long before the fist and the command are ready to go?
He asked.
I couldn't possibly tell you that.
Saul noticed the emphasis on the I, and how more data packets were currently queuing up to load to the sub-persona.
Genetic exigencies?
He inquired.
Certainly,
replied the growing copy in Saul's system of the com-lifer aboard command.
Survival, or else trying to make copies of some part of oneself.
Saul watched the packets, loading to his system, while also observing the missile eating up the distance towards the satellite, and calculated that most of the packets would be through before the missile struck, after which he intended to take the time to have a proper talk with Christopher. Now he returned the larger portion of his mind to a more human perception of time, while instantly updating on everything that had happened during the many hours that their apparently brief conversation had taken. First to come to his focus was, as always, Hannah Neumann. She'd been very busy while construction was still underway here in the Io flux tube, and now the number of those who'd been chipped and who possessed backups for their minds outweighed the rest of the ship's inhabitants. That number also included the Martian doctor, Da Vinci, who at that moment was monitoring the rapid growth of the 15 clones under his care. As Saul had expected, the relationship between these two was getting strained. They both put this down to Da Vinci's choice of trying out a cryogenic pod, and her insisting that he also must be chipped and have a backup first, when in reality their problems were due to them both being dominant controlling personalities, ill-prepared to submit or to make compromises. Within the next 5 days, extraneous circumstances permitting, one of them would find a reason to start a fierce argument with the other, and that would lead to them breaking up. It was all so prosaic, so human. Next, Saul focused his attention on the weapon built by the Zaberhagen twins, for it was now complete and undergoing diagnostic testing. Magnetic bottle caps were loaded, and all the weapon's ultracapacitor storage was fully up to charge. At the moment, Brigitte and Angela were in Arcoplex 2, monitoring the diagnostic test. Angela, mostly silent, while Brigitte, from recorded cam footage, had been bemoaning Saul stopping them from test-firing their weapon. Saul felt a degree of chagrin somewhere at Brigitte's blinkered intransigence, but decided to speak to her anyway, like a human.
I must congratulate you on your success here,
he stated through their intercom. Brigitte glanced round to check if he was in the room, then glanced up at a nearby cam. I would have more confidence in our success if you would let me fire off at least one cap.
Surely the reason for that is quite plain.
Not to me. Even as Brigitte spoke, Angela grimaced and shook her head. Obviously the quiet Zaberhagen twin had already worked out why, yet because of her own irritating tendency not to communicate what she felt should be obvious to all, she had not told her sister.
The Vision is sitting out there watching us very closely,
Saul observed.
And isn't it the case that revealing a new weapon to one's enemy is not a good idea?
We are as good as in the Io flux tube, where the EM radiation should cover it. Oh, good. She'd at least been thinking about this, though not deeply enough.
2 problems I see there,
replied Saul.
Because we are, as you say, as good as in the Io flux tube, the data you would get from such a firing would be highly dubious. The EM effects would disrupt both targeting and the magnetic bottle of the cap. Furthermore, the Vision would still gather enough imagery to inform Earth that we are capable of firing plasma bolts.
I suppose, she replied grudgingly. I haven't got your omniscience.
So you must just do what you can without a test firing, okay?
Yeah, okay. Brigitte flung herself down in her seat. waved a hand at the cam, and began tapping away at a keyboard. Saul drew away, feeling like a professorial parent irritated by the limited understanding of a child. He spread his awareness now, taking in a full overview of his ship, fleeting irritation dismissed and satisfaction at present progress supplanting it. Just 2 square kilometers of hull plates remained still to be fitted for the ship to become a fully enclosed sphere. The docks were now secure inside, while his conjoined robots were building massive sliding space doors in the outer hull. These were back in their open position, so presented no hindrance to the space plane currently entering the ship and heading towards Dock 1. Meanwhile, the remaining space plane was 2 hours away, still towing in a booster tank. Insulated walls had risen up around the business end of the Mars Traveler engine, while a new steering thruster was being built as the pole of the ship, both of these just a backup should the Mach effect element of the ship's overall drive fail. All the rebuilding was in fact ahead of schedule, and thinking of that, Saul decided to check in on the woman whom he had appointed overseer of all this work.
"It seems, Var, that you're managing to beat my rebuilding schedule,"
he commented, watching his sister through the cam located in her mobile overseer's office. She looked up from her screen, and he had once noted how pale and ill she appeared. Perhaps she'd been pushing herself too hard. Yet, reading the minutiae of her expression, Saul felt a nag of doubt.
"Is everything okay?"
he asked. "I think so," she replied. "If you're utterly sure that these chipped rebels are unlikely to be a threat, I can't help but feel some concern about them." With a fragment of his mind, Saul ascertained that those same chipped rebels were moving along nicely with their plans. They had now stepped over the line from talking to action, and everything he'd put in place to deal with them would initiate at the right time. He then noted that one of them was missing, a certain Gilda Main, whose backup relay was no longer signaling, and he ran a search of recorded footage. It took him all of 2 seconds to realize why something had seemed amiss with his sister.
"I see you had a chat with Gilda Main."
It appeared that Main and the repro Thomas Grieve had spent some hours with her in the cam black spot in the workshop of the phone shop. Subsequently, neither of the two had reappeared in any cam view. "One of the robots they control is carrying a copperhead bomb which it even now has probably attached to your inner sanctum," she replied quickly.
"Where are Gilda Main and Thomas Grieve?"
he countered, noting that, yes, the robot had indeed put the explosive in place, and that its timer was running.
"What happened behind the phone shop?"
Momentary desperation flitted across her expression. Then it went flat and blank. "I questioned Main, and he revealed the plot. He said something about a plan to destroy your backups, which he seemed to think were somewhere in the old station ring. I think Thomas Grieve overheard us." She shrugged. "What happened after I left, I've no idea." She was lying. There could be no doubt. He watched old cam footage of a robot carrying an empty sealant drum arriving while she was still in the phone shop, then heading off to one of the smelting plants where that same drum had gone into one of the furnaces. There was also no data available on who had instructed the robot, so someone expert must have wiped it from the system. Someone like Var. Gilda Main, he felt sure, would not have willingly revealed the plot contrived by the chipped rebels. With a thought, Saul sent a small maintenance robot to check out that same black spot, certain that it would find neither Main nor Grieve still there. By now they were both furnace slag or part of the ship's components. Furthermore, from what he'd thus far read in Var's expression and in the intonation of her words, he suspected that she had interrogated and killed Main, and probably killed Grieve too. Saul linked to a particular backup, taking the route he'd taken before when he just became suspicious of some of the chipped, whereby he'd broken the scrambler codes by reading their recently backed-up thoughts. He set a program to decoding Gilda Main's last memories, and then returned his full attention to Var.
"Did you kill them both?"
he asked her. "Now you're being silly," she replied. But everything he read in her confirmed the truth. What should he do about this? Var had been as much a killer as him, killing to survive, except, of course, when she killed Roan of Mars Science, which was plain vengeance, for he had been no threat at the time. If she had killed Gilda Main, then really that was justifiable, since Main, like the rest of the Chipped, had crossed a line. However, killing a mind-wiped repro amounted to the plain murder of an innocent. The decoded memory came through now. Saul experienced Main's sudden panic upon hearing that Var had walked into the phone shop, his scramble for the disabler he'd stolen, the impact of Var's kick, followed by a similar impact from a stun truncheon. Then nothing thereafter. In a way, it was his own fault, he realized. Having yet to decide how to deal with the human population aboard his ship, he did not know how much freedom to allow them, how large a degree of self-governance, or how much information to provide for them. He'd not detailed to Var his plan for dealing with the Chipped rebels, because he felt it to be only his concern. He also had no wish to explain to someone whose breadth of understanding was so limited the subtle manipulation he was using, and how he was certain it would work. In her turn, Var had felt the need to act decisively, ruthlessly, and competitively. He should have foreseen that. Now, in an instant, he made some crucial decisions. The human population aboard would govern and police itself, and he himself would only intervene when his own or the ship's security was threatened. They would work to pay for their accommodation, the necessities of their existence, the very air they breathed, and since the system currently developing here was a wealthy one, they could earn much more. Saul now issued a decree to that effect, to be displayed on every screen, phone, or personal item of computing. That was how it would be from now until later. Through certain cams, Saul noted the production of the main components of the cryogenic pods. When he finally left the solar system, the population here would go into hibernation. And then, what? In truth, he had no need of any of them. They were basically an encumbrance.
"I have no intention of judging you," he told his sister. "Let us hope that you've sufficiently covered your tracks for no one to find out, though, for I will not stand in the way of any judgment by your peers."
She just gazed at the cam, and Saul studied her for a while longer, reading her face down to its very pores, but feeling a mental distance between them rapidly growing. Shortly it seemed as if he was peering down a microscope at some interesting but thoroughly predictable specimen, until external events abruptly dragged his attention elsewhere. The vision was on the move. Chapter 12. Square pegs, round holes. The committee, and also its forebears, had always been much in love with the idea of social engineering. This starts with the contention that the world would be a better place if, to cite some examples, people ate and drank only what was good for them, exercised regularly, avoided mind-altering substances, worked diligently for the good of all, produced only 2 children, put their correctly sorted trash out on time, and listened with worshipful interest to the wisdom of their betters. Next on the agenda is persuasion, usually along with the manipulation of facts, which works, but only to a limited extent because people are contrary creatures, whose resentment increases almost proportionally. Finally, the punishments for incorrect behavior arrive because, in the end, the ideologues want the people to fit their idea of a perfect society, where an airy concept, such as happiness, can only arise from correct political thought. Serene Galahad's approach was, of course, much more direct. If human beings don't fit the perfect society, then they must be altered on the genetic level to correct their faults. She was also a much more honest version of the social engineer, what with her hatred of humanity unconcealed. Earth. "Bartholomew reports that he's moving the Vision to minimum safe distance away from Saul's ship," said Elkin as they rounded a corner in the corridor and headed towards Calder's apartment. "And Calder reports that the tug is bringing the Scourge into Earth orbit, and that a shuttle has just left it." It all seemed too much all at once, just too many balls to keep in the air. She palmed the lock to Calder's apartment, turning to watch as some of her security team deployed in the corridor. Then she stepped inside. "So tell me again about what Vaughan reported," she snapped. "Our undercover operatives here were listed as unsafe personnel and either moved to the far end of the station or off station altogether," said Elkin flatly. "This could have been an administration error, but it also seems that Vaughn and his team are finding themselves hindered by the inspectorate personnel aboard." "Hindered in what ways?" Serene asked as she sat down at Calder's desk and opened up her palm top, expanded its screen, and adjusted the keyboard projection to a suitable surface. "Mostly bureaucratic foot-dragging, restrictions on system access, and by allocating quarters for Vaughn and his men in inconvenient parts of the station." "I always considered the number of inspectorate personnel present here too high," remarked Serene, "and now I'm feeling uncomfortable with that, just as I am uncomfortable with Calder's attitude." Her annoyance at finding so many inspectorate personnel still in evidence here had turned to alarm, for she experienced some intimation of sinister motives behind their presence. She shook her head and initiated a search of the station system through her palm top, and while it was running, turned on the main desk screen and called up an exterior cam view. The search continued while she watched the main drive of the tug firing as it brought the Scourge in towards Earth, which in this current view lay over to the right of the screen. The shuttle was visible, but slowly moving out of shot. "So it never occurred to Calder that a reduction in political oversight here might result in increased productivity?" she inquired. Something in her tone immediately had Sack, stepping forwards with his reptilian hands clenching and unclenching. Elkin glanced at him and stepped away from Serene, keeping her hands firmly behind her back and her expression bland. Of course, it wasn't really in Elkin's remit to look at staffing levels, and it might not be Calder's fault that so many inspectorate personnel were still here, since reorganizing the structures he inherited was not entirely down to him. Serene knew that her anger stemmed from her not having immediately investigated this anomaly herself. Her search now revealed staff rosters and complements, and it was easy enough for her to locate those listed under Oversight. She ran an overlay from the new command structures on Earth and began finding those who were surplus to requirements. Even as she did this, she noted something else. Just how many of these personnel were listed as Inspectorate/Disciplinary. "They have adjustment cells here?" she inquired, then began checking for herself. They did have adjustment cells, currently occupied by 58 personnel. She felt her anger grow upon seeing such waste and inefficiency and spun her chair around. Elkin was now thoroughly preoccupied with her phones and by whatever her aides were drawing her attention to on their note screens. Serene deliberately forced calm on herself and waited. She had employed Elkin because of the speed with which the woman could collate data, come to conclusions, and make reports and assessments. After a minute or so, Elkin's preoccupation with information cleared, but this left her looking concerned and slightly puzzled. "Ma'am," she cleared her throat, "it seems a fraction of the inspectorate entrenched itself here, even during your rule, and were in place before Calder arrived. His official response when this matter was raised by the advisers you supplied to him was that you wanted immediate results and he could not give you them if he was to spend time conducting a purge. However, data indicate that they were retained on his orders, and their section chiefs vetted by him personally." "Your assessment of that?" Serena asked. "I suspect he might have been building a power base, ma'am." Elkin paused to glance at something else one of her aides was showing her, then continued. "Calder's subsequent response to a query from his advisers was that they cause fewer problems this way than would removing them from their posts and returning them to Earth. I would hardly call keeping 58 personnel in adjustment cells a lesser problem," Serene noted tightly. "Apparently," Elkin continued, "just to get the 1,140 surplus inspectorate personnel back to the surface, with their belongings, would take at least 5 spaceplane runs, journeys, he asserted, that could not be afforded." 1,140 surplus personnel," Serene echoed flatly. "Who is this Chief Inspectorate political officer?" "There is none, ma'am," Elkin replied. "They take their orders directly from Calder." So Calder did not want these personnel returned to Earth, and it seemed there was some agreement there. This probably meant they did not think they would do so well under the new regime. She swung back to her palm top and began doing some checking, searching the local system for data on the personnel concerned, and then, upon realizing that very little data was available there, she linked to her databanks down on Earth, loading the list of the Inspectorate staff based here to specialized security searches. Within a few minutes, things started being flagged for her attention. She began studying everything thus flagged, while simultaneously relaying this new data to Elkin and her aides. All the Inspectorate personnel involved came from the environs of Outback Spaceport, and were those Messina had originally sent there to prepare the way for him. It all made perfect sense now, and she began to develop some real worries on checking further. The section chiefs had liaised closely with her own security teams prior to her arrival. Also, an inquiry to databases on Earth revealed that they had all managed to avoid being fitted with strangulation collars. Though how was unclear. "How many of my security personnel do we have here?" she asked as she went on to checking reader gun protocols aboard the station. It seemed that she did have primacy, so could reactivate and take over the guns in a moment. However, since there had been a lot of construction and reconstruction here, and reader guns had not been considered essential to her purposes, there were huge areas left without coverage, including the large accommodation area where these Inspectorate personnel were housed. "Approximately 500, Elkin replied, now herself looking slightly sick. "So we are outnumbered 2-1 by Inspectorate personnel who are loyal to Messina and who now seem to have made some sort of a deal with Calder." Elkin nodded dumbly. "You and Vaughn missed this," Serene observed. "You missed precisely the kind of situation you were supposed to be looking for." It could be that she was being overly paranoid, but that was better than being dead. It seemed likely that the Inspectorate personnel had chosen this place as a refuge, but it might also be because under Messina they had seen the main power base shifting off-world, and had decided that it probably wouldn't be any different under Serene. Quite probably there were those among them with ambitions, perhaps trying to build themselves a little empire out here, and in Calder they had found someone of similar mind. However, they had all run afoul of Serene's decision to keep cutting political oversight, even after the large chunk Alan Saul took out of it, and they had also run afoul of her decision to pay a visit. The question now was how they would react. "I can only apologize," said Elkin, shooting a nervous glance at Sack. Serene gave a dismissive wave of her hand. This was too serious a situation for her to start killing off essential personnel right now. Maybe later, Elkin could pay the price for her lapse. Serene selected the list of Inspectorate personnel and ran it through another program that gave her a list of their implant codes, which she then fed into the Scour activation program. She could kill all of them this way, but if she did, it would become obvious that the Scour was far too specific. "You've been feeding this through to Tactical?" "I have, Mum." Elkin gestured to one of her blank-faced aides. "First assessment is that even if Calder's retention of these people was not originally done with hostile intent, it will be now. He will know that he has been found out, and due to the consequences of that, Tactical puts a high probability on him making some sort of attack on you. However, he will not move against you until after the Command and Fist have departed under Alcubierre Drive." Serene said nothing for a moment as she considered that and realized she had been stupid. Of course her personnel weren't outnumbered. She nodded as if this was nothing new to her. "Because of the troops aboard the Fist, obviously." "Still, supposing the likelihood of some sort of attack on you, Tactical advises against making the obvious move of ordering the Fist to dock again and using its troops to negate that potential threat. If the Fist was to return to the station, it seems highly likely that Calder would then realize something is wrong and act accordingly. His most likely response is to fire the station's railguns at the Fist and either disable or destroy it." Elkin looked even sicker now, scared to complete her tactical assessment. Serene held up a hand to silence her, then called up a station schematic and noted that the new dock Calder had suggested Clay Ruger's shuttle should arrive at was without a reader gun network, and was quite some distance from both the escape dropship and the spaceplane docks. She also checked timings and noted that Ruger would be arriving after the Fist and the Command were scheduled to depart. "The likelihood of some sort of attack on you Calder possessed his own private army. Her undercover operatives here had been removed. Calder's inspectorate staff had been hindering her own security staff, when, if Calder had wanted to avoid discovery, it would have been better for him to have ordered them to keep their heads down. Now it seemed that Calder had directed Ruger, and consequently herself, to an interstation shuttle dock without a reader-gun network. Calder was moving against her, of that she was now certain. "So what's the best Tactical can give me?" she finally asked. Elkin swallowed dryly before commencing. "You can send your security teams against the Inspectorate complement here, which will give you time to get to the drop shuttle, and thus get away from the station. But at the same time you must also order Bartholomew to fire on the station to disable its railguns and control infrastructure. Otherwise Calder will be able to hit you on the way down. This gives you an approximate 60% chance of escaping alive, though there is an above 80% chance of both the Fist and the Command being disabled." Not good enough. Serene coldly contemplated the data available to her. It seemed likely that Calder had planned some sort of attack upon her in this new space dock, once Ruger arrived. She must turn this situation to her own advantage. "Vaughn has the usual complement of hardware, I take it?" she inquired. "Enough for a small war," Elkin replied. "But the Inspectorate personnel aboard will have access to the same sort of hardware." "I don't know why I bother with Tactical," remarked Serene contemptuously. "We take them in the space dock." She paused reflectively. "My security team is kept ready for all circumstances, including vacuum combat. Besides, they will be equipped with VC suits, while I note that, though armored, the Inspectorate personnel here still wear ordinary uniforms." Elkin nodded doubtfully. "I take it some of Vaughn's people are already present in the new dock to oversee the arrangements for Clay Ruger's arrival?" Elkin blinked, rubbed a finger at a menu control located at her temple, and at length replied, "Yes, Vaughn has assembled a team there, but the station inspectorate personnel are making all the arrangements." Viewing the big desk screen, Serene noted that the tug was no longer firing its main engine, and Earth loomed large behind it, and the attached Scourge. Meanwhile, the shuttle was out of view. Despite her suggestion that the Fist and the Command should use the Scourge for target practice, Calder had urged that it be dismantled instead. Yes, a lot of it would be highly radioactive, and therefore only good for scrap, but most of the engines were still fine, including the main one, and the plutonium and uranium from the nuclear arsenal could also be salvaged. Serene studied it for a while longer, but could see no ulterior motive from Calder for recommending salvage. He had obviously still been playing the part of a loyal citizen, while making his own arrangements elsewhere. Rather than use her palm top, she summoned up to this same screen a number of internal cam views of the station itself, and quickly located the shuttle dock Ruger would be heading for. The view inside showed a great hall with airlocks running down one side, and 2 levels of station monorail lines running down the middle. Swarming about the area were armed inspectorate personnel, as well as numbers of Serene's own security staff. "How many?" she asked. 200 of ours, 600 of Calder's people," Elkin offered instantly. Serene continued staring at the screen. She had hoped for an easy option here. She had hoped that the inspectorate personnel would be wearing their usual uniforms. It would then have been simplicity itself for Vaughn to plant a charge on one of the space doors, and then allow vacuum decompression to deal with her problem. Foolish hope, that, because Calder was not so stupid as to allow his people into anywhere as vulnerable as a space dock without the requisite gear. She could now only distinguish his people from her own by the older design of VC suit they wore. "Tell Vaughn to get himself and all his team here at once." "Ma'am?" "Just do as you're told." All her options were running out. If she took Tactical's advice, she could lose everything. She could lose Alan Saul, she could lose the gene bank data, whether acquired from Saul or Ruger, and she could lose her own life. "I take it Vaughn is by now aware of the situation?" she inquired. "Yes, ma'am." Serene nodded, then selected the screen tab on her palm top for the Scour activation program. For a moment she hesitated, considering adding Calder's name to the list, but decided against that before abruptly switching to another screen and sitting back. No, not yet. Considering how fast the scour acted, there was still time, and she needed to think hard about the consequences of taking this step. Everyone aboard the station would soon realize that the entire inspectorate complement had died from the scour. That information would then spread around Earth orbit, and without doubt it would eventually reach Earth. It would then be obvious that the scour was a lot more specific than previously supposed, that merely air transmission or some similar form of contagion were unlikely. She would have to concoct some sort of story to cover this outbreak. Calder. The man's main discipline was nanotechnology, so surely it would be possible to contrive some way for him to take the blame. This could all be down to an assassination attempt against her, and how he used the scour to remove the personnel protecting her. Yes, something like that should work. There would be loose ends to tie up, but none that could not be neatly knotted by a strangulation collar, bullet, or adjustment cell. Perhaps she could also contrive some sort of alliance between Calder and Alan Saul, as that would neatly— Mum? What? Serene whirled on Elkin. All your delegates are assembled, ready in video conference, and we are currently recording for ETV their ratification of a pardon for all real or imagined crimes committed by Clay Ruger and Pilot Officer Trove, she said. It's being transmitted here right now, and will soon be ready for insertion into the station ETV broadcast. Serene stared at her blankly, not quite understanding for a moment. Then it all clicked into place in her mind. She must never forget the importance of ensuring that Clay Ruger actually began transmission of the gene bank data. Vaughan also reports that his team is fully in place around you, while Admiral Bartholomew, confirmed by Calder, has tightened his estimate of departure to just 1 hour's time. I see, said Serene, wondering where the intervening time had gone. Ruger's shuttle should be docking in about 3 hours, which should allow her enough leeway to have things sorted out and cleared up for his arrival. It wouldn't do to have hundreds of scour victims floating around inside the space dock when the ETV broadcast began. Therefore, Vaughan and his men would have to deal with that. Serene tapped on the tab of the scour activation program, poised a finger over the return key projected on the table before her, hesitating for just a moment, as she remembered the first time she'd done this, and the pompous words she'd spoken then to the man Ruger had replaced. She then brought her finger down. Argus. Acceleration pushed Hannah back into her seat as the new train headed out towards what someone had dubbed the meat locker. This newly built hall was sandwiched within the lattice walls between Arcoplex 2 and the Arboretum. The thing was 1 kilometer long, 200 meters wide, and extended the depth of the gap between the two lattice walls, which was 100 meters. Down one side was a station into which the vehicle now slowed, throwing Hannah forward against her straps. Once it had stopped, airlock tubes extended from the near wall to each of the 3 carriages, the tube accessing the rear cargo carriage being oval in cross-section, and 10 meters across at its widest point. As all these tubes connected, Hannah could hear movement from the rear as robots began unloading the next batch of components for the meat locker. She unstrapped and propelled herself over to the door leading into the nearest airlock tube, checked the ready light, opened the door and passed through. A moment later she found herself in the new hall itself and looking around. Directly ahead of her the wall was honeycombed, with partially assembled cryogenic pods protruding here and there, with the golden centipedes of Saul's conjoining robots busily at work on them. Over to her right, the more conventional station robots were busy ferrying out the cargo, dispatching crates and empty pods through the air, to be fielded by their more up-to-date brethren. There were humans here, too, some of the chipped, controlling the older robots, engineers working on individual pods, and at the far end of the wall, beside a pod extending near what she supposed she might call the floor, such nomenclature in zero gravity always being difficult, stood a small group apart. She propelled herself towards them, correcting her trajectory with the wrist impeller of her suit, because despite the place being pressurized, using spacesuits was a precaution all ship's personnel took in any new builds. Approaching the group, she slowed, and brought herself clumsily face down towards the floor, but still managed to engage one gecko boot to secure herself there while she stood properly. One of the figures was without a spacesuit, stripped down to his undershorts, while Dr. Raymond attached stick-on sensors to his exposed skin. As Hannah walked closer, Da Vinci waved to her cheerfully. She raised her hand in not-so-cheerful acknowledgement, nodded to Langstrom and the other 2 officers present, then turned to the remaining individual. "So you've finally come out of your pit," she remarked, glancing round to locate the spider gun, squatting over by the further wall. "Why's that?"
"To offer moral support,"
Saul replied. "It would have to be just that," Hannah observed flatly. "We mere humans are now expected to govern and police ourselves, which means you've effectively washed your hands of us. What's that decision all about, then? A separation of church and state?"
"Within the limits and constraints of them being aboard my ship, I've given the people living here more freedom. I shall see, in time, what they do with it."
"That's big of you," Hannah snapped, then wished she hadn't. "Anyway, I would have thought with everything that's going on you'd want to stay at the center, and in utter control."
"Generally, my location is irrelevant. And anyway, the ship is in no danger right now."
He paused for a second, his pink eyes blinking.
"The vision cannot harm us, and I can get us on the move the moment the other 2 ships start heading our way."
"I detect some doubt."
He shook his head. "I'm just failing to perceive what Galahad hopes to achieve. Unless those 2 ships have some way of viewing normal space through an Alcubierre warp, and thus tracking us, sending them against us is a futile gesture."
"I hope you're right," said Hannah, studying him more closely. With the Mach effect drive operating to keep the ship stable and the EM shield protecting them from the ionization in the flux tube, all radio communications were shut down. Previously, this had meant that without a direct optic connection, Saul would be disconnected from the ship's systems. But Hannah could see he had used the same workaround as he had employed against Salem Smith on first sending his robots against him. An optic cable extended from the socket in his temple down into the neck ring of his suit, while attached to the shoulder of his suit was a flat, matte disc with green pin lights flickering and glinting around its rim. He was laser-linked to receivers on the robots here, on his spider gun, and on any other item of equipment that used some form of remote control, and therefore threw all of these into the ship's systems. Examining him further, she noted other changes, such as the fact he wasn't wearing a standard-issue VC suit. His bulked slightly larger, with numerous black boxes attached to its surface. The helmet hanging from his belt had also been redesigned, possessing optic connections all round the neck ring. It seemed that while holed up in his inner sanctum, Saul had been busy indeed. Then, with a start, she realized that at the base of his neck, small devices had been surgically attached at his carotids, pipes and wires, leading from these down inside the suit. "Pressure shunts and nutrient feeds," she decided.
"And much else besides,"
he agreed, before turning to glance at Da Vinci, who, held steady by Raymond, was now stepping into the cryogenic pod. As Saul turned, she spotted another optic connection at the base of his skull, the cable similarly leading down into his suit, but she could hazard no possible reason for it. She, too, glanced at Da Vinci, feeling abruptly at odds with herself. She'd come here because she was concerned about him, because she wanted to make one last attempt to dissuade him from trying out this pod. But now all her concern was focused on Saul. "You've been operating on yourself," she said. He turned back to her, his expression mild.
"Well, I wasn't actually holding the scalpel. I just robotized and programmed a combined micro and macro surgery. Shut down this body of mine and let the surgery proceed."
"You should have let me do it," said Hannah, feeling both horrified and affronted. "I'll need to run some tests."
"You have enough to do," he replied, "and my health, mental or otherwise, is no longer your concern."
"It's the concern of us all," she countered vehemently. He tilted his head, and in that moment she realized that his skin now had a slightly metallic hue, which was not due to the lighting here as she had first assumed.
"Your concern is irrelevant,"
he stated, the spider gun beyond him suddenly unfolding and becoming more attentive. Had some fragment of humanity left inside him grown angry with her, Hannah wondered, or had some risk assessment program running in a mind that effectively spanned this entire ship calculated an increase in danger to its core, this human body and brain that sat at the center of Alan Saul, like the reptile backbrain sits at the core of all humans. Hannah gazed at him for a while longer, but he showed no human response to such scrutiny. "Aye, Hannah," called out Da Vinci, his voice sounding slightly slurred. "Glad you came." She switched her attention back to him. He was now lying down inside the pod, and Raymond was beginning to close the lid. She hurried over. "Wait!" But as she arrived and peered down at him, Da Vinci's eyes were already closed, and he was breathing deeply and steadily. "The process has started," explained Raymond. Hannah wanted to tell him to stop the process at once, but knew that would be childish, and effectively beyond her authority. As the lid then closed, she switched her attention to the monitor screen showing all the rhythms of a human body, all slowing down. She noted the abrupt change in the pattern there, just as Da Vinci had predicted. At the moment the pod began to exchange blood for a complex form of antifreeze. Thereafter his core temperature began to drop rapidly.
"Time to insert it," said Raymond. "The control systems in the wall need to engage."
She stepped back as he punched a button on the side of the pod. It began to slide into its hexagonal space in the wall, grotesquely like a paper coffin going into a community digester. If it turned out that this process would kill Da Vinci, then she had already lost him. She wondered where this meat locker rated in Saul's calculations. Would the people aboard be given a choice about going into these pods, or did that decision fall under his remit, regarding his own and his ship's safety? Would it in fact be compulsory? "Couldn't this have waited until we were away from the solar system and well out of danger?" she asked. "We really needed the opportunity to do much more research into it."
"Not my decision," Raymond replied.
Hannah flicked him an annoyed glance, then turned to Saul. But Saul was gone. He must have walked away while she was checking Da Vinci's monitor. In that moment she realized that while she might indeed have lost Da Vinci, there was also a good chance he would survive. All the same, she had very definitely lost the human being named Alan Saul. He was gone forever.
"It's called the Vision,"
said the copy of the comlifer located aboard the Command, and who now allowed Saul to address him as Chris,
"because that's about the limit of its capabilities."
"It possesses weapons,"
Saul noted, just as he reached the door leading into his inner sanctum.
"It does, but you could fry it if it gets any closer."
That was probably true, though Saul's main concern had been about its named purpose, which was why, ever since its arrival near Europa, he'd switched over to minimal usage of the Mac Effect drive, and was now holding his ship in position using the rim steering thrusters. Just as with the Zaberhagen's weapon, it was best not to apprise the enemy of technologies with tactical relevance, and the Mac Effect drive was certainly that. In the virtual world he had created, Chris appeared slimmer than the image Saul had seen of him aboard the Command, and he was now clad in a neat suit. This struck Saul as not the usual dress of a robotics engineer, but of an inspectorate executive, a political officer. Saul was now entertaining some suspicions about his new guest, and so decided to discover Chris's true thoughts.
"They're panicking,"
Chris continued.
"They've seen how fast your reconstruction has gone, and are worried that you might take off or be too well prepared before their 2 warships can come after you. I'd bet they've moved the Vision closer so as to push you into doing something else that'll hamper you, just as moving the Command and the Fist out of the construction station made you recall your space planes."
The explanation was feasible, but as Saul had just told Hannah, Galahad's overall approach seemed strangely flawed. She must know that he could engage the Rhine drive at any moment, and that though the 2 warships might be able to pursue him along whatever course he chose, they could not know when he was going to stop and change direction, and would therefore not know when to stop their own drives in order to change direction to go after him. Just one course change was needed, and he would be lost in the universe, and utterly beyond Earth's reach. So, he had to be missing something. Entering his sanctum, the door locks thumping home behind him, and his spider gun settling down like a dog coming home after a lengthy walk, he headed straight for his gimbal's chair and quickly strapped himself in, unplugged the optic leading from his temple into his suit, and instead plugged in the one here. There was no interruption in the flow of data, and he was pleased with his trial of his new laser networking device. his life support suit and the recent upgrade to his human body's mental function that required that new suit. Now his backups were truly backups, copying everything now running in his skull, in the additional brain matter growing in an artificial cyst in his groin, as well as the terabytes of processing power distributed throughout his suit.
I'm not sure I would characterize what they're doing as panic,
Saul stated, now opening links into the sub-persona called Chris and injecting specially designed search engines, which, if he wanted to draw similes with living organisms, were less like bloodhounds and more like wolves.
What are you doing?
Chris asked.
Getting to the truth,
Saul replied. The moment the search engines hit, the image of Chris began screaming, whereupon the virtual world he occupied tore open and flew apart. But how, Saul wondered, could something that was a mere collection of bytes feel pain? Of course, the same logic could be applied to human beings. Were they not just moist collections of biological information? It occurred to him now to wonder, as had been speculated on before by people of a philosophical turn of mind, how many of those around him were actually conscious. The first truth the engines delivered was that yes, Chris had been a robotics engineer, until his talent for sucking up to the right people and undermining rivals got him the position of political officer in the robotics factory. After Saul's attack on Earth and Galahad's assumption of power, Chris had tried scrabbling further up the ladder, but only managed to annoy someone senior to him. He'd been on his way to adjustment when he was offered an alternative, and he'd grabbed it. Who wouldn't? But as a comlifer, first losing any will to live, and then going through the agonizing conditioning process, he wished he'd chosen the visit to a white-tiled cell instead. The next truth was a defining one. This sub-persona had so many holes that it was a wonder it had managed to hold itself together. It contained no tactical data of any value to Saul, and some data that was most definitely a plant, like the assertion that the Fist and the Command would not be ready to leave Earth for at least 5 days. Still, Saul ran all of this Chris through filters, pattern recognition programs, sifted and sieved him to get every last nugget of potentially useful information, then wiped the storage that had contained him, the sub-persona expiring with an electronic sigh. Certain things now seemed plain. Those moving against Saul wanted him to believe that they were desperate, that if he engaged his ship's Rhine drive all their plans would come to nothing, that the impossible was being demanded of them by the dictator of Earth. And it was all a lie. They had something, some technology or method to achieve what Galahad wanted, that they had built and were in the process of dispatching. Those ships indicated this. For Serene Galahad might be a homicidal autocrat, but she wasn't insane enough to squander so much on a mere folly. The pattern of holes in the knowledge of this Chris also confirmed this. On the surface, the memory erasures looked merely rough, but they covered up some very specific deletions. Human frustration arose inside Saul, instantly banished. Then its source abruptly reprogrammed itself to rid him of that particular route towards time-wasting emotion. He could go no further than affirm that his enemies had something extra, and that they knew how he had intended to react simply by running. As he considered this, he noted that those he had summoned some time earlier were now arriving at the door leading into his inner sanctum. So he opened it for them. They entered quickly, arranging themselves about his gimbal's chair like alien priests around some technological god. There was no real need for them all to be present, but by summoning them, Saul was making a statement both to them and to himself. In the hierarchy of this ship, they stood higher than the humans, since they were allowed here, while they also remained totally at his beck and call. But it went beyond that, a need for direct contact, both in them and in him, to bring clarity and order. Swinging his chair round in a slow circle, he studied the 10 proctors. Over the time since their initiation, they had every one of them changed. They now wore human clothing or vacuum suits of one kind or another to fit their larger forms. This, Saul knew, was so that they did not look quite so alien and threatening to the humans aboard. Many carried devices of their own manufacture, most of which were staffs like the one Judd first constructed, which was packed with electronics and a power source based on the rectifying batteries, and was both a multi-purpose tool and a weapon. But the most radical changes were in the minds that Saul sensed floating like satellites around him. Each was a different shape. Each had diverged and specialized, yet they remained conjoined, sharing information like a group of servers. They were like one being with 10 facets, but also 10 experts, each of which could quite comfortably survive on its own. He also now realized that the one that had named itself Paul was their interface with Saul himself. Paul served as the one designated as both their legate and expert as regards Alan Saul. "Humans," Saul began, switching straight to the concern that had inspired this meeting. "Your ship could be more efficient without them," Paul replied. "But it could also be more efficient without you. It could be more efficient without us, and without individual robots, and with all its systems automated." Saul smiled as he followed this logical chain. "Without the archiplexes and the arboretum, efficiency would increase. Without the metal of the hull and much of the superstructure, the engines would prove more efficient. The Traveler engine would operate better without having to haul about the Rhine drive, and the Mach effect drive would be more efficient without having to incorporate both the Rhine drive and the EM shield. The hull would be better without the holes, and could be made smaller if there was less contained inside. In fact, if there was nothing actually inside this ship, there would be no need for a hull at all." Stone soup, Saul thought, allowing them to register that. Seeing on a virtual level the ramped-up communication now occurring between the 10 minds, he wondered if they were struggling with rhetoric and irony. But no, Paul had started in with the same, so they should all be able to handle it. This communication was of a much higher order. Saul continued. "My initial purpose was based on my genetically based need for safety and survival."
"Which you are now transcending,"
Paul observed. Saul wasn't so sure about that, but allowed it.
"Beyond survival, what is my purpose now?"
"It is whatever you decide."
"And the humans?"
"What you decide."
Saul felt a moment of chagrin that was immediately tracked down and analyzed. He realized he had some difficulty in just asking a simple question, because of complicated reasons involving its human source and a growing arrogance within him. He negated those reasons and asked,
"What do you think?"
The level of communication between the conjoined minds around him suddenly increased, and again Saul resisted the temptation to listen in.
"We think," Paul finally said, "that you have already made your decision. By allowing them all to be backed up, you consider their minds something unique and worth preserving, and that when your own survival is not threatened, you will make every effort to do so."
"But there's more,"
Saul said.
"Yes," Paul agreed. "Because of the problems they represent to you, aboard your ship you will dispense with them. Eventually."
Saul allowed clarity to banish indecision. Each genetic combination that resulted in a human body was something he could now easily copy, and it was only the minds that were unique, because of their nurture and not their nature. He knew then precisely what he would do once the exigencies of survival had been attended to.
"But now we have more immediate concerns to consider."
The Proctors were on the move, both physically and mentally, the meeting now over and their conjoined communications breaking up. Though he was the one who had summoned them here, Saul could not help but feel that he himself had been judged.
"You cannot run yet," Paul opined.
"Give me your reasoning,"
Saul instructed, to further clarify his thoughts.
"They will have developed some means of knocking out the drive warp," replied Paul, "and it will be located aboard the Vision, as well as the other 2 ships."
"Judd?"
Saul inquired.
"Either a near-sea railgun or some other sort of high-speed missile or some way of disrupting space-time,"
replied the more practically minded Proctor.
"Disrupting space-time on that level is beyond even me,"
Saul replied.
"So I doubt if they have anything like that. One must also factor in their proximity."
Was he merely being arrogant? No, not about the space-time disruption. However, after seeing those test shots directed at Earth's moon, it seemed likely they'd found a way to fire nuclear missiles at railgun speeds that would deliver the impact required to knock out his warp. Thereafter, they could just keep knocking it out until the other 2 ships arrived. He needed to deal with the Vision immediately, as he'd suspected.
"Supposing our warp is knocked out," said Saul, "they will then try to knock out our vortex generator."
"The Mach effect drive is distributed," said Judd, As long as it is supplied with power, the drive can be maintained through constant attention.
It can be used to interfere with their targeting, Paul added. We calculate an over 80% chance on probable attack patterns that, armored as it is now, the vortex ring can be kept safe, though supporting infrastructure is certain to be damaged.
The Mac drive could be used to help Argus dodge bullets, Saul translated, and the armor would stop anything that got too close. Already, Saul had called up the schematic in his mind and was having his robots collect essential materials and components and dispatching them to critical junctures all around the hull of the ship. How unsurprising, he felt, that the critical sectors numbered 10 and that his own communications with the robots might be compromised during any conflict.
So you know what to do,
he stated. Led by Judd, the proctors headed for the door. Each would control a group of robots, their task being to keep the Mac Effect drive operating. As they left, he considered what must be their point of view. If he deemed the humans on board an encumbrance he was prepared to be rid of, how then did he view the proctors? In the end, though they had promised to serve him, how highly did they rate their own survival?
I will do the right thing,
he said to Paul, the last proctor to leave.
Of course you will, Alan Saul, Paul replied, by your own definition of right.
Somewhat uncomfortable with that notion, Saul waited, watching through cams as the proctors rapidly reached their designated locations, where robots gathered around them, clinging to the inner skeleton of the hull. Once they were in position, he considered his own options, deciding in an instant that now it was time for him to change, at least his own approach. It was time to take this fight to them. Even as he made his plans, he sent a warning. Roused from slumber, LaRocque pulled on a ship suit and stumbled from the cabin he'd reoccupied in the relocated Tech Central, and, not bothering to attach the phones he had seemed reluctant to abandon, began issuing his instructions through his implant, instructions dealing with the human population, which was now his responsibility. Throughout the station, work crews began locking down their latest tasks and heading back to their accommodation, while the robots folded themselves around beam junctures or anywhere else suitable nearby. A further signal transmitted through kilometers of optic went to a couple of explosive charges fixed on the 2 booster tanks acting as anode and cathode in the flux tube, and bright explosions severed the cables from their anchor points. Since so much cable lay outside, the feed from the tube did not drop immediately, but gradually diminished as the cables wound in. Meanwhile, Saul started up 2 new fusion reactors and 4 fission reactors, utilizing radioactives mined from the rubble pile, then prepared the Traveler engine to fire.
Make sure of your weapons,
he instructed the Zaberhagen twins, even though he felt sure of them himself and could take control of them in an instant. Are they coming? Asked Brigitte.
No, not yet,
Saul replied.
But they obviously want a war, so that's what I'm going to give them.
Chapter 13. See No Evil. Under the committee, millions of Earth's citizens were sent for adjustment, where the methods used were essentially behavioral, with the subjects being questioned at length and tortured whenever they gave the wrong answer. This resulted in many of them being crippled both physically and mentally, and thus becoming of no further use to society and therefore disposed of. Subsequent refinements, such as the pain inducer, cut down on the number being physically crippled, while precise lie detection facilitated the more precise targeting of pain. As a result, those sent for adjustment were truly adjusted, and were often unrecognizable to their relatives and friends after their sojourn in inspectorate cells. Before the introduction of biochips, which led to the possibility of directly programming a human mind from a computer, other methods had been tried. It is known that a mind can be partially reprogrammed via the body's senses, but that is a difficult and information-intensive technique. Towards the end of Messina's reign, most of these techniques were abandoned as a wasteful expenditure of vital resources on yet another resource the state had too much of: human beings. The main instrument of inspectorate adjustment therefore became the selective cull. Argus. Var locked down her overseer's office on the ship's skeleton, just 50 meters away from where the hull had yet to be fully enclosed. Despite Larocque's order for her to head to one of the more protected accommodation units, or one of the archoplexes, she remained precisely where she was. Her brother had issued instructions to the effect that Larocque was in charge of the human complement aboard until such time as the humans decided otherwise, and Saul's only interventions would concern the safety of his ship and himself. How he assigned such responsibilities in detail was all very debatable, though it was noticeable how generally terse his instructions and warnings were becoming. However, one thing was certain. It was Var's fault. Var cringed inwardly and could not shake off her own sense of guilt. There were no blood spatters evident on the suit she wore. They had all been cleaned off thoroughly. Yet it seemed she could still taste Gildermain's mouth from when she had tried to resuscitate him, and still feel the weight of the adjustable spanner in her hand as she brought it down on Thomas Greaves' skull, and she could still hear him crying. These actions of hers had pushed Saul over the edge. She was someone he had risked much to save, and to whom he had entrusted the task of turning Argus Station into an interstellar spacecraft. Then she had repaid him by displaying a lack of trust in his judgment. Behaving like a member of the Inspectorate, she had committed murder, and now he had washed his hands, not just of her, but of them all. But didn't that simply prove her point? He had always been on the edge of something like this, always been on the edge of saying, "Damn you, you'll do what I want, but beyond that I don't care." Didn't his very order that humans, as if he was no longer a member of their race, should police and govern themselves, prove that he wished merely to dispense with them? Could she not be right in still thinking that his latest action was just one small step on that route, and that he would still use the impending assassination attempt as an excuse to do just that? Light glared throughout the ship, and Var felt as if an invisible hand was trying to shove her to one side. Checking her instruments, she saw that the cables were now all wound in, and that the traveler engine had just fired up, in order to carry the ship away from Io's flux tube. On an intellectual level, she knew he was using that, rather than the Mac effect drive, to keep the latter secret from the enemy. But on a basic emotional level, she cursed him for failing to inform anyone where and why he was moving the ship, just as she damned herself. "Where are you taking us, Alan?" she asked through her phone. But as with the other questions she had recently directed at him, no reply was forthcoming. What to do? The temptation just to do nothing, simply to wrap herself in misery and wait, was leaden inside her. But Var, who had pushed herself all her life, knew she was incapable of giving in to such a sense of failure. She set her overseer's office moving, meanwhile putting a call through her phone and routing all imagery available to the screen before her. After just a few minutes, she received her reply. "Langstrom here," said the police commander. "What can I do for you, Var?" "I have all their names, and I know what they're planning," she replied, noting how he had allowed only a static image icon to come through, even for those with phones capable of displaying real-time images. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about," Langstrom replied. "Whose names and what plans?" Var felt a hollowness in her stomach that had nothing to do with hunger. The police commander must know that someone she had gone to visit had since disappeared. Was he now trying to distance himself from any involvement? Before she could say anything, he continued, "Perhaps we should meet to discuss this. I much prefer talking face-to-face with anyone claiming to have important information." He paused for a second. "I see you're moving your office down towards the outer end cap of Archoplex 1. I'll come out to join you from Lock 7. See you shortly." Perhaps not arse-covering, but an understandable caution. Being utterly sure of its grip on the ship's skeleton under the drag of acceleration, the overseer's office continued its progress down towards the end cap. Meanwhile, Var began working on something she'd been neglecting. If she became the focus of an investigation, she had to cover herself properly now. She dispatched a program to hunt down and erase any available data about her previous meeting with Langstrom, and was surprised when it found cam footage taken in this very office, and then did manage to erase it. So was Saul actually allowing her to cover her tracks? A moment later, she discovered something else. Data trails leading to large portions of the station system were now partitioned off, so tightly that not even a byte or two could squeeze through. So while Saul had left the human population to its own devices, he was also leaving them their own portion of the station system, and had separated away his essential self, so that what he already knew could never be erased by anyone else. Next, she began shutting down cams and other data recorders inside the office, so that the most anyone could ever know was that Langstrom had visited here. Then, as the office reached a tentative limb out onto the bearing end cap, set to make its way over to Airlock 7, she abruptly had second thoughts. Maybe this was precisely what Langstrom wanted her to do, so that he could then completely remove any evidence of his involvement in the murders she had committed. No, far too paranoid. So she finished the disconnections. Out on the end cap, the office finally paused over the chosen airlock, lowered itself to mate with it, seals and bayonet fittings thunking home. After a moment, the floor hatch swung upwards, and Langstrom, wearing a VC suit with the helmet detached, propelled himself inside. He then paused to gaze up at the nearest cam. "This is a black spot now," Var assured him. "So who are they?" he asked carefully. "And what's their plan?" "Earth." "We have a problem," said Calder, "and I am calling to advise you for your own security and for the security of Earth to leave the station now." Maintaining an expression of slightly distracted boredom, Serene studied his image on the desk screen. The man was difficult to read, perhaps because his face was not so clear through the visor of the vacuum survival suit he wore. Was he frightened? "I trust this is not some problem that might delay the departure of the Fist and the command," she replied. Then, realizing she wasn't reacting properly, she asked, "What exactly is this problem?" "We have an outbreak of the scour aboard, and whether or not the crews or soldiers aboard the Fist and the command have been infected, I can't even guess. It's very serious, since at least 200 people have died, and many more are infected." He paused for a second, then continued, "We should have your space planes prepped and ready for departure within the hour." Serene stared at him for a moment, reflecting that the planes, he mentioned, should be ready shortly after the two spaceships were underway. Then she glanced up from her screen at Elkin, the woman's two aides, and Sack. Elkin looked terrified, obviously having already gleaned knowledge of this outbreak just beforehand, while the two aides appeared both puzzled and scared. Sack was even more difficult to read than Calder, with his reptilian skin blunting all human expression. Serene returned her attention to the screen, exuding seriousness and concern. "Can you give me more detail on this outbreak?" she inquired, making no comment on his suggestion that she depart. Blank-faced, Calder replied, noticeably no longer using the honorific. "Just that it must have started amidst the inspectorate personnel, since it seems to be mainly them who are infected." "Well," she dipped her head for a moment as if in consideration, "I'll leave it to you to speak to Bartholomew. It is essential that his mission is not delayed, for its importance outweighs anything else, but he will need to institute ship quarantine measures and have the medical staff aboard both ships running blood tests. If it turns out that he does have the scour aboard, we must leave it to him to decide how to respond. He must, therefore, try to limit any outbreak and persevere with his mission."
"Understood,"
said Calder, grimacing. "You're putting quarantine measures in place here?"
"I am. Those infected thus far are being moved to areas I'm separating off from the rest of the station, while I've ordered all personnel not infected to use vacuum survival or space suits and switch over to independent air supply. Meanwhile, I am opening some areas to vacuum to kill anything that might be lingering there, while flooding the remaining main air supply with a viral-backed vapor." He paused for a second. "You and your staff will also need to use similar suits and go over to independent air supply."
"Very well." Serene nodded to Elkin and Sack, who immediately went to a nearby locker and began dragging out vacuum survival suits. For veracity's sake, Serene reached down beside the desk and picked up the helmet of her VC suit, pulled it down over her head and clicked it into place, before closing its visor and turning on its integrated speaker. "How long until the virobact vapor is cleared from the shuttle bay Ruger is due to arrive at?" she asked, glancing across the room just as one of the aides headed across to the door and opened it, admitting a swarthy, stocky individual in a VC suit, who surveyed his surroundings carefully as he stepped in. Serene instantly recognized Vaughn, the commander of her security team based here, with his big, grey moustache, cropped hair, and tendency to stomp, giving him the mien of an antediluvian general he was difficult to forget. "Within the hour," Calder replied. "It should be mostly clear by the time he docks. However, the medical advice is that we should stick with independent air supplies until 4 hours afterwards. Shall I inform Ruger of that?" "You will tell Ruger nothing," she replied. "I don't want him being scared off. He might decide to try docking at another station." "Very well," said Calder, still not resorting to Ma'am. Serene glanced up from the screen at Elkin, now in a survival suit with her visor closed, then transferred her gaze to Vaughn. "Are any of my security personnel infected?" Of course, she knew that none of them was, but didn't want others to realize that she knew.
"Thus far, no, ma'am,"
he replied, seemingly coming to attention. Returning her focus to the screen, she said, "Since, as you say, it's mainly inspectorate personnel who are afflicted, my own personnel will now take over in the shuttle bay, where I will go to meet Ruger the moment he comes aboard. I'll also need you to ensure that once he releases the gene bank data to us, it is recorded here immediately and simultaneously dispatched to the multiple locations that Elkin will provide. In the meantime, I'll also want constant updates on the situation aboard the Fist and the Command."
"You will be meeting Ruger in person,"
he said, apparently puzzled.
"But your space planes—"
"I will not be requiring them just yet." She paused for a second, still gazing at Calder's image. "That will be all." She shut down the call. "We're still meeting Ruger, Mum?" Elkin was trying to keep her voice steady. Serene studied her, aware that with the scour aboard, the woman in front of her wanted to get off the station as quickly as possible, but seemed to have forgotten their present situation. Calder had also expected Serene to flee, but even while the scour was wiping out any physical threat to her here, she still had not negated the threat beyond it. "Note the timings," she said. "Our space planes will be ready shortly after the Fist and Command have gone. Note I said planes, plural, so that both myself and all my security team can head neatly out into vacuum. What do you think Calder will do then?" she asked. "And don't ask tactical, just work it out for yourself." Elkin seemed briefly puzzled. Then she looked slightly sick. "He still controls the railguns," she ventured, numbly. If Serene fled, there would doubtless ensue an unfortunately timed test firing of the railguns, and the unfortunate demise of Earth's dictator and her entire security team. But to react like someone who believed the scour was a virulent and dangerous disease that she could catch at any moment would only hamper her plans. After the Fist and Command were definitely on their way, she wanted to meet Ruger to ensure the safe transmission of the gene bank data. She then wanted Ruger to hand for a long, private conversation, and she wanted Calder arrested and available for a more public conversation on ETV, once he was found guilty of spreading the scour aboard the station during an attempted coup d'etat. "Yes, we're meeting Ruger," Serene continued, swinging her chair round and standing up. "Are all the arrangements for the ETV broadcast now in place?" It took a brief moment for Elkin to recover her calm, whereupon she said, "Everything is ready for you, Mum." Serene turned her attention to Vaughn. "You are fully apprised of the situation here concerning the inspectorate personnel and Calder?" He lowered his head gravely.
"I am, Mum."
"I am sure Calder will not make a move on us while the Fist and the Command are still present. Once we are in the shuttle bay, I'll order Bartholomew to fire on this station's railguns and disable them. While that is happening, I will board a shuttle. Once the railguns are disabled, we all depart. for Core 1. It all sounded like a perfectly plausible plan, though it was not one she would adhere to. If Bartholomew really started firing on the station, his own ships would probably end up disabled or destroyed, and with no guarantee that everything Calder could use against her departing shuttle had similarly been disabled. Unforeseen circumstances such as, for example, all the Inspectorate personnel ending up dead would cause her to alter her plans.
"What about the Inspectorate personnel now in the shuttle bay?" said Vaughan. "We're clearly outnumbered."
Thinking on the hoof, Serene suddenly said, "It occurs to me that there is actually no scour outbreak aboard this station, or else one has been artificially implemented." Yes, this was a good idea. This might work. Calder is merely trying to push me into fleeing, whereupon some unfortunate accident involving the test firing of a railgun would occur. She paused and dipped her head contemplatively. Now, knowing I am heading to the shuttle bay, he will most likely, as instructed, be withdrawing his Inspectorate personnel, perhaps holding them ready to return once the Fist and Command have gone. She looked up. "If that is not the case, Vaughan, then you must be prepared to fight. It's as simple as that." Every expression standing before her seemed to be hiding something. These weren't stupid people, so could most certainly smell the odor of rat. Their suspicions would grow too when it became evident that every single one of the rebel Inspectorate personnel aboard was dead. "Let's go." She headed for the door. Argus. The Vision remained in orbit about Europa, with its version of the Alcubierre drive kept ready, according to his readings, to be brought up to speed within half an hour. If he used his own Rhine drive to get to it, it would doubtless deploy this theorized weapon it possessed for knocking out his warp bubble, stopping him before he got close enough to use the Zaberhagen's weapons against it. However, he did not intend to attack as directly as that, at least not yet. As his ship headed out from Io, Saul focused EM spectrum telescope arrays beyond the Vision, on the rocks and dust floating out there, on the dispersed gas and scattered atoms, and began recording vast amounts of data. There he should be able to find a hole in their communications, and from them confirm that the attack he was about to make had been effective. Now, with the ship on a long, curving intercept course, he shut down the Traveler engine. He began, as they doubtless expected, probing for a direct way in, pinging the other ship at different radio, microwave, and laser frequencies, and searching for some response. Already he'd built up a huge collection of computer viruses and self-assembling worms to penetrate any gap in its defenses, but it soon became apparent that the ship was hardened and closed off. However, the fact that there were no communication openings told him that the Vision did not have a comm-lifer aboard, and therefore another possible opening could be tried. The Vision had clearly been watching, so it must have telescopes open to receiving certain portions of the EM and visual spectrum. Saul began close scanning older images of the other ship, tidying them up so that he could study all its exterior equipment. Soon he located the dish of a radio telescope, and then the glinting dome of an optical telescope. It seemed highly likely that both of these would not be attached to the main computer systems of the ship itself. Most probably the images they captured would instead feed into the isolated computer of a tactical assessment team, there to be studied and checked before being transmitted back to Earth. Saul began building within his extended mind models of the kind of enclosed systems he himself would have built to keep out someone like him, and began to look for holes. He himself would have ensured complete separation between the computers controlling the various sections of such a ship. He would scan all the visual data for anything nasty or potentially infective before transmitting it elsewhere. No, there would be too many safeties and too many protections involved on that route in. But there was one system interfacing with this visual data that would not be thus protected: the human mind. The Argus telescope arrays detected a flicker beyond the Vision, bouncing off a chunk of rock which a spectrometer designated as consisting of nicely reflective aluminosilicate and mica. They were using a tight-beam green laser to send coded data back to Earth. Saul dumped data outside the spectrum of that laser and concentrated on the remainder, gathering fragments of code, here reflected from a swirl of graphite particles, there from ice crystals marking the orbit of Europa. He then began comparing those fragments with the image data and likely messages that the vision would now be sending.
Brigitte,
He began, viewing the Zaberhagens inside their laboratory in Arcoplex 2, while firing up a steering thruster to alter his ship's course slightly, and then calculating orbital vectors with an accuracy he knew had been impossible until now. Until him.
At this precise moment, I want you to fire your railguns here, tracking across in this arc.
He sent the timing and coordinates.
23 missiles should be sufficient.
Brigitte peered at a screen, ran some vector calculations, and sat back, puzzled. "What's the point?" she asked. "They'll go nowhere near the vision, and hardly even worry the crew."
"Communications,"
Saul replied briefly, now copying across to his extended mind the models stored in Hannah Neumann's files of human thought processes, along with other data concerning visual center reprogramming. "Ah, understood," Brigitte responded quite quickly, Saul felt. "We'll use the plated ones for partial atmosphere targets as they're more reflective." "What are you doing, Alan?" Hannah asked from her laboratory, having been instantly notified by her computer that her files were being copied.
"Induced psychosis by light pattern emission,"
he explained. "It's only temporary, and you need a lot of data on the viewer," she replied.
"Of course,"
he said, understanding that to her the functioning of the human mind was a complex thing, while his own understanding was now some way beyond that. "Perhaps if you can pass on some of the data?" she inquired, reaching for the strap securing her in her seat, intent on standing up from the console and screen she'd been working at, the one where she was assessing up-to-date data on Da Vinci's condition, and trying to see what problems might arise when the cryogenic pod started to bring him out of suspension some hours hence.
"That will not be necessary,"
Saul replied. Already he could see how the technique of mental reprogramming a human being through the eyes could be combined with one of his self-assembling worms. The psychosis would be longer lasting, and fed by a self-perpetuating paranoia. The result of these could extend from a crippling mental debility to a violent reaction, depending on where the recipient fell in the list of human mental types Saul had selected. He made 2 packages, one that was within the spectrum of the optical telescope, and another to build the images from radio reception, and sent them both to the 2 telescopes operating aboard the Vision. His ship was now flying just beyond the orbit of Europa, but still lay far enough away from that icy moon for the crew aboard the Vision to feel few worries. They might also be puzzled by the 23 missiles currently being fired out beyond Europa. "Do you need any more?" asked Brigitte.
"I'll let you know,"
Saul replied as he counted down the seconds. A block of coded data fell into his mind as the first of the missiles crossed the beam of the laser that was pointed back towards Earth. Then, in quick succession, the other 22 followed. Into the comparison programs he now added data about his own course, the firing of those missiles, about an attack through telescope imagery, psychotic episodes in tactical crew, and the likely cut in the flow of telescope imagery to Earth. As he worked at the code, he was reminded of how just a few spoken words had given him access to Salem Smith's encryption when he first boarded Argus, but this was proving very much quicker. The cut in the flow of image data gave him his first foothold, because he could identify portions of what had been sent before as image data. His next foothold was a message, which by its overall pattern and timing obviously related to that same data. And after that, the coding they were using unraveled like a rotten net.
"No more needed for the moment,"
he informed Brigitte, firing up the traveler engine and swinging back in now, aware that the Vision had closed down its telescopes and would be, for a while at least, all but blind to his sudden course change and acceleration. Half a gravity spun his chair around in its gimbals and put a boot on him. As his ship now sped towards the Vision, he continued to work the code, telescope arrays still focused out beyond Europa. He wanted to know exactly when the Vision ceased to be blind, and he wanted to know what orders it would then receive from Earth. Meanwhile, he also checked on the readiness of everything internal, since he needed to build up velocity, and it would be an hour yet before he could begin his true attack. The Rhine drive was ready, the recent accelerations only minimally distorting the ring of the vortex generator. The Mach effect drive, now always partially engaged, worked to stabilize the ship's skeleton, while the Traveler engine had eaten up just 10% of its new supply of fuel, and the Zaberhagen's weapons could not be more ready. The only injury reported was a broken finger in the Arboretum, where a man had ignored Larocque's injunction for everyone to stay secured, and had caught his hand in an unsprung door that slammed shut during the last course change. Checking further on the human population, Saul found he could not locate Var through any of the cams, but from previous footage knew she was in her mobile overseer's office, where Langstrom had recently visited her. Maybe she was confessing her sins and being arrested. Saul found it difficult to find any kind of emotional reaction to that thought. Meanwhile, the prospective rebels had gathered together in a single accommodation unit, then abruptly gone off the radar, by doubtless traveling through the cam black spots, which Saul had provided, out towards the old station ring. At the same time, still attached to the armor just 20 meters away from Saul himself, their bomb continued its countdown. He considered at that moment sending robots to locate and kill them all, but that could be done if his primary plan, involving his minimal interference and subtle manipulation, failed. No, leave them to it, and allow them to die from their own stupidity. There were new flickers now off the faces of flakes of methane ice, so it seemed that communications from Earth were sent by the same sort of laser, but using different encryption. 1 hour passed, and soon Saul was perfectly positioned to pick up the laser reflections from the hull of the Vision itself. He played with the code, found the inversions, and sketched the shape of the mind behind it, the mind that had taken the first code and changed it, and he managed to crack it in just 34 seconds. It was laughably easy, and Saul was banishing a human feeling of superior contempt from his mind, when reality caught up and sank its teeth into him. The Vision had received a reply to the concerns of its captain. The Fist and the Command were on their way, and since they were traveling within spitting distance of the speed of light, they would be following not far behind the message itself. Earth.
"You are certain these are clear?"
asked Admiral Bartholomew, once he saw that the visual feed from the Vision had been restored.
"They are clear,"
confirmed the comm-lifer, Christopher Shivers. Apparently the man was the most trustworthy of them all, having never tried to rebel openly, or even to kill himself during his conditioning. But Bartholomew did not like to put too much trust in someone who obeyed only on pain of pain. He put the image feed on hold, since everything coming through was, of course, old, and would probably be irrelevant by the time they arrived out there.
"He used a visual cortex reprogramming technique rather cleverly combined with a self-assembling worm,"
Shivers added.
"It's possible he might try something else, but so long as all this sort of data is routed through me, there will be no more deaths like those that occurred aboard the Vision."
That incident had been quite horrible. 2 of the 4-person tactical team on duty at the time had dropped into some kind of coma. Another had acquired himself a Kalashtek and opened fire on other crew members, killing 2 and injuring 8 before being brought down by a disabler, while the 4th member had been found sitting at his console, having used his ceramic dinner fork to gouge out his own eyes. Here the effect had not been as bad. The 2 people assessing the images and data had turned on each other, but managed to do little damage before being grabbed and restrained by ship's security officers. Bartholomew shuddered, considering how other tasks had kept him from his usual visit to tactical to inspect the same images. He glanced round at his command crew, all busily at work on the final diagnostic runs and checks. He clicked a screen tab for the latest updates from the medics aboard the Command and the Fist, and was relieved to see that no instances of the scour had yet been reported. Then he again addressed his comm-lifer.
"So, since we destroyed that satellite, Saul has no access to data from Earth apart from anything he can pick up with his telescopes, which will therefore be already out of date," he said. "Not unless he's found another way around causality,"
Shivers replied. An image up in the corner of the big curved screen facing Bartholomew's chair showed the construction station rapidly receding. Presently both the Fist and the Command were under fusion drive, putting themselves between the brightness of Earth and distant Jupiter, and both using a shielding technique that had hidden the station in which the Scourge had been built. Coherent projection of whatever lay behind it towards any eyes that might be looking. In this case, some pink eyes, out in orbit of the gas giant Jupiter itself. Alan Saul would not know that the message to the Vision, which he had certainly intercepted, after so quickly cracking their communications, had in fact been a lie, and that Bartholomew's 2 ships were not yet on their way out and would not be underway for half an hour.
"Let's hope this has worked," he said. The Vision was blind and in danger," Shivers replied. "Even though targeting remained available for its warp missile, it could not use it because Saul was approaching on conventional drive, and the impact would have completely destroyed his ship. The Vision's choices were then either to fight or to move. If it had fought, it would have lost. Due to Saul's approach velocity, it could only have used its Alcubierre drive to move, and in that case there was a chance that Saul would have run, and then, especially with the warp missile balancing delay, we would have lost him."
"I am aware of that," said Bartholomew.
"The assessment of our tactical team," Shivers lectured him, or rather those of them not presently in medical, "was that upon intercepting that message he will run, whereupon the Vision can use its warp missile and the plan can continue as before. My own assessment is the same, even though he's obviously decided to become a bit more proactive. He'll see no benefit in hanging around to face us."
"Let's hope they're right." "We won't know until we're there," Shivers replied. Bartholomew nodded to himself. By the time any data from the Vision regarding how things had transpired out there reached the Command and the Fist, they would already be under drive and unable to receive it. The Admiral again considered the possibility of dropping the Command out of Alcubierre drive in order to receive that data. And he finally made his decision. Yes, he would. In tactical terms, it was not such a great idea to divide one's forces. But if Saul had managed to escape the trap laid for him, they needed to know, for there was a remote chance, depending on whatever route Saul took out of the solar system, of the Command being able to use its own warp missile to stop him. Bartholomew issued his orders, then opened a channel to Captain Erlon aboard the Fist to keep him apprised.
"The disabling shot from the Vision should at least take me out of the balancing delay time," said Erlon, tugging at the thick collar of a gel tank acceleration suit. "I'll make final approach through the Jovian system on fusion, and if he manages to get his drive functioning before I'm on him, I should be able to knock him out again."
"You'll make sure it's an accurate shot," said Bartholomew.
Erlon, who was a morose-looking individual with a large, straggly beard, pale, sick-looking skin, and some sort of gang tattoo on his temple, nodded gravely and said,
"None of us can afford to miss."
The essence of their tactical problem was that Saul could run at any time, and the only way of stopping him was with a warp missile. And they had only 4 of them. The Fist had 2, and the Vision and the Command had 1 each. While the vector calculations made before firing these missiles would be very accurate, and little could change their course once they were fired, the distances involved were huge, and the margin for error minimal. Including the acquisition of further tactical data, this was the main reason Bartholomew had ordered the Vision to move in closer to Saul's vessel. Out of pride, Bartholomew did not want that first critical shot to miss, and beyond that he was aware of what would happen to him if Saul escaped, which was precisely what Erlon meant.
23 minutes to go,"
said Bartholomew, feeling his stomach tightening. Within a day, perhaps 2, they would either have succeeded or would be contemplating whether or not it was worth returning to Earth. Argus. Var eased her grip on the stanchion and glanced out the windows of the Overseer's office, but received no clue there about their sudden recent course change.
"Lorok tells me he's taking us towards that ship over Europa."
Langstrom shook his head.
"But I've not had warnings to prepare for any kind of battle."
"Don't you think we should deal with those concerns that we can deal with?" Var suggested. He nodded doubtfully and continued.
"The 2 in the accommodation below Tech Central moved over to join the others."
He glanced at Var.
"Probably because of this alleged bomb. Just a short while ago, however, they all trooped out and disappeared into the nearest cam black spot."
"We need to act," Var asserted.
But you have no real evidence of any of this, and you continue being evasive about how you obtained this information. It needs to be verified. You also say that he already knows about this plot, so he certainly knows all about the bomb, too.
He'll probably let it blow, but not be there himself when it happens, said Va, not really sure of her own reasoning. Either that, or he's disarmed it.
So why am I here? The police commander asked. You've given me nothing I can act on, and it seems to me that if what you're telling me is true, he probably has something already planned for them.
He gestured towards the mosaic of mugshots displayed on the screen.
As he stated, we have to look after ourselves, but he'll react to any direct danger to the ship or himself. Perhaps you can explain your part in this, sister of Alan Saul.
Our owner.
Va studied the police commander for a long moment, with a sinking sensation in her stomach. She felt sure she'd lost him now, but she had to try.
The question that has to be asked is what will be the extent of his reaction to this, she replied, still unsure of herself, but determined to do something. Hannah Neumann once told me that her greatest fear is that Alan will tire of having to fit all his plans about the needs of the human population aboard this ship. Aboard his ship. We all know that he's entirely capable of running it now without us. I've known from the moment I stepped aboard that, though I was appointed overseer of the rebuild, my position's been completely superfluous. The implants that enable us to control robots and mentally access the ship's systems were an apparent effort to raise us above our uselessness to him. And what's been the result of that? Combined robot and human teams are less efficient than the new robots he's created. And now chipped rebels are seeking to kill him.
The extent of his reaction, you said?
Langstrom prompted. He might just be searching for a reason to be rid of us altogether, said Va, studying the man's expression. And this attack on him could provide it. He could turn his robots on us in an instant, and then be free of the encumbrance we represent. She paused to collect her thoughts. I don't think he will do that, though I think we'll all be heading soon for the meat locker, and whether we wake up again after that sleep is debatable.
I'm still not sure what you want me to do, said Langstrom.
We stop it, Va replied, searching for some way to couch things for Langstrom, a man who had probably stuck her brother high on a pedestal. As I see it, he's given us power over our own affairs, and we must therefore take responsibility. I think his recent actions indicate that he wants us to take responsibility, that he demands us to do so, and that if we don't, he'll simply finish with us.
Second-guessing the mind of a god, reflected Va, trying to keep the sneer off her face.
He'll have something in place to deal with the threat, she continued. Of course he will, but if he's forced to use it, then he'll see us all as useless as he has already supposed. We must act.
So what now? Asked Langstrom, folding his arms, still reserving judgment.
The bomb first, said Va.
He acknowledged that with a nod. I suppose I could do something there.
You must. What have you got to lose?
Langstrom watched her warily for a moment, then reached up to touch his phone. Coulson, on disposal 1, over to the owner's sanctum. I have an unconfirmed statement that someone might have planted a copperhead armor-piercing bomb against the outer wall. I want you to run a full search report back. After a pause, as he listened to the reply, he calmly continued. Yes, maybe he does know about it, but you still do the search, and you still disarm anything you find there. Is that understood? After another pause. Yes, right now. Langstrom lowered his fingers from the phone. Va wasn't sure if she was relieved that things were now in motion. She couldn't help but feel that the police commander was only humoring her because she was Alan's sister. Too many assumptions. If they do find something, we'll have some physical evidence to act on, he conceded. And in that moment she knew she had lost him. Even if he believed her, he thought there was no reason to do anything about it. Langstrom trusted too much in Saul, and therefore did not follow her reasoning, did not see her brother's arrogance and contempt for humanity. We should head to the outer ring, she declared. We'll need some of your men. You have no indication of where he's supposedly concealed his backups out there, he stated. None at all, but they are supposedly guarded by a spider gun, she replied, pulling herself down to sit at a console, before sliding across the overseer's office manual control. We won't be able to trace that spider gun, especially if he's trying to keep these backups hidden. He paused, frowning, as the mobile building lurched into motion. Then he just gave a shrug. However, these chipped rebels of yours are still dark, which means if they are moving around out there, they're moving through camp black spots. They're just two places.
Attention all personnel,
Saul suddenly announced over the PA system.
I have evidence that the 2 remaining Earth warships are currently on their way out towards us. We will therefore be undergoing severe acceleration, so adhere to fusion drive safety protocols for the moment.
Var wavered for a second, then instructed her overseer's office to lock itself down, watching through the windows as it clamped its claws about nearby protuberances before dropping to press the gecko pads on its belly against the metal below. Langstrom could not hide his relief, but they would not be going anywhere for a while. Var suppressed her frustration and contented herself with the knowledge that the chipped rebels would similarly be hindered, and if caught away from some place of safety during the coming acceleration, some of them might be hindered dead. It then occurred to her to wonder why the ship was undergoing such acceleration rather than immediately engaging the Rhine drive. It seemed a pointless thing to do because surely once the Rhine drive engaged, they were safe until it cut out again, probably deep in interstellar space and far away from Earth and its concerns. Saul noted a bomb disposal team had been ordered to head towards his sanctum, and despite his warning, were still following their orders. They weren't to know that the device Langstrom had dispatched them to find wasn't really a problem. Saul knew because he'd seen it being made, so he spoke to their leader directly.
Coulson, get yourself and your men back into some acceleration chairs.
The man addressed looked up at the nearest cam in the suiting room.
Commander Langstrom's ordered me to search for a copperhead explosive on the outer wall of your sanctum.
And I'm ordering you to stand down. Langstrom is mistaken. There is no explosive.
Coulson and the rest looked relieved, as they quickly headed out of the suiting room and back the way they'd come. Saul pondered for a microsecond the fact that while he had decided to leave the humans here to look after themselves, he had interfered, yet again. Then he focused on other concerns. If he had engaged the Rhine drive immediately, it would be knocked out before his ship built up enough real space momentum to carry him to the Vision. He needed to be closer, and his velocity needed to be higher. By now, the crew of the Vision had probably found some way to work around their blindness. Therefore, he needed to take some risks. He mentally slid into the controls of the Traveler engine while announcing, "Prepare for further acceleration." In the engine, he overrode safeties. He put back online 2 combustors that automatics had shut down, ramped up everything as high as possible without regard for the dirty radioactive wake he would leave. With a huge rumble, the ship shuddered and accelerated, its drive flames sputtering like a gas torch running out of oxygen, a red line of radioactive tritium sketching out behind the ship. Acceleration increased, climbed steadily to 1 gravity and then beyond. The whole ship's structure was protesting, but still, it wasn't enough. Next risk. Without notifying the proctors, Saul ramped up the Mach effect drive, further stabilizing the ship's structure and increasing its acceleration. There was a danger now that the crew of the Vision would spot the disparity between actual acceleration and what the Traveler engine was capable of. But the Mach effect was a card he needed to play now. Hands gripping the arms of his chair, he waited 10 minutes, 20, as velocity began approaching what he required, and the distance between the 2 ships rapidly diminished. Time. Now.
Prepare for possible impact,
he announced, knowing that most people were already prepared, and showing that he still cared enough to deliver the extra warning. The proctors and the robots they controlled were the most vulnerable now, and he waited just 30 seconds until certain they were all locked down in their respective sectors, located around the ship's skeleton. During a final pause, he ascertained that everything within his purview was as it should be, as the ship strained all around him, centered now on Europa and on the Vision.
"Engaging Rhine drive,"
he then announced. The colors changed. Jupiter shifted through the spectrum until it glowed a fluorescent orange, its red spot glaring like a ruby held up to the sun. The ship itself seemed to be trying to fold itself in towards some center point, and then the stars went out. Saul counted down microseconds. Then, when the entire ship crashed and the warp went out, he felt a momentary satisfaction at this proof of a weapon that could knock out the Alcubierre warp, and chagrin because he had not divined the nature of that weapon. As an old expression went, he'd been unable to see the wood for the trees. Of course, a warp missile. Then a blast wave slammed into the ship, peeling away hull plates so the glare of atomic fire could peek inside. And as he lost over 60% of his system, he added the thought, and one carrying an atomic warhead. Chapter 14. Backup. The idea of backing up a human mind as you would back up one of the drives on a computer or any other data has been with us from the days of recording to magnetic tape. However, in essence, we have been backing up our minds ever since the first cavemen cut notches in sticks as a memory aid. Cave paintings with a human mind, rendered in vegetable dyes. Cuneiform expressed it in clay. And books are even closer representations of the thought processes of those who wrote them. But of course, none of these is an exact copy of a human mind, but just small parts of it. We are, in essence, information, and every piece of information from our mind that we record is part of our mind. Thus it can be seen that the only drawback of such a backup technology for the whole of a human mind is the exactitude of that recording. It is certain, for example, that no computer storage could possibly copy all the chemical and quantum atomic processes within the human brain. So any type of copy made could never be exact. However, a human being is never the same from moment to moment, since we are all in a state of perpetual flux. So the copying process could be seen as just part of that flux. The only reason for reluctance to accept this technology as a real possibility stems from religious thinking about a human soul, combined with the contrary belief in the finality of death. Argus. They left Jean-Pierre strapped against one of the stanchions of the cageway. Most of them were bruised. One of them was supporting a broken arm after that last massive acceleration. Jean-Pierre had been unlucky, slamming headfirst into a wall and his neck snapping, dead before any of them could reach him.
But he still lives,
Gort opined, referring to his backup. The lack of enthusiastic response from the rest told Alex that, though they accepted their potential immortality on an intellectual level, the fact of physical death was not so easy to step around. Maybe some of them were having second thoughts. The Rhine drive engaged just minutes before they reached the weapons cache, then disengaged just a moment later. The ensuing blast added to their bruises and caused 2 further broken bones, one a finger and the other in Gort's foot. The idea of mortality became of even greater concern as their suits notified them of radiation levels and how they were way beyond safe limits.
"Not much data available,"
said Gort, grimacing in pain.
"Seems the vision hit us with a nuclear warhead, and that has taken us out of drive."
"Lucky shot," Marcin added. Alex said nothing, though he felt that it had to have been more than a lucky shot to hit them with an atomic warhead. Since they were probably moving at a good portion of the speed of light, it had to have been a practically miraculous shot. As they reached their weapons cache, which had been inserted in a 3-meter-thick composite blast wall, 4 meters out from another wall of iron-hard asteroidal ice, both of which were part of the elaborate armoring around the vortex generator, he waited for one of them to state the obvious. "Look," said Marcin as 2 of the others towed the crates out of concealment. "If we do this now, we'll probably just be handing ourselves over to Serene Galahad. We need to wait until we're out of the solar system and safe."
Gort shook his head. "You seem to put too much faith in the abilities of one man, so perhaps you're starting to believe in his mythological status."
He turned and gazed at the ring of faces gathered around him.
"Whether Alan Saul is alive or not makes little difference to our chances of survival. We can control the robots, we can control this ship, and we can achieve as much as he ever could."
Alex wondered just when Gort had slid from being merely a rebel into being a delusional rebel. Nay, even a rebel possessing delusions of grandeur. By all means dismiss mythology and anything based on faith, but facts should never be ignored. Saul was way beyond each and every one of them, and probably beyond all of them combined. "What about the Proctors?" someone piped up. Alex gazed at the woman who'd spoken, the same one who'd first escorted him into that meeting in Arcoplex 1. She was only considering this now. He studied the rest of his fellows and realized that being mentally hooked into computers, also able to control robots and knowing you were practically immortal was no cure for naivety. Perhaps in reality it worsened such a condition. Perhaps the feelings of godlike power had led to a supreme arrogance, and the people around him found it difficult to accept that some things were still outside their control, that some things lay beyond their abilities, and that there was someone who could crush them like a bug under heel. Gort opened the crate and began distributing the weapons.
"We have to do this now, else we'll probably never get a chance later," he said.
Perhaps delusional was too mild a description. Alex received his weapon, along with the 2 grenades he himself had made, which he hooked onto his belt. Like the rest of them, he checked the action of his Galactic, inspected the ammo clip, and received further ammo to drop into a belt pouch. As he did so, he nodded to himself with a feeling of deep sadness. They'd been given every opportunity to see the error of their ways, and yet they were stubbornly persisting with their silly plan. He considered what a coincidence it appeared that he should have ended up in the work team of the leader of these rebels. And though he believed in coincidence, he knew enough to recognize when it wasn't there.
"So I am precisely where you want me,"
he said, voicelessly, speaking to none of those around him. Just into the system. The reply was instant, perhaps because his message had been expected.
"I wondered when you would figure it out,"
replied Alan Saul.
"They just don't understand how much you can see, do they?"
"But you do, Alex,"
Saul replied.
"Now why is that?"
"Because I knew myself to be a simple creature programmed like a machine. And I know myself to be a simple creature now. I just looked at the odds."
"Never underestimate yourself. Your own self-knowledge has led you to understand that the simple answer, as Occam tells us, is often the right one. You do not overestimate your strengths, nor do you underestimate your enemies. You know where the greatest dangers lie, and how best to choose your allies."
Gort was leading the way now, between the blast wall and a wall of ice, the others trooping dutifully after him. Now set on their course, they could only murmur weak protests and ask the questions they should have asked long ago. Were all humans programmed thus for self-destruction? Alex wondered.
"What do you want me to do?"
he asked.
"What you must,"
Saul replied, whereupon Alex knew the conversation had ended. The owner had other concerns. The survival of his ship, countering the forces of Earth arrayed against him, perhaps the contemplation of his route into future centuries or millennia. The chipped rebels were a small matter, and one he had countered with minimal effort, almost an autonomous one, simply by inserting Alex in place like an extra number in a formula. Still feeling sad, Alex raised his Kalashtek and opened fire, the shot hitting Marcin in the back of the neck and tumbling him forward into the midst of the rest. Next, emptying his weapon's 50-round clip, Alex sprayed the entire area ahead of him, pieces of suit, flesh, glittering clouds of ice and ejections of vapor filling the area, bodies tumbling and screams coming over their scrambled channels. In his mind, the list of those ahead of him shortened, as the channels to each began winking out. Calmly striding forwards, he discarded the empty clip and inserted a new one, clicking his weapon down to 3-shot bursts as the vapor dispersed and the ice swirled like snow. Wherever he spotted movement, he fired, further channels winking out. He pushed aside a floating body with the barrel of his weapon, saw shots slamming into it from someone crouching ahead. Then he carefully aimed and fired, toppling the same crouching figure. Blood specks stuck to his visor, their moisture evaporating, and the remainder flaking away from the frictionless glass. 7 channels remained open. He could hear Gort shouting questions half in language and half in computer code, and the reply simply, "Alex is killing us."
"Traitor!"
Gort spat, the word intended for Alex's ears only. Alex stepped over bodies, shouldered aside someone who was still moving weakly, visor covered with blood and vapor jetting from holes too numerous to be stopped by breech resin. 2 further steps forward, he grabbed another who was plainly dead, intestines trailing from a split in the lower torso, and already drying like biltong in vacuum, then stepped aside, holding the corpse as a shield, and crouched. As expected, bullets picked up and flung about the mess all around him. But the survivors were aiming too high. Alex poked his assault rifle past the corpse, located 3 figures, and fired. One of them skidded back into another, while the third flew up from the floor, somersaulting backwards and spewing vapor and blood. One figure now hauled up a dying companion who took the impact of the next shots that Alex fired, before launching himself sideways and disappearing from view. Alex paused, seeing that now only 5 channels remained open. Clicking his weapon down to single shots, he walked back again, pressing the barrel to the wearer's neck below any visor behind which there still seemed signs of life, before pulling the trigger. Within 30 seconds, just 1 channel remained open. Seeing who it was, Alex reflected on the inevitability that seemed part of the narrative of his life.
"I'm no traitor,"
he explained as he collected up ammo clips and an extra weapon before turning again to set off.
"I'm a realist."
"He's still going to die,"
Gort replied.
"That copper head is still attached to his sanctum."
"Naive of you," said Alex, since though the detonator was in perfect working order, and had doubtless been checked by one or other of the chipped, Alex had rendered the explosive itself inert, which was rather more difficult for anyone to check.
"Bastard,"
said Gort.
"Factually correct,"
Alex replied.
"and I'm still going to kill you."
He paused for a moment to consider how short-lived had been his distaste for any occupation involving guns and blood, and then moved on. It was a disabling shot, leaving the Rhine drive down, large areas of the ship beyond Saul's reach, over 50% of his robots now on autonomous function, the weapons out of his control, many external sensors down, and Arcoplex 2 emergency braking because of damage to the outer bearing end cap. But the Traveler engine was still firing. The Mach effect, after a momentary stutter, ramped back up to power, and the Vision, though its own vortex generator was building up power, would not be able to flee for half an hour, and because of the initial acceleration and present velocity, it still lay within reach. However, if the message that ship had received earlier was true, the other 2 ships could be arriving at any moment. As he inspected this damage, Saul felt anxiety bite. Yes, Judd had been right about the weapon the Vision had possessed, and certainly Saul was making the correct tactical response. But the reality was that his drive was down and would be inoperable for some time yet. If those other ships now arrived, he would be at an extreme disadvantage. The harsh reality was that no matter how correctly he responded, he was back in a fight for survival that he could easily lose. Saul rapidly began rerouting around burned-out parts of the system, in many places inserting robots as communications relays, shutting down damaged computers and bringing backups online, running diagnostics and rebooting further computers. Gradually, the ship's system rose to 70% efficiency, and once again able to access certain parts of it, Saul quickly shut down the Mach effect drive, since now it was no longer needed, and those aboard Vision still might not have even noted the acceleration disparity and reported it. Next, he shut down the Traveler engine and coasted on towards Europa, but still traveling faster than a railgun slug. Still rebooting and repairing, he noted with annoyance that the damage was such that control of the ship's weapons lay beyond his reach, at least for the moment. Still, there was no sign of the Fist and the command arriving, and as the minutes slid by, he began to hope that the message the Vision had received had really been intended for him, a bluff.
"Brigitte, do you have targeting?"
he asked, calmer now, realizing that very little could change what would happen next. The Zaberhagen twin continued studying her screens and tapping away frantically at a console. "I have partial, but we'll need a 10-degree lateral shift of the ship's pole to deploy the plasma cannon," she replied. "I've lost some of the hydraulics, and the cannon steering rack is damaged."
"No need,"
Saul replied, already dispatching a conjoining of 6 of his new robots to make repairs.
I want you to use railguns only, since, as I told you before, it's not a good idea to apprise the enemy of everything we've got."
"If you say so. You are the great military tactician."
Saul felt no irritation at this outburst of human pique. He was beyond that now. Wasn't he? "Calculate with whatever targeting you have, on a minimum of 5 direct hits," he instructed, "and then fire when ready."
Within the system, he watched her make the calculations, even as he regained the ability to take control there himself. He felt she was overdoing it a bit by firing 25 missiles from the 2 railguns, but decided it politic not to correct her error. The Vision was now under fusion drive and moving away from Europa, partially silhouetted against its cracked and icy face. Saul watched the 2 railguns turning, their noses still protruding from their ports but back ends swinging round, driven by hydraulic rams along their curved and toothed steering racks. The first missiles slid into the breaches, belt-fed like ancient machine guns, and a minute later a sudden power drain dimmed lights throughout the ship, and it seemed to heave like some beast hoisting a burden. The missiles spat out, invisible to the naked eye at their acceleration, targeting hydraulics correcting minimally to give a suitable spread. 20 more minutes passed without reinforcements arriving for the Vision. Then, as more exterior sensors came online, Saul detected another warp hurtle in and then shut down within the Jovian moon system. He inspected this data with skin prickling and his stomach sinking. The Fist had just arrived, immediately going over to fusion drive to bring it in system. This tardy arrival confirmed the lie that had been told about the departure of the same ship from Earth. But it was here, and Saul had no Rhine drive to take him away. He should have run when Galahad fired on them from the sun. He should not have been so damned sure of his calculations. He then tried to be optimistic about the fact that it had arrived alone, and thus speculated on his chances of being lucky, and that the command had suffered a malfunction. Perhaps there was still hope. Then he watched as the first railgun missile hit the Vision. It struck just ahead of the fusion drive, biting a chunk out of the hull and spewing fire and wreckage beyond. The Vision's fusion flame sputtered and went out. The next missile struck just tens of meters from the first, caused an explosion inside which left the engine section of the ship hanging off at an angle, tethered by just a few twisted I-beams. The next blow was a glancing one upon the exposed ring of the Vision's vortex generator, peeling up some of the armor there, before the missile disintegrated in a line of plasma. For a moment, Saul thought it had proved ineffective, but the massive coils of the power system of the vortex generator must have been damaged. A silver fumarole flashed out from the ship as Mercury, traveling at near relativistic speeds, exploded tangentially from the point of damage, and within a microsecond was spearing out even beyond Saul's ship. A fraction of a second later, the vortex ring dissolved like some high-speed fuse, and a disk of fire expanded outwards from it. It was enough, Saul felt. The Vision was no longer a danger to him. However, true to Brigitte's calculations, 4th, 5th, and 6th missiles slammed into the remaining hull of the stricken ship, one taking off its nose, and the other 2 hammering dead center and cutting it in half. Saul watched the drifting wreckage, oxygen fires burning inside until they exhausted, people tumbling through vacuum, some suited and perhaps still alive until their air ran out. He watched other railgun missiles impacting on the face of Europa, their bright explosions throwing out plumes of ice crystals and creating circular rainbows. And he understood why he felt such regret and pity now, when they had never been part of him before. He understood that, in becoming what he had become, often he was more human. Then he erased that emotion, aimed his ship so as to swing about Europa and go in towards Jupiter, as he coldly calculated how he might similarly destroy the Fist, and tried to discount the fact that this might not be possible at all. Scourge shuttle. Clay felt sick, which might equally have been due to the dose of radiation he'd received aboard the Scourge, or to his other injuries, but which he felt sure was due to a growing fatalistic acceptance that he was just not going to survive. He'd watched those two massive ships set out. He'd seen the huge amount of work that had gone into rebuilding the Traveller construction station. And he began accepting that Serene Galahad's grip upon Earth was tighter even than Alessandro Messina's. He felt as if he was feeding himself into the maw of some immense mincing machine. The shuttle jerked, shuddered, and a series of metallic clonks sounded from the rear. "That's it, we've docked," said Trove, glancing at him expressionlessly. Clay reached over to the console and picked up a laptop. The man Calder, whom Serene had put in charge up here, had already given him the transmission frequencies and various antennae to aim the microwave transmissions. All Clay had to do was insert his personal security code into the program currently open, hit transmit, and the Scourge would begin transmitting the gene bank data. 3 of the receivers were positioned on Earth, and 2 were aboard this same station, but none by its location gave any indication of where Galahad herself might be. Clay felt that Skotonis had made a long-odds gamble on locating her, and had reckoned that he wouldn't. In the end, the captain would hurl his ship down towards Earth at the most likely location, Italy, and the way Clay felt at the moment, he was sure Galahad wouldn't be there. Afterwards, despite having brought the gene bank data back to Earth, he would be found guilty of helping Skotonis to annihilate an entire country. And then Galahad would have justification in exacting the most vicious vengeance available, probably live on ETV. Another clonk sounded from behind, followed by a ratcheting noise.
"That's the airlock tube in place."
Trove studied her instruments.
"We're good to go now."
Clay hung the laptop on his belt, then reached over and took up another item on the console, a sidearm with a gecko pad stuck on its grip. He studied it for a moment, then pressed the weapon down against his stomach, the gecko pad adhering it in place. It was futile, of course, for him to think he could defend himself with this, but at least, with it in easy reach, he had a chance of avoiding falling into Galahad's hands. He hoped, if and when it came to it, he would be quick enough and brave enough to put the barrel to his head and pull the trigger. Trove stood up, slinging the strap of a Kalashtek over her shoulder. They'd already discussed what to do once they left the shuttle, and she had decided against taking her own life if it seemed likely they would fall into Galahad's hands. She intended to force someone else to do that job.
"Let's go,"
she said. Clay waited until she'd left him room by moving out of the cockpit. Then he followed her. Though he had huge reservations, there was nothing for it now but to go through with this, since Skotonis had given them no other options. His stomach tightening and the sick feeling suddenly dissipating, he watched Trove tow herself down into the airlock, check the pressure console, then open the outer door and pass through. He pulled himself through behind her into a wide octagonal airlock tube, with windows in what appeared to him to be the floor, giving glimpses of various interstation shuttles in their docking cradles, with similar airlock tubes attached.
"You go first," said Trove. "You're the hero of the hour."
Apparently, according to Calder, they were to be featured live on ETV, whereupon the ratification of their full pardon by the delegates of Earth would be broadcast. This would be followed by a communication from Serene Galahad herself. Clay felt a momentary resurgence of his optimism about that. Maybe Skotonis would somehow be able to locate where she was broadcasting from, and drop his ship on her. Next, in the ensuing chaos, Clay could tell this Calder about how Skotonis had forced them, under the threat of railguns, to approach the station without telling anyone the captain was still alive, and in control of the Scourge. Then Clay could top that off by revealing the true source of the scour. He moved ahead of Trove, patting a hand against his laptop, and came to another airlock door, where he first checked the pressure reading. After a moment he noted an orientation arrow, and walked up the apparent wall to stand horizontal to his previous orientation, before palming the door control. It thumped up on seals and slid aside, the pressure differential gusting a breeze into his face, redolent of machine oil and some slight hint of a familiar perfume. Clay passed on through into a bay area swarming with people. On either side of him, rows of security personnel with shouldered Kalashteks stood stiffly to attention. Other security personnel were positioned at critical points all over, sharpshooters covering various sectors of the bay, and guards at each of the doors. So all this was for him, and for the data he was bringing. Clay felt hope dangerously stir inside him. "Shit!" exclaimed Trove. Clay straightened up and stepped forwards, noting 2 large floating cams directly ahead, and others scattered about the immediate vicinity, some of them plain, but some definitely bearing the letters ETV on their cowlings. He glanced to one side and saw a screen displaying his arrival, and he could just about hear the familiar voice of an ETV commentator. As he moved forwards, the picture abruptly changed to show an enormous conference room packed with self-important-looking people who had to be the delegates of Earth. Just maybe, he thought, I am going to survive this. Then the group of people beyond the honor guard suddenly parted, and the figure who'd been issuing instructions to them turned towards Clay, smiling as brightly and with as much falsity as a painted clown. He now realized Trove's exclamation had not been about the guard or the security, but that she had already recognized the woman ahead of them. Here stood Serene Galahad herself. "Welcome back, Clay Ruger," she said, striding forwards. Clay heard Trove cursing behind him, and glanced round to see she'd been grabbed by 2 of the honor guard, and was now being expertly disarmed. He swung back to confront that painted smile. "A live broadcast?" he asked, not really caring. "A 5-minute delay," said Galahad, "which is standard so the footage can be edited before broadcast." She paused, waved her hand dismissively. "Now, I'm compromising my safety by allowing it to be known that I am here, so I hope you will see the risk I am taking as a token of my sincerity." "Sure," he said. But suddenly he wasn't so sure at all. Maybe she did mean to pardon him and allow him to take his place again within Earth's administration. He felt a bubble of laughter in his chest. What a hilarious joke, but so utterly irrelevant now. She had compromised her own and everyone's safety here just perfectly. "Your pardon has been ratified by the delegates of Earth," she continued. "And now, for all our sakes and without delay, you must begin transmitting the gene bank data." Clay glanced down at the weapon secured to his stomach. All this security wasn't here for him, but for her, and if he reached for the gun, one of the sharpshooters would deal with him, doubtless maiming him, but definitely not killing him. But of course he no longer needed that weapon now. "I, of course, trust you implicitly," he said, reaching down slowly to unhook his laptop and opening it. He input his code and began the transmission. He held the laptop up to show her that the transmission had begun, then sent it spinning through the air away from him. Galahad turned to a woman behind her, who now checked something on a screen that one of 2 young blonde men was holding, before nodding a confirmation. Galahad turned to face him again, and now, with avidity and cruelty plain in her expression, he just could not help himself. He convulsed, choked, and burst into hysterical laughter. Argus. As she entered the meat locker behind Dr. Raymond and his assistant, Hannah noted how for over 20 hours she'd felt both scared and angry, but also that her treacherous friend, her panic attacks, had now gone into hiding. Admittedly, the drugs had reduced their impact hugely, but they were always waiting for an opportunity, waiting to leap out and provide fear when none was needed. She paused just inside the cryogenic complex and looked around. Nobody else was here, since all human personnel was still under lockdown, still strapped in chairs or on couches, with suits on and visors ready to be closed, tired of the terror twisting their bowels as they now just numbly waited. But for this, she too would have been as safe as possible in her apartment in Arcoplex 2. Shitty timing, she felt. But apparently the process could not, with cryogenic storage technology at its present development, be put on hold. Da Vinci would be, if all the readings were correct, waking up in the middle of a fucking war. Raymond and his assistant used the handholds fixed to the walls to navigate their course towards Da Vinci's cryogenic pod, which was now already protruding from the honeycomb wall, providing storage for all the other pods. Saul had given no warnings of imminent course changes, but they probably did not want to be caught in mid-transit across open space like this, should he suddenly decide to apply acceleration. All aboard were learning that lesson too, though Saul did always give warnings. Sometimes the interval between them and the need for action was only a short one, and they now realized that he deemed their personal safety very much secondary to that of his ship. Hannah, nevertheless, propelled herself directly from the airlock towards the pod, landed clumsily but managed to grab hold of one edge before she could be sent bouncing away, and had opened the bag she carried and taken out the VC suit even before the other two arrived.
"It would have been safer just staying inside here,"
Raymond grumbled while checking the pod's mini-screen, then hitting the latch control. "You know we can't allow that," said Hannah reproachfully.
"I know,"
Raymond agreed. The lid hinged open to reveal Da Vinci lying inside. His skin was bone white, and for a moment Hannah feared he wasn't breathing, until she discerned the infinitesimal rise and fall of his chest. Then, as Raymond and his assistant began removing the visible sensors, the man's eyes snapped open.
"Something wrong?"
he asked gummily. Raymond helped him sit upright and continued removing sensors. "There's nothing wrong with you," Hannah replied. "It worked." He gazed at her steadily, his eyes surprisingly clear considering that he'd been taking a cruise on the River Styx just 20 minutes earlier.
"Interesting," he stated. "I didn't think I would experience nightmares."
With the assistance of the other two, he climbed out of the pod and the final sensors were swiftly removed. Raymond handed him a flask, which Da Vinci opened and sucked on, rapidly gulping down a warm mixture of vitamins, electrolyte, and certain specially tailored drugs. When he had finished that, she handed him his VC suit. "So what kind of nightmares did you have?" Hannah asked. He waved a hand dismissively, took hold of the suit and began the laborious task of putting it on.
"Massive demons, folded up like asteroids and moving through darkness, and my terror of being crushed by them, and bodies floating about in vacuum."
He shook his head.
"All perfectly opposite, of course."
How true, Hannah felt, and how much closer to current reality than when he stepped into that cryopod. Were his nightmares just the usual mental clearing of detritus and sorting of the mental filing system? Or could something have been bleeding through from surrounding reality via the hardware in his skull? That was something she would have to check.
"So, did I miss anything?"
he asked, finally closing up his VC suit. "With nightmares like that," Hannah replied, "probably not." Right on cue, Saul addressed the entire ship through the PA system.
"Course change in 8 minutes. Full fusion thrust."
Then, just for the ears of those in the meat locker,
"Hannah, go and use the primary control center and medical bay at the end of the locker. It contains 8 acceleration chairs."
"What's going on?"
Da Vinci asked as they all at once began heading to the nearest end of the meat locker. "Your massive demons are ripping each other apart," Hannah replied. Jupiter wanted his ship, wanted to suck it down along with all the solar system debris it had swallowed over its billions of years. Saul reapplied the thrust of the Traveler engine to fling his ship into close orbit, vast plains of clouds sliding below and seemingly no curve to the horizon ahead. They were very close to the gas giant now. Too close, since its pull was interfering with the vortex generator, and the magnetic fields slinging the mercury around inside it were limited to sustaining its present speed, rather than increasing it to what was actually required. However, Saul now needed the speed, for upon spotting the command arrive outside the Jovian system, he had decided to change his target. The Fist was obviously the more heavily armed, heavily built, and it possessed more fusion drive potential. From studying images of it, Saul had also ascertained that it probably carried troops aboard, and unlike the command, was capable of limited atmosphere engagement, and even of landing on low-gravity worlds. Obviously, the designers had factored in the option of Saul's own ship crashing onto some solar system body, but still remaining functional enough to blow landing craft out of the sky. It was a big, powerful ship, then, and one to be completely avoided, if at all possible. His ship fell in an arc around Jupiter, still under drive from the Traveler engine, but with the Mach effect drive at its minimum, since there was now even more of a chance of his enemy detecting it. The increased density of gas here was heating the hull appreciably, with occasional flickers of incandescence running over it. Induction from Jupiter's magnetic field was increasing the power entering Casimir storage, while also blowing components with monotonous regularity. Saul could feel the structure straining all around him, and observed his knuckles whiten as he gripped the arms of his chair, just like everyone else aboard. Just like all the humans. He relaxed his grip, took a drink from his suit spigot, and considered for a moment some purely human concerns, such as how he'd not eaten solid food for over 150 hours. He then dismissed them, such physical needs he could deal with later, if he still had a living body to feed. Tense hours passed, and he noted some of the personnel moving about carefully, seeing to their own human requirements, emptying the urine packs of their suits, using toilets, finding something to eat. Fear was a limited, genetically programmed reaction impelling one to fight or flight, so it had no place in space warfare, where engagements could last for days, weeks, or even years. Perhaps this was something Saul could ponder on for the future, because he had no doubt whatsoever that the aggression humans had taken with them into space was not unique. If he had a future. Saul's next announcement sent those wandering about back to their acceleration chairs, for it was time to snap their gravitational tether to Jupiter. Using a combination of Mach effect, mostly to kill the gyroscopic effect of the vortex generator, and steering thrusters, he turned his ship, the combination of thrust and Jupiter's pull increasing to the point of blackout for some. This lasted for an hour. Then the slingshot snapped, and they were away, arcing out from Jupiter and on course to intercept the command, even while the Fist's course was taking it out of sight behind the gas giant. Saul cut the traveler engine, floated light against his straps, and made one slight correction with steering thrusters. Inevitably, with the amount of debris drifting in Jovian space, something slammed through the hull like a bullet going through a soda can. This object, massing at no more than 10 kilograms, turned partially to plasma on striking an inner lattice wall, and hosed the shell of Arcoplex 1 with fire. There were no injuries, and the structural damage was minimal, a result which couldn't last. He watched the moon, Lysithea, slide by far to one side, then adjusted his course slightly to an optimum to miss the numerous moonlets lying a further 10 million kilometers out. Measuring a slight downward fluctuation in the speed of its tangential approach in system, Saul calculated on the command having fired something in the region of 10 railgun missiles back towards him. Realizing that Saul was avoiding the Fist and was now pursuing the command, the commander of the latter ship had fired probing shots to drive him away from direct convergence, like light taps delivered by a boxer assessing an opponent. "Brigitte," Saul began. The Zaberhagen twin had just woken up from a long sleep in her acceleration chair, while her sister was still sleeping. Both of them had been using stimulants for some time, but had at last succumbed to the needs of their bodies. "What?" she asked blearily. "I'm taking control of your railguns," he replied. She just nodded numbly, and without surprise, as he usurped control. He needed greater than human accuracy now. Amalgamating in one mental program the Mach effect drive, steering thrusters, gyroscopic stability, astrogation data, and the infinitesimal changes to his ship's vector caused by railgun launches. He fired one shot every 3.6 seconds for just over a minute, adjusting his aim incrementally after each shot. 17 railgun missiles sped towards the command, each with a calculated impact probability of 23%, but only if it did not alter its course. He could manage no better than that due to the inaccuracies in targeting, and noted to himself how the steering racks of the railguns needed to be coated and microscopically polished, and some vernier adjustment added. After that, a nudge with a steering thruster took his ship to the periphery of the fusillade from the other ship. He did not want to stray any further away, since complete avoidance would defeat his purpose in coming out here in the first place. And the situation was such that he could not avoid both these ships until the Rhine drive was ready again. As the ships drew closer together, the command used one of its side burners to shift course abruptly to avoid the 17 approaching missiles. and from that action he was able to assess the capabilities of its detection gear. The command's instruments would be able to detect major Mac effect shifts in Saul's own ship, but whether the crew might be looking out for something like that was another matter entirely. Small shifts would not be noticed, which was handy now, as Saul reached the periphery of the fusillade coming back from the command. A small nudge with Mac effect and a brief flare of steering thrusters altered his course just so. The 2 railgun missiles that had been on target now dropped to 1. This struck 50 meters down from the top pole of the ship, punched through the hull, and sliced through most of the intervening structure before turning into an explosion of white-hot ceramic and molten steel as it peeled away part of the internal space dock and took off the back end of the Mars-format spaceplane. This resulting detritus, still having lost little of its momentum, traveled down parallel to the axis of the ship, through lattice walls, finally to blast out 40 meters to one side of the Traveler engine, leaving an impressive plume. With diagnostics and structural sensor data running straight into his extended mind, Saul noted just a small loss in the redundancy within structural integrity, some damage to the EM shield and Mac drive already being tended to by a Proctor and its herd of robots, and generally just a fractional loss in battle readiness. The 2 who'd been working in the spaceplane and who'd been using its acceleration chairs died too fast for their backups to register the moments of their deaths, turned into white-hot gas in less than a second. Their memory would be one of just sitting in acceleration chairs, and their next conscious experience would be either some interaction through the ship's system or waking up inside new clone bodies. Saul had yet to decide on which, but for the interim the backed-up copies of dead human minds were kept in a state of unconsciousness. "Further acceleration," he announced, firing up the Traveler engine for another course change, while also noting that only half its fresh fuel remained. The reaction followed just minutes after, as the command changed the orbital spiral of its course inward for better convergence. Those aboard it were now thinking that their single hit had been enough to dissuade him from his attack run, that he realized he was heading into a fight he could not win, and they were therefore moving to block him. He turned his ship again to take it up out of their plane, as if he wanted to head out and over them away from Jupiter, but also increasing orbital convergence. They moved to block again, firing their railguns back at him once more. Saul returned fire, but also fired ahead of both ships at a moonlet called Hermippe, knowing that the debris cloud would push the other ship even nearer to him. It would be a slugging match now, as their courses drew closer together, rather like ancient battleships pummeling each other. "Brigitte," he declared, "soon you'll get the chance to try out your new toy." "About damned time," she replied, before sipping from a flask of coffee. Angela was awake also now, and busy checking tactical data on her screen. Others were thoroughly aware of the situation too, Larocque studying Saul's battle plan and issuing instructions to those he had designated as fire control and who were now heading for EVA units. Squads of robots controlled by the Chipped were ready for quick deployment within the ship. Everyone now had their suits tightly closed up, and when not remaining strapped in their acceleration chairs, were ready with breach patches and welding gear. It was the best they could all do, Saul decided, but still many of them were going to die. The next strike peeled up hull metal at the equator of Saul's ship and glanced off the heavy armor around the vortex generator, blast walls absorbing the shot, and asteroidal ice turning instantly to searing steam. The vortex generator remained untouched, however, and there were no personnel in that area, since Alex was conducting his hunt close to 180 degrees further around that same ring. Saul still felt a moment of disquiet at that one strike, since without the abrupt Mac effect nudge, the missile might well have penetrated the armor and struck the vortex generator, which was even now slowly winding up to speed. Another strike went in above the Traveler engine, taking a chunk out of its support pillar. He deliberately induced a misfire, leaving the fusion drive sputtering and burning dirty before shutting it down. Robots ascended the pillar to make repairs, quickly slicing away wreckage and transporting up replacement beams. Meanwhile, the other ship decelerated to bring it closer. Doubtless its crew assumed he had lost the ability for massive course changes. Explosions lit the way ahead as Hermippe threw rubble and molten rock out into vacuum. The command fired side-burn fusion engines to avoid the debris and brought itself closer still. 2 hits on the command followed, one a glancing blow near the nose that slagged some kind of weapons turret, and the other one punching right through its main body, the burning gas throwing it into silhouette. Another hit on Saul's ship ensued, slicing in transversely and carving a molten trench through the side of Arcoplex 2. Breach alarms screamed there, and bulkhead doors slammed shut internally around the area as it bled air. Through one cam, Saul peered at a group of 4 people strapped to acceleration couches and gazing up in disbelief through their visors at the long hole above them, its glowing lips open to the rest of the ship. Another missile came in almost perfectly on target, its line of flight destined to take it straight through the center of the ship and just meters from where Saul himself sat. One Mac effect nudge threw it many meters to the side, where it smashed explosively into the inner bearing of the Arboretum. The whole bearing assembly then fragmented. The cylinder world's shaft at that end dislodged and swung 50 meters to one side. Chunks of ceramic flew in every direction, and the mercury content of the bearing spewed out in a glittering cloud. Saul registered 28 backups disconnected from their primary sources, 14 incinerated when a plume of plasma from the initial missile impact played over their accommodation unit. 12 of them vaporized inside the building in which the bearing was housed, along with one broken neck and one shattered skull in the Arboretum itself. Saul also noted that there had been 16 people in that accommodation unit, 2 of them yet to be chipped, and now having lost any chance of eternity. Enough. They were close enough now. "Brigitte," he said through gritted teeth. "Now." Chapter 15. The data saved us. That the gene bank samples and data were essential to save Earth's ecosystem was just another misconception on the part of Serene Galahad and her advisors. When seeds buried thousands of years ago could still germinate, when a single bacterium could multiply into billions in the time it takes to plant a tree, and when the exigencies of evolution could turn a mouse into the equivalent of an elephant or a tiger, Earth was not dying. Earth was sick, however. The disease was called man-swarm, and with the scour, Serene Galahad had administered the antibiotic, whilst her sprawl clearances were the salve applied to Earth's scabrous hide. But even if man-swarm had not been so reduced by her activities, the resource crash would have served the same ends as the scour, and Earth would have regenerated itself in time. This is a fact of biology, and not of blind optimism. Earth has seen numerous extinctions throughout its existence, and in every case that engine called life has never stopped. It was, in fact, a kind of arrogance to suppose that humans could be so supremely destructive. And even with that data, much of the life of our present time will still be little more than fossils in rock, 1 billion years hence. Earth. Serene stared at Ruger, as one of her security team disarmed him. Unlike Trove, he resisted not at all, just wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, and emitted a few further chuckles. Why was the man laughing? Elkin had confirmed, by a random sampling of the data stream, that the Scourge was indeed now transmitting the uncorrupted gene bank data. It would take maybe half an hour for the transmission to complete, and Ruger— she glanced at the laptop now gyrating in the air above one of her spider guns— had no way of stopping it if he decided things weren't going his way. Ruger had to realize it was all over for him now. Serene turned to Elkin and drew a finger across her throat. Elkin gave a signal, and all the lights blinked out on the floating cams, signifying the ETV transmission was ended. Serene felt the situation was now back within her control, and that she had some decisions to make. With the data in her hands, she could now, if she so wished, just recall her 3 ships. But she decided at that moment not to. Various experts had assured her that the gene bank data alone, though lacking the genetic codes in the full gamut of samples, would assure the future of Earth's biosphere. However, getting hold of those samples and capturing or killing Alan Saul and his rebels would be a huge bonus. "Bring them," she instructed Vaughn, gesturing towards Trove and Ruger. By now, all the Inspectorate staff aboard the station would be dead, and it was time to consolidate her position here. She would express some surprise upon learning about the full extent of the Scour deaths on board, then order Calder's arrest, and after some assessment of the remaining staff, put someone else in charge. After that, she would return to Earth, back to what she now knew to be her comfort zone. There put the finishing touches to her cover stories, execute Calder for unleashing the Scour here, then have a long talk with Ruger about his inappropriate humor.
"Mum,"
said Sack, now close to her side. "What?" she asked as the future opened out before her in her mind. She would indeed carry through her plan to turn the human race into something more manageable. She would continue demolishing unoccupied sprawls, restocking the oceans, begin establishing forests, jungles, and other ecosystems, and turn Earth back into the halcyon garden it had once been. With so much to do, she was anxious to be away from here and eager to get started.
"The screen,"
said Sack. Someone looked up and saw that the ETV talking heads had now been banished, and that Calder was gazing out from the screen. Everyone now swung round to watch.
"Oh, good," said Calder. "I have your attention."
Serene did not like his tone at all. She quickly scanned about. The bay was covered by her personnel. The dead Inspectorate staff they'd found here were neatly stacked away in a nearby storeroom. Sharpshooters covered the entire area, but were almost superfluous while her 3 spider guns were deployed.
"Your arrogance, Serene Galahad, is astounding," continued Calder. "Did you honestly think that with the resources and scientific personnel you put at my disposal, I could not work out what you did? Did you honestly think I would not find out that the biochips manufactured in your Aldebaran complex were the actual source of the Scour, and that you yourself controlled them?" Cold dread ran its claws up and down Serene's spine. She glanced at the expressions all around her, some puzzled and some doubtful, yet others suddenly attentive and turning towards her. They expected her to make a response. "And do you, Calder," she said, forcing a tired smile onto her lips, "honestly expect anyone to believe that?" She gestured to those gathered all around her. "Would I surround myself with staff who have all lost family to the Scour? No, I would not. I surround myself with these people because they are as dedicated as I am to exacting vengeance upon the mass murderer Alan Saul. And now you, in your pathetic and desperate attempt to usurp me, are scrabbling for some way to turn them against me." He was about to speak, but she quickly overrode him. "Do you also honestly think that, having such an option available, Messina and his committee would have expended such a wealth of resources on sectoring and on developing the Argus network?" "Oh, classic," said Ruger abruptly. "And yet none of it matters at all."
Then he burst out laughing again. "Shut him up," Serene snapped, and felt some degree of satisfaction when her order was instantly obeyed and a rifle butt connected with Ruger's head.
"Good try," said Calder. "Your lies may well have worked on those around you, but that's irrelevant now. I knew straight away once you had activated the biochips and gave you the news you were expecting. It was, of course, necessary to supply some bodies from our morgue here for veracity. And now, Serene Galahad, it's time for you to pay."
White light flashed near the end of the bay. Metal screamed, and a cloud of debris expanded. Serene felt something crash into her, tearing her gecko soles right off the floor. She struggled against Sack's grip, though he was only performing his job and dragging her to cover. More explosions ensued, and then gunfire erupted. Sack pulled her down by the airlock leading to Ruger's shuttle, just as a spider gun opened fire at a group of figures already swarming into the hold, sending shattered bodies tumbling. She pulled close to Sack, suddenly wishing she'd taken things further with him, for he was her rock, all she could trust. A thrumming seemed to fill the air. Serene's phone emitted a sound like water dropping into a chip pan. Then she saw one spider gun fold up like a fist, and another go tumbling aside, loose-limbed.
"Tank busters,"
explained Sack. Vaughn and other security staff had launched themselves into the air and were firing their weapons furiously. Serene watched ceramic bullets smacking into some of them, then a 10mm machine gun sounded, tearing up the floor in a line that terminated at Elkin and her 2 aides, who just flew apart.
"We need cover,"
said Sack, glancing aside as the men guarding Ruger and Trove dragged them over. Serene just stared with mouth agape as fragmentation grenades turned the entire bay into bloody chaos, and her security team died. She spotted Vaughn, the silver bars on the arm of his VC suit singling him out, bouncing off the floor only to rise again, his legs reduced to bloody tatters below the waist. About 20 of her people had closed in around her, crouching down and firing at the seemingly endless stream of inspectorate personnel entering the bay, before themselves steadily falling. Then abruptly Sack was dragging her somewhere else, and she only realized he'd opened the airlock door once she was through it.
"10 of you here!"
Sack bellowed. There were moving bodies blocking all views, some of them bloody, one of them screaming, and bullet impacts were horrible, meaty thwacks all around her. Then came a detonation, bright, blinding, setting her ears buzzing. The next moment they were inside the shuttle, yanking the door closed against a chaos of shouting and screaming, then hammering fists and the sounds of bullets impacting. She felt, more than heard, the docking clamps disengage, heard screams turning to grunts as someone administered an anesthetic. Slowly she began to unfreeze, but then, seeing she was strapped into an acceleration chair, she realized the immediate danger. "Do not use the engines!" she yelled, struggling to undo the straps, towing herself towards the cockpit. "We cannot leave the station like this!" From the co-pilot's chair, Sack looked round at her.
"We know about the railguns, Mum. We're just holding position for now."
Serene glanced at Trove, now sitting in the pilot's chair, her hands resting flat on the console, Sack's gun jammed into her side. "Good," said Serene, fighting to keep a note of hysteria out of her voice. She had to keep control. She had to retain an aura of confidence. She glanced back into the crew compartment, saw that only 2 of her security team had made it inside, and one of them was strapped into a seat, the top half of his VC suit stripped away, dressings fastened across his chest and over the stump of his right arm. His eyes were closed, and a morphia patch had been applied to his neck. The other had a combat dressing on one side of his face, burns showing under its edges, and by his bloody hands had obviously been responsible for applying the dressings to his wounded comrade. Now he stood guard over their other prisoner, whose head was bloody, but who grinned at her nevertheless. "So what's so amusing, Ruger?" she demanded.
"You can't ever leave, because this Calder controls the construction station, and from what I just heard, it's railguns too," he said. "And anyway, none of it matters a fuck."
"So you don't mind dying?" Serene replied.
"I do, but at least it's going to be quick."
"I wouldn't be so sure about that," Serene spat.
"Oh, I reckon a multiple megaton nuclear detonation will surely do the trick."
"What?"
"Hey, Trove," he called out. "Is he on the move?"
"Yeah," Trove replied from the cockpit. "I checked before this goon made me undock. He's broken away from the tug, and his fusion drive just started. We've got half an hour at best."
"What are our chances of getting clear?"
Ruger asked. Serene looked at Trove, who gazed back at her with dead eyes.
"At the crawl speed of this heap of junk intership shuttle," said the pilot officer. "The expression, 'snowflake in hell,' springs to mind."
"What are you 2 talking about?" Serene asked succinctly.
"Oh," said Ruger, "I forgot to mention that Captain Skatonis is still aboard the Scourge. He knows you controlled the Scour outbreak, and that you're therefore responsible for the death of his entire family. He's been trying to locate you, and you then made it nice and easy with that ETV broadcast."
"What's he going to do?" asked Serene, not at all liking Sack's flat stare, nor the silent attentiveness of her other personnel here.
"He's a bit pissed off," said Ruger. "So he's going to drop the Scourge right on top of your head and detonate its entire nuclear arsenal."
serene, just stared at him, unable to think of any sensible reply. This could not be happening. She had so much to do, so many plans. She who held the destiny of planet Earth in her hands. The command. Bartholomew had known it wouldn't be easy, but now the reality was hitting home as the damage and casualty reports came in. But Tactical was sure that Saul's fusion drive was out, and insisted it was only a matter of time before they could confirm a full strike on the other ship's vortex generator. This had annoyed Bartholomew somewhat, since after seeing the footage of what had happened to the Vision, it was obvious that a tactical assessment wouldn't be required in order to confirm such a hit. Saul's ship would spew mercury traveling at relativistic speeds, and probably tear out most of its equatorial infrastructure.
"Are we close enough for the Mesa yet?"
he asked of his command crew.
"To disperse still, Admiral," replied Lieutenant Cole.
The Mesa beam was not completely coherent, so its effective range was measured in just thousands of kilometers within vacuum. Nukes were impossible at this range, since they could not be accelerated to railgun speeds without producing major internal damage, while their lasers, though able to reach the other ship, would waste their effectiveness against its hull. No, it would have to be the railguns for a while yet. And meanwhile, Saul wasn't a passive target. Bartholomew sniffed smoke in the air, redolent of burned meat. He'd lost half of his engineering team, and shut down comm to the affected part of the ship when it became necessary to close bulkhead doors and fill the place with fire-retardant foam. If there were survivors, they could be dug out later. For now, they would just have to endure. The ship lurched as another missile hit home. Damage control diagnostics filled one corner of his large curved screen, and reading them, Bartholomew swore vehemently. They'd just lost one of the sideburn fusion engines.
"Repairs?"
he asked. "Going swiftly," Cole replied. Bartholomew switched over to the stats on the first hit, and called up a frame giving a view of the damage done, where robots were swarming over the wreckage. At least they were functioning above spec. It amazed him how fast they were making repairs. If they continued at their present rate, hull integrity in that section would be back to optimum within the hour. This was all doubtless due to the comm lifer they had aboard, because Christopher Shivers had managed to iron out a lot of computer control inefficiencies. The Admiral focused his attention on the main image on the screen. The spherical ship that had once been Argus Station was now speeding along almost parallel to them. They'd hit it, 6 times thus far, and had still failed to take out the vortex generator. Readings showed that it was still many hours away from full functionality, but even so it must not be allowed to function, since Saul would almost certainly then run. Bartholomew leaned back. Well, at least he should be thankful that his own ship's generator was still intact.
"Can we reposition yet?"
he asked.
"Still too much in the way," replied Cole. "It's as if he deliberately chose to intercept us here and negate that option."
Then he added,
"He's firing steering thrusters again."
Of course he chose the battleground, realized Bartholomew, watching the glare of the thrusters now turning Saul's ship.
"That should give us a better angle on his vortex ring,"
he stated, yet felt a sudden disquiet. He wasn't dealing with an idiot here, so such an alteration in the other ship's attitude had to be for a good reason. 3 flashes, just 1 second apart, ignited inside a port in the other vessel.
"Something coming,"
said Cole, and he had time to say no more. The lights went out, screens went to static, and the PA system howled. The ship shuddered like a beast taking an abattoir bolt to the head. Emergency lights kicked in as lightning arced from Cole's console, and he shrieked. Bartholomew felt heat wash over him, and with an air-tearing blast, the doors into the bridge buckled inwards. In the corridor beyond, he saw a burning body flailing through the air, and then flames spread to envelop the ceiling. The next moment he found himself tumbling through the air, still strapped into his chair, then slamming into a computer wall. He reached out and grabbed hold.
"Abandon to secondary bridge!"
he shouted, though not sure if anyone was listening. A hand snared him, undid his straps, and an officer he did not recognize began towing him away. The screaming continued behind him. So what the fuck was that? Bartholomew wondered with a subtext. We underestimated him yet again. Argus. What the hell happened here? Var asked as she surveyed the carnage all around her.
Seems our problem has been solved, Langstrom ventured, steadying himself against a nearby wall as the ship shuddered yet again, then casting his gaze around, worry etched into his expression. Under the flashing hazard lights, Var counted corpses. Not quite. 2 of them are missing.
Saul is obviously dealing with us,
said the police commander.
As I've suspected all along, we probably don't need to be here.
Certainly Langstrom did not want to be here.
My brother's attention is probably focused on the command, replied Var obstinately. This looks to me more like a falling out among thieves. She pointed to a row of bullet holes along one wall. If my brother had dealt with these, there would have been a lot more holes because he would have used a spider gun. Or no holes at all, just dismembered bodies. And no one would have escaped.
Still, said Langstrom doubtfully.
And this is a black spot too. Var gestured towards empty camera sockets up on one wall. We just don't know what happened here, and we have to find out.
Langstrom lowered his head for a long moment, then looked up. I'm sorry for Arya Delix, but though I agree that there were elements among the Chipped who were planning rebellion, it is obvious to me that Saul has the situation well in hand. Our best course now is just to get away from here and leave it all to him.
So you're not at all worried about ending up in cold storage forever? Or perhaps being dispensed with by my brother's robots?
I don't believe it, said the commander. The owner has had ample means and opportunity to be rid of us all, and yet in every situation he's done the best he can to preserve life. You have my respect, Varalia, but I will not be dragged into what seems to be some personal problem between you and your brother.
It isn't personal, Var snapped through gritted teeth. The entire point is that with what he has now become, we must look beyond the personal, beyond normal human relationships and reactions. My brother's never really cared for people, and he cares even less for them now.
And you still think this, after he diverted us to Mars and risked his life to rescue you?
He's not even remotely human anymore,
Var insisted stubbornly. When there's time to do so, I'll have these collected. Langstrom gestured towards the corpses. And I'll get some forensic work done. We'll then see if we can find out what happened, see who's missing and hunt them down. But with everything else that's going on out there, we're done here for now. He turned away.
Well, I'm not done.
Langstrom shrugged and continued heading away. Var stared at his retreating back until he turned a far corner and moved out of sight.
She felt slightly sick as she fought to dismiss self-doubt. Damn it, she'd tortured and killed someone for the information she'd just given Langstrom. There had to be some value in that. It could not be simply meaningless. No, she was not done just yet. She stooped and turned over the nearest corpse, did not recognize the ruined face, but managed to identify who it was by reading the suit's number and inputting that into the system by lasercom, so as to find out who was the last one to put that suit on. It took her 20 minutes to work through all the corpses here, one by one, and by elimination. She finally knew who was not here. Langstrom was so wrong. Alex and Gort were undoubtedly the most dangerous of them all, and must have wiped out the rest after some internal dispute. They would not stop. They were not the kind to stop. She dragged an assault rifle from underneath one of the corpses, found some ammunition, then headed towards the end of the corridor where further bullet holes were stitched across the wall. She would find them both, and she would stop them. Even as fires inside the command guttered and went out, it fired up a sputtering fusion side drive above its protruding waist, its main engine being completely destroyed, and continued moving in-system sideways. While observing this, Saul ran tactical scenarios. The Zaberhagen's plasma cannon had caused huge damage to the stricken ship, but evidently had not entirely disabled it. Though the command was moving slowly, it still presented a danger, and, judging by the ports on the undamaged areas of its hull, still had some weaponry to bring to bear. The Fist was an even larger danger because it seemed to have twice the number of ports, as well as greater maneuverability and much more effective armor. And Saul knew that in a one-on-one fight out in clear space it would win against him, despite his Mach effect drive. With the extra damage they'd taken, it would be a day or more before the Rhine drive was back up to speed, so that Saul could run. But even if he did so, the Fist, or quite possibly the Command, could fire another one of those warp missiles to knock out the drive again. If the missile had a nuclear warhead, the ensuing blast would also knock out a high percentage of the ship's system, and might even leave it disabled, a sitting duck out in clear vacuum. Even if his ship was not so badly disabled, and he managed to evade both enemy vessels until the Rhine drive was up to speed again, it could still be knocked out again, at further risk of disablement. He just did not know how many of those warp missiles the other two ships possessed. Saul gazed through numerous sensors, repeatedly scanned images of the two ships for further data regarding them, and replayed recent events to analyze drive capabilities, but he could find no advantage. His first assessment was correct, so his situation did not look good at all. But surely there had to be something, some other angle, some new move he could make. Even as he thought that, he knew it was the thinking of a victim being dragged down to an adjustment cell. "We need to look at worst-case scenarios," he stated. "We need responses, should we be unable to evade close combat." He felt he was missing something, and that it was something quite simple, some datum yet to be fed into his present assessment of the situation.
"We have been considering this," replied Paul, who was presently overseeing repairs to power lines leading to one of the Mac Effect units. The proctor was standing like some technological huntmaster amidst massed steel hounds.
"And the result of your consideration?"
Saul inquired. The proctor immediately routed a block of information to him. Saul absorbed the overview straight into his mind and saw that, yes, this was a plan that might work. However, the best that could be said about it was that it was a costly one, dependent on numerous variables. A more appropriate description would be suicidally desperate.
"Io?"
he inquired, after a moment, consciously suppressing a visceral aversion. "Their data is that they do not wish to destroy the gene bank samples and data," Paul replied.
"And that they also wish to capture you alive?"
Perhaps it required minds like those of the proctors to see the way clear. But Saul, even as logical as he could be, found it difficult to accept that their only route to survival was by crashing his ship on Jupiter's moon Io. He now absorbed the entire plan and studied its many flaws. It would only work if he managed to hit certain parts of the Fist, disabling one particular option. It would work if the Mac Effect drive could be maintained at above 80% efficiency throughout the inevitable battering that his ship would receive before it went down. It would work if the Rhine drive wasn't hit, and it would require that drive being sacrificed later. And it would work in the end if the Command was positioned just so, had not improved much on its present maneuverability, and did not tear Saul's ship apart before a very final encounter.
"The crash can be made to look real,"
Paul asserted, "especially with their scanning equipment being disrupted by EM radiation from Io's flux tube and torus. There are few other alternatives, as while we remain in flight, the Fist will be able to pound us to scrap before committing its troops to an assault. The enemy must be convinced that we are down and all but finished."
"The robots,"
Saul noted. "The troops aboard the Fist will be armed with EM pulse tank busters, so they must not be allowed to board," Paul explained. "The Command is unlikely to have a significant number of such troops aboard, or such weapons either."
"Only if all else fails,"
Saul decided, though as yet he had no idea what that else might mean. He swallowed a bitter taste in his mouth. One thing was certain: fleeing the Jovian moon system was not an option. The battlefield would be around Jupiter. The huge Mac Effect shove, with a parallel firing of the Traveller engine, sent Saul's ship back in towards Jupiter. He just had to hope that those aboard the Command were struggling to get their system up and running, so would not detect the thrust discrepancy. The Fist had only just rounded Jupiter, thus was too far away for its sensors to penetrate both the magnetosphere and heavy ionization lying between to get readings accurate enough for them to know the enemy's present course was not all due to its Traveller engine. Its crew were also probably more concerned about what had happened to the Command, and were doubtless reassessing tactics now that a plasma cannon had come into play.
"Very effective,"
he observed. "Why, thank you," Brigitte replied casually.
But her expression as she gazed at the screenshots revealed her shock at just how lethal her new toy had proved. Prior to this moment, it had all been about design, calculation, invention, and engineering problems to be solved. Prior to this moment, calculations regarding the weapon's effectiveness had all concerned energy yields and losses, point heat intensity and distribution. It had not been about burning a crater in the main body of the enemy ship, then tearing a chunk out of its rear, and seeing human beings burning on their suit oxygen supplies as they tumbled out into vacuum. As Saul's ship hurtled back in towards Jupiter, the Fist began making course changes to intercept, for their courses lay athwart each other. Firing side-burn fusion engines, it hurled itself up in a curve towards Jupiter's pole, making a turn on conventional drive that Saul knew would have damaged his own ship and probably killed large numbers on board. The Fist was clearly a tough machine, and it seemed likely its crew and troop complement must be using some design of pressure gel tanks to prevent the G-forces killing them. Such maneuverability on the part of the enemy ship seemed to confirm Paul's assertions. But Saul did not like that at all. Also, as the Fist moved into an area of minimal ionization, and while Saul's ship drew closer, more of the enemy vessel lay open to inspection. Saul collected data, noting some odd spectral signatures that told him that the armor on the Fist was some sort of composite. He also located the space doors to the main shuttle bay, counted numerous railgun ports. Something else to note were the domes of extensible weapons turrets that doubtless contained additional armament. "I think you may be right," he conceded bitterly to the proctor, Paul, just as the Fist showered intervening space with shooting stars, a perfect pattern of railgun missiles, in avoiding which Saul would need to decelerate, thus giving the Fist a chance to close in. Thus far, Alex had managed to keep Gort in sight, but keeping track of him was becoming increasingly dangerous, as the row of shots stitched across the wall of ice at a recent junction had attested. Now the initial immediacy of the hunt, with the prey clearly in sight, must give way to a patient stalking.
"You've got nowhere to go, Gort," he said. "Even if you evade me, the owner will eventually track you down."
"You've rather limited my choices,"
Gort replied bitterly. Alex grimaced. In retrospect, he should not have warned Gort that he intended to kill him. Then again, no fancy tapestry of lies would have convinced the man that he had any chance of survival by giving himself up.
"Yes, I suppose I have."
Gort's reply was just a grunt, but this provided enough. The triangulation and tracking program which Alex had created over a month ago now had enough data to work with. Both of them were speaking via lasercom, linking in to any receivers nearby and transmitting through the ship's system. Therefore, so long as Gort continued to communicate through his implant, Alex could continue to track him. He paused to call up a schematic of his surroundings, located his quarry just 100 meters away, now moving out from the armoring that surrounded the vortex generator. Then, with reference to the schematic, Alex began using the tracking element of his program. Banishing the schematic as being too distracting, he linked to his suit and brought up a simple display in his visor. 2 arrows now appeared there, a red one pointing directly to Gort, and a green one indicating the shortest course in order to reach him through the outer maze of the station ring. At the next T-junction, he needed to go right, but before rounding the corner, he walked up the wall, then onto the ceiling before stepping round. As half expected, he spotted Gort squatting at the end of the corridor, but he was up on the ceiling too. Muzzle flashes lit the space ahead of him. Alex replied with a short burst before hurling himself back into cover, feeling a glancing strike on the VC suit armor on one side of his torso. Diagnostics alerted him to a breach as he reached round the corner with his assault rifle and sprayed a couple of bursts in Gort's general direction.
"Incidentally," said Gort, "I have made a choice."
"And what is that?"
Alex asked, while his suit informed him that sealant had already closed the breach. He inspected his side, noting a hole filled with yellow resin, but the suit's med scanner informed him that despite feeling as if he'd been viciously kicked, no bullets had actually penetrated.
"I've chosen to at least kill the fucker who betrayed us, before someone or something kills me," Gort continued, "which is why I'm still talking to you, Alex."
Ah. He knew about the tracking program. Noting the red arrow on the move, Alex propelled himself to the floor, stepped round the corner, built up speed with loping steps, then launched himself towards Gort's previous location. Another glance at the schematics showed the man moving to one of the more open areas of the outer ring, where corridors and rooms had yet to be built. At the end of the corridor, he flipped over, pointing his weapon to the spot where the red arrow indicated Gort's position. But only ceiling lay there, above a rectangular opening. Just like the junctions before it, this was a perfect ambush point, and doubtless Gort had that opening in his sights even now. Alex went the other way, along a corridor that finally ran out of wall panels, then up a temporary cageway into blackness, seeded with LED lights and tangled with structural beams. Checking the direction arrows again, he found a structure like a chimney blocking the way. He upped magnification in his visor, but could still see no sign of the other man, so he slung his rifle and began making his way up a nearby beam to gain a clearer view. He managed just 2 paces before the ship jerked as if it had run into a moon. As he fell away from the beam, fire and wreckage exploded into the blackness. Earth. "You're lying," said Serene. But gazing at Ruger, she knew he wasn't. She turned back to Sack and Trove. "Get the Scourge on screen," she ordered. "Show me." Trove turned her attention to Sack, who, after a lengthy pause, nodded. Then, almost as an afterthought, he retracted his gun from her side. Trove quickly pulled up an image on the console screen. This wasn't something someone could have falsified in the limited time that had been available. It was, indeed, the Scourge, truncated by perspective over Earth, with its drive flame glaring behind it. "Can we talk to him?" Serene asked. Trove worked her instruments again. The screen blanked for a second, ran some odd code which Serene realized was just the visible portion of some kind of defensive program, then showed an image of Captain Skatonis. Serene studied him carefully. He was unshaven, looked slightly dirty, and his face was dotted with sores. If his mind was unbalanced, then he could be manipulated. "Captain Skatonis," she said, "it's good that you survived." He smiled, looking quite sane. "Not so good for you, though." "I'm told that you've come to believe that I am responsible for the scour," she said, adopting a puzzled expression. "I just don't understand how this has happened."
"It's not a case of belief, Galahad," Skatonis replied. "I've seen the biochips that were embedded on the face of every implant we removed aboard my ship. I saw the testimony of the 2 scientists who first found out about the source of the scour. You know, scientists working in a secret laboratory you subsequently had burned, while pretending those in that place were trying to weaponize a virus that was already a weapon." Serene glanced round at Ruger, who was grinning again. Then she tried to stamp down on an upsurge of rage, for such information could only have reached Skatonis through him. She turned back to the captain.
"Then you know half the truth."
Skatonis shrugged. "It's a big enough half for me."
"Yes, there are biochips in implants, and they do produce the scour," she said. "But it was not me who activated them. When Alan Saul initiated his computer-generated and physical attack on the infrastructure of Earth, he activated those chips. All I did was keep the source of the scour secret."
Skatonis smiled, shaking his head. "And yet, oddly, those who died from the scour were not those he would have wanted to kill, but zero-asset citizens. Later, when it was thoroughly convenient for you, committee members also died of it. But of course you covered that rather incriminating selectivity by killing off numerous others within the administration, including my wife and my children. Good try, Galahad, but you're still going to burn."
"You're making a very foolish mistake," she said, scrabbling for some other angle, groping for what to try next, utterly sure that there had to be something she could try.
"Bye-bye, Serene Galahad," said Skatonis, cutting off the communication.
Serene stared at the blank screen, but now mentally chewing everything over just as fast as possible. They were trapped inside this station so long as Calder controlled its railguns, while bearing down on them was a spaceship containing enough nukes to flash burn a continent. However, though she realized her initial reaction to all this had contained its elements of denial, she knew for sure she would survive. Earth needed her. Therefore, her dying up here before her work was done just could not be contemplated. There had to be a way out, no question. "The drop shuttle," she said abruptly. "The fast re-entry shuttle." Yes, survival was inevitable. It had to be. "Ma'am?" Sack inquired. "We can get to it without leaving the station structure," she declared, having no idea whether that was true. "We can get to it without making ourselves a target for Calder's railguns." Sack abruptly turned to the console and took control of the screen image. He worked through a series of menus, finally calling up a schematic of the entire station. Then he pointed to one part of it, a module protruding underneath at the end of a short cylinder.
"Can you get us here?"
he asked Trove. "Why should I even try?" asked the pilot officer. Serene waited for Sack to hit the woman, or maybe take out a disabler and use it on her. But he did not, and instead turned back to Serene.
"She needs a reason,"
he stated. Serene stared at him for a long moment, assessing, calculating. She'd been stupid to allow petty vengeance to get in the way. The fates of both Trove and Ruger were irrelevant to her ultimate purpose. She could let them go, and whether or not they survived just did not matter. What mattered was her getting back to Earth and regaining her seat of power. Anyway, the pair of them could always be hunted down later. "As I understand it, the controls of the drop shuttle, though they can take us down to Earth on automatic, can be overridden." Still feeling her way, she continued. "You can take control and land it wherever you choose. We will give you weapons so you can assure your own safety. You can run, you can go wherever you wish. I will say that you died aboard the construction station." Trove gazed at her for a long moment. Then, turning to Sack, held out her hand, palm upwards. In one almost dismissive motion, as if he just did not care, he took out his automatic and handed it over. Serene felt her stomach tighten as Trove studied the weapon, clicked the safety on and off, ejected the magazine and inspected it, then slammed it back in. She then pointed it casually at Serene's stomach. But Serene knew that the trigger would not be pulled, for destiny rode on her shoulders like a guardian angel. She folded her arms and waited. Trove abruptly retracted the weapon and shoved it into the belt of her suit. She glanced over to Ruger and watched, as upon Serene's nod, his guard handed over a sidearm and moved away. "Okay," said Trove, turning back to her controls. She quickly began calling up new views within the schematic, overlaid the shape of the shuttle they occupied, its relative dimensions correct, and began plotting a course through the station. Seeing what she was doing, Serene realized that this was something she could have done herself, and that there had been no need to put herself in danger by allowing Trove and Ruger to be armed. Trove grabbed the joystick in her right hand, left hand working the console and her feet working the pedals that controlled the shuttle's attitude. The shuttle turned and lifted, giving a view across the side of the dock, where interstation shuttles clung like steel bracket fungi. A blast from steering thrusters caused Serene to stagger, and now the shuttle sped along above the others, a bubble metal wall speeding past them to the right. Deceleration followed, and the shuttle turned its nose in at the end of the dock, spider webs of structural beams looming ahead. "It will be a bumpy ride," said Trove, "but this shuttle is built to take a few knocks." She glanced at Sack. "I want a helmet suitable for the VC suit I'm wearing." Without any instruction from either Sack or Serene, the guard who had handed his gun to Ruger brought forward a replacement helmet, which Trove donned. Serene stepped back into the passenger compartment, whereupon the same man passed her a helmet to replace her own, which she had lost somewhere inside the shuttle bay. Everyone secured their suits before the remaining soldier thought to check on his injured fellow, but found he had meanwhile ceased to have any need of air. Trove drove the shuttle forwards, and the first crash ensued shortly afterwards, dragging the vessel round until the beam it had just struck was visible, though with no apparent damage. The impact detached Serene's gecko boots from the floor, and she had to struggle to propel herself down again, but only after the second impact, when she was thrown against the cockpit bulkhead and a breach alarm started sounding, did she concede that she needed to strap herself into a seat like the rest of them. Another crash ensued, and from her seat behind the cockpit, Serene watched a crack snake across the screen. "I'm dumping internal," Trove shouted. "Go to channel 15! For a second, Serene did not know what the woman was talking about, but then came a roaring sound and her suit stiffened, her visor display noting a rapid drop of pressure inside the shuttle. Trove had dumped their air, probably to prevent the screen from being blown out, and now they needed to use their suit radios. Serene searched radio channels using a wrist console, the menu summoned up in her visor. Finding channel 15, she noted the option to link it to her phone, but that seemed pointless. Ahead, the entire station seemed to be gyrating as Trove corkscrewed the shuttle between the metal-webbed blocks of factory units, venting chimneys and globular clusters of accommodation units. Gripping her seat arms tightly, Serene tracked the slow-moving seconds and then minutes on a clock in her visor. For a moment they were out in open vacuum, and she glimpsed people in EVA units firing emergency jets to get out of the way. Then she closed her eyes as the shuttle turned back into the station, swung sideways to get itself between two massive beams, next leapfrogging some gargantuan ship component being towed along a tunnel resembling a lizard's throat. Coming out of the other side of this tunnel, the shuttle turned, with the curve of the large component construction floor coming into view to the right, then dropped down past it. "We have to go outside," Trove announced. "The docking mechanism's fucked." Deceleration threw Serene against her straps as they sped down past a column she recognized from the station schematic. Then finally they were zero gravity again, turning slowly in vacuum as everyone unstrapped. They were now beside the drop shuttle dock, the drop shuttle itself suspended underneath it like a giant black door wedge. Ruger and Sack were the first to the airlock and first through. Trove and Serene went next, the surviving member of her security team last. By the time Serene was out in vacuum, Sack had opened an airlock leading into the dock. She propelled herself across to it, fighting a terror of the yawning spaces all around her, but was soon safely inside and through the airlock. The corridor beyond was octagonal in section, windows looking out onto vacuum, and the gleam of Earth below. Sack led the way down towards another airlock at the further end. "You know, Ruger," said Trove, "despite everything, I was starting to like you." "Likewise," Ruger replied as he followed her through into the drop shuttle. "Shame it's going to be such a short relationship." "What do you mean?" Serene interrupted, pulling herself down into one of the seats inside. As she strapped herself down in the pilot's chair, Trove glanced round, and, ignoring Serene's question, said, "Plug in your umbilicals and go over to ship air. If we're really lucky, we might even get to make a dent in the supply." She directed her next words at Ruger. "Yeah, 3 minutes really isn't enough time for us to get to know each other better." Chapter 16. Engineers and Ideologues. The importance of politicians is something that can never be underestimated. For over the centuries, so many of them have strutted on the world stage, prattling their party political and ideological jargon, and produced little of real value. The number of them who have had a real effect on the human lot pales in comparison to the number of scientists and engineers who have produced something worthwhile. Who did more for women's rights than the inventors of the washing machine, the vacuum cleaner, and the contraceptive pill? Has righteous nannying improved human health more than Lister, Pasteur, Fleming, or any number of a huge list of pioneering biologists? Who gave us more freedom than Henry Ford, or more freedom of speech than the inventors of the Internet, or more to eat than Jethro Tull or John Froelich? It was Edison who shone real light into our lives, not some dogma. However, let us not presume politicians are ineffectual, for whenever the bombs and napalm are falling, the mines taking off legs, and the bullets punching holes in human flesh, they are always behind the firing line, deciding who should die. Argus. Again, something smashed into the ship, and Hannah knew that what she was feeling was real fear, and no mere panic attack. Beyond that, she felt frustrated and ineffectual. What was happening now was as beyond her influence as a tsunami. "We just lost one of the rail guns," declared Larocque. his screen image appearing up in a top corner of the right-hand bulkhead screen, looking like a man seeing his own gallows for the first time. "No shit," replied Brigitte Zaberhagen, her head dipped, trying not to see the same noose. The left-hand screen, which was linked to a damage control program, kindly displayed the partially molten and shattered mess that had been one of their railguns, along with a large red-lipped hole to one side of it, where a missile had punched through the hull. "Is there anything you can do?" the technical director asked. "I ceased to have any input long ago," the Zaberhagen twin replied. "Saul is now controlling everything." "That's true," Langstrom interjected. "I don't know if any of you have tried, but I can't do much with my implant now. The robots are ignoring me, and system access is limited to data retrieval only." "Perhaps this was not such a great idea," Hannah muttered, suppressing transmission of her voice beyond this limited area. "I'm not sure I want to know what's going on." It was Larocque who had opened up video conferencing to them, here in their room at the end of the meat locker. The technical director was trying to gather data, exert some influence, trying to do something, but was just being swept along in the wave of wreckage. All the humans aboard were in very much the same position, strapped into either an acceleration chair or a couch, while waiting to find out if they were going to die. "I do," Da Vinci replied. "We blank all this out, and the next thing we might see is Galad's troops coming in here to grab us." Dr. Raymond leaned forward from his chair beside Da Vinci and gazed across at them both. "We are all wearing VC suits, so have medical support. And?" Da Vinci stared at him in puzzlement. Raymond held out a gloved hand to reveal a couple of drug ampules. "You can insert them in your support packs and order suit injection by means of your wrist console or phone." He shrugged. "Or any other data route you care to name." Hannah reached out to take one of the ampules and held it up, seeing that all it had marked on it was a barcode. The rebels on Earth were starting to use explosive implants before this all kicked off, she reflected. "So what is this?" "A neurotoxin that only has a number," Raymond replied. "I've always had this stuff ready to hand, even before Saul took over Argus Station." He nodded to his assistant, who was sitting silently in one of the seats behind him. "Greg and I are ready." Da Vinci reached for one of the ampules and without hesitation pressed it down into a drugs port fitted in the support pack on his belt. "And in what feels only a short time ago to me," he said, "I was actually contemplating immortality. Now it seems it's time to think about suicide." The view on the left-hand screen was changing like a snapshot viewer, running through images inside a ship that Hannah felt was distinctly taking on the appearance of a pawnbroker's sphere clipped by a blast from a shotgun. Another hit left the meat locker shuddering, and the view switched to focus on the latest impact point. Hannah gazed numbly at air blasting from a hole in Arcoplex 2. That whole cylinder whirled, turning slowly on its now bent axle. She could have been in there. She could have been right under that. Almost certainly others had been there. "That's more power lines down," observed Rhine, who until then had been saying nothing. Instead, he had just sat staring at his own screen and cam with a look of myopic surprise. "So what have we lost?" Larocque asked him. Rhine had now turned away and did not reply. "Rhine?" The professor turned back. "The vortex generator will never get up to full speed without major repairs, and I see no robots tending to the problem." "We should consider ourselves lucky the thing itself hasn't been hit," said Langstrom, "after seeing what happened to the Vision." Rhine shook his head. "No luck involved." "What do you mean?" When Rhine didn't reply, Larocque did it for him. "Sol is using Mach effect nudges to make sure the vortex ring isn't hit, and deliberately firing off steering thrusters at the same time so as to cover it. He doesn't want them to know about the Mach effect drive." Wonderful, thought Hannah, hoping such nudges were being used simply to save human lives inside the ship. But sure, Saul was just desperately trying to preserve their one shot at escape. "And then what?" This was Pike speaking from one of the smelting plants. Perhaps one of the safest places to be now, since it was close to the vortex ring. Does this mean he plans to use it against them somehow?
I don't know, said Larocque, obviously bewildered. Has anyone been able to get a response from him? Hannah?
Nothing since he told us to take cover here, she replied.
Does anyone have any idea what he intends? Larocque asked, but no one replied. Hannah would have liked to believe that Alan had some clever and unforeseen tactic in mind to drag their nuts out of the fire, but instead it seemed they were fleeing desperately while taking a hellish punishment. It wouldn't be long, she felt, before the fist hit something major and this ship ceased to be a ship at all and became just a drifting wreck. Further punishment would then ensue, and if she and those accompanying her survived that, it would be Galahad's assault force arriving next. She peered down at the ampule still resting in her palm, then inserted it into her support pack. Da Vinci was right. On the next few hours depended the chance of eternity, or nothing at all. Va picked herself up, and, checking the temperature readings exterior to her suit, saw that without its insulation she would already be dead. The steam fogging the corridor rapidly dissolved into vacuum, but the walls around her were still radiating, still hot. She reached round to probe her shoulder blade. It hurt badly, but didn't feel broken. The ribs below it, however, responded to her fingers with a sharp pain. Almost certainly she'd cracked one. Only now did she properly consider Langstrom's words. Her brother was in the midst of a fight, which possibly in his terms meant only for his own life and for the survival of his ship, but nevertheless the crew of this ship and Va herself totally depended on him for their survival. Perhaps she should simply put trust in him. Trust that he'd already eliminated the threat the ship had posed. Trust that though he might not have the best interests of the people aboard close to heart, he had still, as Langstrom claimed, always made some effort to ensure their survival. Perhaps now she should just turn back, find an acceleration chair, and wait for the outcome. No, Va felt suddenly angry at her own weakness. Just because they were in the midst of a space battle, just because others did not believe her contentions, and just because she was finding it harder and harder to believe them herself, that should not be an excuse for her to quit. The easy way was not the right way. This was something she had learned on Mars. She had killed other humans there and been perfectly justified in doing so. And the killing here had been perfectly justified too. Thomas Grieve. The name nagged at her. The sight of him looking up at her was imprinted on her mind. The sensation of his skull breaking under the spanner seemed to have permanently embedded itself in the nerves of her arm. She headed angrily off down the corridor, her thoughts in disarray, but doubt still knotting together her insides. At the far end she came to a junction. To the right extended yet another corridor, but to the left a short stretch of passageway opened out into a large space in the outer ring. Which way? She turned towards the opening first, where she could at least use the image intensifier function of her visor to take a look around, and maybe learn if her quarries were in sight. There could be no harm in at least locating them. Saul noted his hand shaking as he closed his visor, and then violently suppressed human reactions. The shaking stopped as he lowered his hand and studied the spatters of molten metal hardening on his VC suit, before peering through the thick smoke towards the hole in the far wall. Veering away from the reality that he had just been a breath away from dying, he descended into the world of pure logic. He surmised that one of the railgun missiles fired by the Fist had consisted of some kind of case-hardened alloy composite that had fragmented after its glancing blow against the Arboretum, one of those fragments then finding its way here to punch through the armor of his inner sanctum. The breach had been quickly sealed with resin and air pressure restored, but it would take a little while for the air conditioning system to cycle out the smoke laden with hydrogen cyanide. He speculated on whether this poisonous gas was just an inadvertent result of the processes used to construct the missile, or whether it was a deliberate consequence. He plumped for the former because this bombardment was intended merely to disable his ship, because Galahad still wanted her captives.
His attention focusing throughout the ship and outwards again, Saul studied the damage inflicted on both sides. Other fragments from the latest missile had cut into Tech Central, further wrecking the support systems for the vortex ring, and incidentally taking off someone's arm at the elbow. No matter, the arm had been shoved into a fridge and could be reattached later, while despite Rhine's chagrin, the present vortex generator would not be taking them out of the solar system ever. He had to accept that now. The rest of the ship was a mess too, parts of its exterior resembling the lid of a pepper pot. The dislodged end of the arboretum had shifted again, to tear through the lattice walls before grinding to a halt. Atmosphere breaches filled the interior space with a fog, and fires burned visibly in pressurized sections. One railgun was slagged, and the support column to the Traveller engine was damaged and slowly twisting under the strain of thrust. Beside all this damage, Saul counted the number of feeds to backup that had been cut, and running a calculation that included those not yet chipped, he reckoned on over 200 dead. Meanwhile, the Fist had received its own pounding, but there the damage was much less evident. The enemy's armor tended to distribute the shock inflicted, and in some cases Saul's missiles had failed to penetrate. One result was that the Fist was no longer spherical, but now resembled a pocked tomato. 2 of its equatorial fusion engines had also been badly damaged, and many of its weapons ports had been destroyed, but in functional railguns it vastly outnumbered Saul's ships still.
Io, Saul decided.
Undoubtedly, the Proctor Paul replied, as he scrabbled around the inner hull to make further repairs, with robots swarming all about him.
Does it hurt?
Saul asked.
It is agony,
Paul replied. One of his fellows had been right underneath one of the latest railgun strikes, and as tough as the Proctors were, they could not survive being vaporized.
And he lives still,
Paul added. The Proctors, it seemed, had their own form of backup in the minds of each other.
I'm sorry,
said Saul, not quite sure why he felt the need to apologize thus to the Proctors, but felt no need to comment about the human casualties.
Is it in position?
Paul asked.
Data exchange is intermittent and we need exact timings.
Peering through a cam near the fusion engine, Saul watched a robot climbing down towards the hellish flames, spewing out from the combustion chamber array. This was a robot that had been sent to kill him, but now, rather than a dud, it carried a live copperhead explosive, which, while he watched, it fixed in position.
It's in place,
Saul replied as he watched Io drawing rapidly closer.
But best if we don't use it, as I want one of their shots to do the damage.
It is good to take precautions,
Paul opined.
Yes.
Saul was all in agreement on that. The robot was there to cover the very small chance of the enemy ship not managing to hit the fusion engine once Saul stopped using the Mach effect to dodge its missiles. It was also there to cover the chance that the Fist might not fire on them at the correct moment, a small chance indeed, since the enemy ship's bombardment had been almost constant. Another robot, which walked upright while carrying a 10mm machine gun, and who was an old friend, if such nomenclature could be applied, moved into position by the plasma cannon. Whether this robot would be needed depended on calculations Saul had to make once his sensors had gathered enough data. The ship was now down into Io's orbital path, closing in on the moon itself as it sped round Jupiter. Using steering thrusters only, Saul made some adjustments to their course, then abruptly shut down the Traveller engine. Now, at last, it was time for Paul's plan, the Proctor's suicidally desperate ploy. Within his mind, Saul applied sensor data, mapped vectors, carefully adjusted the hydraulic targeting gear of the plasma cannon, and included every possible variable in his calculations. The new weight distribution inside his ship after the recent damage, the powerful gyroscopic effect of the vortex generator, the pull of Io and of Jupiter. In fact, the whole gravity map around him, further possible damage both from the Fist and the massive deceleration he was about to apply. The calculations multiplied in his mind into a 3-dimensional mathematical maze, which, as he applied more and more processing power, collapsed into its vector and firing solutions, though with large error bars. There was, as the plan suggested, an advantage in limiting the number of plasma caps fired, for he did not want the fist unable to continue the pursuit to its conclusion immediately, so he ensured multiple routes of laser comm to the robot with the machine gun.
"Now we do it,"
he said, to himself and no one else. He could not tell anyone to prepare for this, for they were all as ready as they could be, and really it was pointless warning them that more of them might be about to die. Another lengthy blast from the steering thrusters, complemented by Mach effect, turned the ship over. The Traveler engine fired again at full power, and Saul checked stress readings as the column supporting it shrank by 50 meters, and a large number of beams splintered. Now, off-center, the engine's erupting flame ate into the hull around its port, and turned a bright orange. The massive deceleration that ensued slammed him down into his chair, and elsewhere throughout the ship the effect was even worse. The arboretum tore free, its near end dropping ponderously, and its ringside end also being wrenched out and thousands of tons of metal swinging down against the inner hull and distorting it under the impact. Also ripped free, an accommodation unit dropped to smash into the lattice wall extending from the base of the Traveler engine. Saul measured the various effects of these impacts, found the adjustments he needed to make to correct his course, and did so instantly. He noted a safety protocol kicking in, causing the vortex generator to go over to safe holding, induction power being drawn off from the ring to maintain containment. However, he had expected this, knowing it would be more than 20 hours before the Mercury spinning round inside dropped to a velocity ineffective for his purposes. As he expected, the fist turned over and decelerated too. Those aboard it would read his actions as a desperate gamble, an attempt to use Io to cover an abrupt course change heading out system, but also to bring his plasma cannon into play. And perfectly as calculated, the fist's change in attitude brought the doors to its shuttle and landing craft bay directly into view, along with the least damaged of its weapons arrays. Saul tracked multiple firings from the fist's railguns, a high concentration of missiles heading towards the site of his own ship's plasma cannon. This launch was followed by multiple slower firings as the other ship deployed mines above its weapons arrays to protect them. Saul adjusted and finely tuned targeting, then fired the cannon. A line of plasma caps sped out from Saul's ship, moving faster than the approaching railgun missiles, and glowing like massive welding sparks. More mines seeded from the fist, but not quickly enough. The first plasma cap struck to one side of a railgun array, the explosion there leaving a glowing caldera. The second two landed perfectly on target, slamming straight into the bay doors, the first destroying them and the second punching straight through to discharge itself inside. The subsequent blast opened out metallic petals of the surrounding hull before spewing out tons of wreckage, chunks of which Saul identified as the rear section of a spaceplane, along with two badly smashed interstation shuttles. It was enough. The latest launch of railgun missiles from the fist now began hitting, smashing into Argus's hull and underscoring the plasma cannon port with a lengthy burning ellipses. The damage was severe, but though targeting was off, it was still possible for Argus to fire the cannon. Saul queued up shots to fire, targeted by using the ship's steering thrusters, then began firing. But he simultaneously ordered his robot to open up on the heavy coils of the cannon with its machine gun. One shot sped away before the big weapon lost containment. It exploded, spewing wreckage and molten metal out of its port, thereby signaling to the fist that it was no longer a danger. They were close to Io now, feeling its pull, and their speed was down to just thousands of kilometers per hour. Now the fist was close enough to start using beam weapons. Firing his remaining railgun in apparent desperation, Saul adjusted his course down into the ionization torus and into the thin breath of volcanic smoke around the moon, where beam weapons would prove less effective. Distorted by the brush of a maser, the railgun abruptly tore out its rails. Saul returned fire with his own maser and saw 3 railgun ports on the other ship spew debris. Further firings from there put the equator of his ship in danger. It heightened the probability of the vortex generator being hit, which must not happen. Using Mach effect with a covering firing of steering thrusters, Saul adjusted his ship's position just so, evading all but 2 of the missiles. They slammed into the base of his ship, one of them flaring in the traveler engine's drive flame and tearing out through the other side like a magnesium fire, but the second hitting the pellet aggregation plants. The explosion filled the interior of the ship with metal vapor, and then the drive flame sputtered and went out. The robot stationed there had not been required.
"We're going in,"
Saul announced to the whole ship, as he gazed out upon Io's horizon and the sulphurous landscape below. And to the Proctor Paul, he noted tightly, "Mac effect is below 80%, I see."
"It is enough,"
the Proctor replied.
"But not enough to take us up again."
"We will have time."
Time. In the end, the primary aim of those aboard the Fist was not his destruction, but seizing the gene bank data and samples. Paul had calculated that the coming crash would convince them that further disabling bombardment from orbit might destroy that prime objective, and Saul agreed. If he was wrong, then their chances of getting off the ground again were little above nil, for even though his robots were rapidly at work making repairs throughout the interior of the ship, he doubted the vessel could stand much more punishment. And more importantly, once they were down, he could no longer use the Mac effect to dodge the blows, and then the absolutely critical vortex generator might be hit. If that happened, he might as well just step out onto Io and open up his suit.
"It looks as if we're all going to die anyway,"
said Gort, his voice drifting in and out of audibility, while patched by a program in Alex's implant.
"But don't you want to be the one to pull the trigger on me, Alex?"
Alex didn't bother replying. He just gazed at the long sliver of metal that had missed impaling him to a wall of asteroidal ice, and then started searching for some way through the tangled mess of wreckage lying between him and Gort. As he moved, he could feel the steady drag of either acceleration or deceleration, but it was mild, and of little consequence. Some of the wreckage glowed red-hot, but Alex realized that this did not account for the increase in light hereabouts. Shifting himself away from the ice wall, he obtained a clearer view, through a hole torn in the side of the old station ring, of the bright, sulphurous surface of one of Jupiter's moons speeding along below.
"Or have you lost the stomach for it?"
Gort asked, as Alex now wormed his way between splintered beams.
"It was so much easier for you to shoot people in the back. So I guess facing up directly to someone who knows you're coming, and wants to kill you, might not be quite to your taste."
Alex paused, surprised at Gort's attitude. Obviously the man was hoping to lure Alex out from cover. But did he really think him so stupid? Did he think Alex could be goaded into irrational acts of anger? Apparently he did. Alex knew that in general human terms he was very naive. But when it came to this sort of thing, this hunting and killing, Alex was Methuselah. Such a misreading of someone, such a complete lack of judgment on Gort's part, further confirmed the futility of that man's rebellion. It never had a chance of success anyway, but had it succeeded, the Chipped would probably have been tearing at each other's throats shortly afterwards. Finally, struggling out into the open, Alex studied his surroundings. He saw that something had smashed through the side of the ship, torn up the outer ring infrastructure, then buried itself in a blast wall far ahead and over to the right. However, the enclosed section he had quitted, just before the latest impact, was undamaged, and doubtless Gort was still covering the rectangular opening below in the hope of springing an ambush. Alex moved to the right to get a clearer view, checking the direction arrows in his visor, but found them ghosting and intermittent after so many lasercom devices had been destroyed here.
"It's not a question of whether I have the stomach for it, Gort. It's just a job I do."
He hadn't actually wanted to speak, but the program running in his implant needed more communications data to key onto.
"And now you do it for Alan Saul,"
Gort replied bitterly.
"Tell me, Alex, were you recruited by him for this treachery right from the start? Or did you go and weasel your way into his good graces after you'd joined us?"
This response was enough. The red arrow steadied and pointed directly at a twisted beam junction covered by a meter-wide strengthening plate, 20 meters ahead. Under magnification and protruding from behind it, Gort's hand was just visible, supporting the stock of his assault rifle, the barrel predictably directed down towards that same rectangular opening. Alex just needed to move over as far as the nearest blast wall and work his way along it to obtain a clear shot. He began to do so, but also remained curious about Gort's attitude.
"Surely," he said, "you understand that even without me here to stop you, you've had little chance of success. Did it never occur to you how convenient it seemed to be for you to gain access to explosives? Did you not question how easily you obtained the supposed location of his backups?"
"So you actually believe the mythology he creates around himself," said Gort. "You too have been fooled into believing in his omniscience. It's all a front, Alex, and so long as people believe in him, they enslave themselves and do the majority of his work for him."
Alex shook his head in irritation.
"He spoke to me just a short while ago, and that was the first and only time since he spared my life. He simply inserted me in your group like a number in a formula he needed to solve, while at the same time he gave you enough rope with which to hang yourselves."
"Oh, you're so grateful to be alive,"
Gort spat contemptuously. Alex paused by the blast wall.
"Yes, I am. Just as I'm grateful for the possibility because of him that I might continue living for a very long time.
As a slave.
Yet with greater freedom than I have ever experienced before."
"But you are not free, and you will never be free, and you could exist just like that for an eternity," said Gort. "Those of us with fully functional brains recognize that as a kind of hell."
"I thought you said we were all going to die."
"Fuck you, Alex,"
Gort replied, obviously lacking a sensible rejoinder.
"So things would have been better without the owner," said Alex. "With you in charge, we would all have been free to map out our own destinies and just do whatever we want. That's rubbish. There's no real freedom anywhere. It's simply an airy concept used to justify power grabs. We're all constrained in some way, either by those who rule over us or by those we rule, or by our environments and by genetics. I just happen to prefer being ruled by the owner because he's the one most likely to keep me alive, and because I myself do not want to rule, and know of no one more worthy to rule over me."
"You're an idiot, Alex."
"But I'm not the kind of idiot who wanted to kill the only one with any chance of keeping us alive or out of Serene Galahad's hands. And I'm not the idiot who is now going to die."
Gort laughed.
"I wouldn't be so sure about that."
Muzzle flashes abruptly lit the scene, and a couple of tracers showed Gort was firing down towards the rectangular opening.
"Well, I thought you had more patience, Alex,"
he continued. Then he laughed again and propelled himself from cover. Alex opened fire, at least 2 bullets hitting home, but with no guarantee of penetration through a VC suit. Gort nearly lost his rifle as he used his wrist impellers to drive himself downwards and out of sight. Alex squatted and propelled himself from the blast wall, heading for the same opening in the hope of intercepting Gort there and finishing this pathetic drama. And as he went, he was forced to wonder just who the hell Gort had been firing at. He landed above the opening, caught hold of a jag of twisted metal, pushed himself down and swung inside, bringing his rifle to bear. 10 meters back inside, 2 figures drifted in a mist of vapor, leaking from suit breeches. One rifle was tumbling away behind them, and one was trailing at the end of a broken strap. As Alex pushed himself down for the floor and accelerated towards them, the larger one turned the smaller one round, pressing a sidearm up against her throat. Alex stumbled to a halt on recognizing the bloody face behind the cracked visor.
"Seems I've got something to bargain with now,"
panted Gort, his voice hoarse, blood all around his mouth, and a leak under his armpit which the sealant just didn't seem to be containing. Alex gazed at the face of the owner's sister, noted the scabs of yellow breech resin on her stomach and her chest. He observed her cracked visor, and wondered how long she now had left to live.
"But not with you,"
Gort added, turning the sidearm on Alex. The command. The secondary bridge looked little different from its primary twin, but now, of course, Bartholomew did not have all his previous staff. With his stomach tight and his mind hardened, as the command limped sideways on towards Io, he watched the end of the battle between the Fist and Saul's ship. Both vessels had taken huge punishment. But in the end, the Fist's better armor and larger complement of weapons had decided the fight.
"What's your status?"
he asked Captain Erlon. The captain of the Fist had lost most of his beard. He had a burn dressing on the front of his neck and soot smears all over his face.
"We've still got all our beam weapons, 5 railguns and 2 others that can be repaired within an hour. Main fusion drive is optimal, but the Alcubierre drive is going to be down for weeks. We lost 2 side burners, but that's merely cut our maneuverability, which is irrelevant now."
Bartholomew switched his gaze from the screen frame showing Erlon to the main image transmitted by the Fist of Saul's ship struggling with steering thrusters only to try and escape the pull of Io. The ship looked like a cratered moon, so many were the holes punched through it. Internal fires were visible, as was the massive damage to its traveler engine. It was weaponless, had no more drive than perhaps enough to steer it clear of impact with some of the mountains down below. And it was now going to go in hard. Bartholomew just hoped it would not go in hard enough to be completely destroyed, as he still needed to retrieve the gene bank data and samples, and possibly some prisoners.
"You didn't manage to hit his vortex generator,"
Bartholomew commented. Erlon shrugged with a wince.
"No, and luckily he didn't manage to hit ours either, or rather none of his shots penetrated its armor. Perhaps his drive is armored similarly."
"Perhaps," Bartholomew allowed.
"Then, your casualties?" 58 of my crew are dead. Another 20 in the infirmary,"
Erlon replied.
"We also lost over 300 of the primary assault group when he hit the shuttle bay, as they were ready aboard shuttles."
That was the thing about space warfare, Bartholomew surmised. Unlike land battles on Earth, in this unforgiving environment, the dead would always outnumber the wounded.
"Other assault troop casualties?" "None," Erlon replied. "Our armor took the sting out of the railgun missiles, and nothing penetrated through to core accommodation."
Again, Bartholomew watched Saul's ship going in, and noted that the steering thrusters were now all pointing in the direction of travel, as if to try and slow the vessel down rather than alter its course. He checked another frame on the screen displaying a map of Io's surface, and the changing predictions on the crash site. It would be coming down through the spume emitted from 2 volcanoes, its impact site a sulfur plain lying beyond. This wasn't a site Bartholomew would have chosen, but he supposed Saul was all out of choices.
"What about landing?"
Bartholomew asked.
"We've got some repairs to make, but we should be good for it."
Bartholomew nodded, feeling a degree of smugness. It had been on his suggestion that the Fist be constructed so as to enable it to land on a planet. Tactically, it had always been a possibility that Saul, his ship having been partially disabled, might be able to take it down on Mars, or on one of the big planet satellites, in order to make repairs, sitting himself in some deep canyon to deter railgun fire from orbit. It was also the case that the few landing craft the Fist possessed would be vulnerable on their way down. Better that the whole ship could go down with all its weapons able to defend itself and then pound Saul's ship from close quarters before launching a ground assault. Luckily, after much argument, Calder had agreed, though neither of them had foreseen precisely this current scenario.
"Well, I guess we can just sit back and watch the show for now,"
Bartholomew said, doing exactly that. Saul's ship was low now and trailing vapor. Abruptly, the screen image divided, showing both the view from the Fist above and another view from some kilometers behind the descending vessel. Bartholomew enjoyed Erlon's foresight. The man had obviously launched surveillance drones to follow the ship in. A better assessment could thus be made of just how much damage it had received after it came to rest. But more importantly, here was plenty of imagery for Serene Galahad to use in subsequent ETV broadcasts. Always a good idea to ensure that Earth's dictator enjoyed a ringside seat, and plenty of material to work with. From the perspective of the drones, the ship soon lay below Io's horizon, hurtling over a mosaic of browns, yellows, and drifts of icy white, dotted with pustules of glowing orange from silicate volcanoes. Ahead lay the twin spumes from the erupting volcanoes, which were blasting gas and molten matter out into space with the constancy of fire hoses. Perspective abruptly changed as the drones climbed. Saul's ship entered the clouds surrounding these 2 fountains and abruptly turned mustard yellow from the sulfur deposited on its hull, leaking blue flames from those parts of it still partially molten. The view clouded as the drones entered this same area, then blanked out for a while. The second view from orbit showed the ship punch its way through between those two eruptions, its steering thrusters spearing out long emerald flames. Saul must have boosted those thrusters somehow, because when the drones regained clear imagery, they were almost on top of his ship and had to decelerate. Even now, with his ultimate defeat in sight, Saul was still managing to surprise them. A sulphurous plane sped past below. Then again the drones became blind as the ship travelled over some kind of white mass and blew up a cloud of icy dust. The vessel had by some means dropped lower abruptly, and Bartholomew surmised that Saul must have used the gyroscopic effect of his vortex generator to reposition it. Next, from orbit, the Admiral watched a smoky line scar its way across the plane for 3 kilometers before primary impact. The ship then ploughed in, the loose surface below somehow preventing it bouncing, but the impact still causing it to shed wreckage. It skidded for a further 2 kilometers, mounding up sulfur compounds ahead of it, before finally grinding to a halt. Some half an hour later, the dust had cleared enough for a close drone view of it. Saul's ship lay with the wreckage of its fusion drive buried, partially tilted on its axis, brown and weirdly green chemical smoke rising from glowing holes in its hull.
"And so it ends," said Erlon.
"Not quite," said Bartholomew.
"He still has his robots, and whatever crew have survived. We must never underestimate this man."
"We land close and go in hard," Erlon asserted. "We've got enough EM tank busters to fry all his robots, 1,700 tough and highly trained commandos, and 40 spider guns."
"Try not to kill too much computing," warned Bartholomew. "We still need to get hold of that gene bank data, and try not to cause any more wreckage than necessary, because there are the samples, too."
He didn't add anything about trying to capture Alan Saul alive, since that objective was a given. However, he personally doubted that it was possible, and that Galahad's orders would only result in a further waste of lives. Bartholomew paused to wonder if there was anything he could have missed, but just could not discern it. Erlon's force was overwhelming. Saul had lost all his major weapons, and only a few of his surviving personnel aboard would be soldiers. And though there were likely to be losses against Saul's robots, those machines would not be able to stand for long against tank busters and 40 spider guns. Really, he just had to accept that Erlon was right.
"I'll be in orbit within 10 hours, he said. "How long before you can make your descent?"
"We'll probably be ready just before your arrival," Erlon replied.
"Do so when feasible. Don't wait for me."
Perhaps now it was time for them to think beyond this little war out here. The command would be crippled for some time yet, so once they'd taken everything they wanted from Saul's ship, Bartholomew decided it would be a good idea for him to transfer himself to the Fist for the trip back to Earth. He grimaced at the thought, but could feel the tension draining out of him as he decided it was time to enjoy his victory. He had time enough to think about his future under Earth's psychotic dictator during the trip back. Earth. Clay Ruger flipped up the hatch in the arm of his acceleration chair, uncoiled the umbilical inside and plugged it into the socket in his suit. His visor display now told him he was running on ship air and power, and in the ship's communication circuit. Next he peered down at the sidearm that had been returned to him, before looking across at Galahad, who had now found her own umbilical and was plugging it in. He contemplated the satisfaction he might still feel by putting a bullet through the side of her head. But what was the point? Skotonis was now singing over the link he'd made to both Ruger's and Trove's phones. Some ancient ditty about a runaway train. He'd started doing this just after kindly letting them know how many minutes remained before the Scourge struck the Traveller construction station, and he detonated the warheads aboard. "What do you mean by 3 minutes?" Galahad asked, turning to him.
"That's how long we've got before Skotonis arrives,"
Clay informed her. At that moment, the fast re-entry drop shuttle tilted down as it peeled away from the dock, throwing him up against his restraints. A second later, light glared through the front screen, and the vessel shuddered sideways under some sort of blow. Shortly after that, the sounds of exterior impacts penetrated through the hull.
"The fuck?"
Sack exclaimed. "Skotonis is firing on the station," Trove announced.
"Now that wasn't very nice, was it?"
said Skotonis over the phone link before recommencing his song. Another glare of light through the front screen, but it must have been more distant this time, for no blast wave or debris reached the drop shuttle.
"He's firing on us?"
asked Galahad. Trove glanced around.
"I think your friend Calder realized Skotonis wasn't going to stop, so has opened up on him with the station railguns."
She paused as she took a firmer grip on the steering column.
"Bit late for that, as they'd never do enough damage to stop him, and now he's destroying the guns." "That's good for us," said Galahad. "Calder would have opened fire on us the moment we cleared the station."
Clay stared at her, annoyed by her certainty, irritated by her expectation of reality ordering itself to suit her wishes. She seemed utterly confident that they could still escape and survive. How could she be sure all the railguns had been destroyed? Because even before she assumed power, she had been utterly certain that she knew best. Then, over the short period of her reign, that certainty had transformed into a belief in her own unique destiny. She probably thought that she simply could not die before achieving it, and probably even thought she would never die. As he let that sink in, he finally began to stitch together events in his mind. Seeing Serene Galahad aboard the station, the moment he stepped from the shuttle and seeing that their meeting was being broadcast on ETV, he'd been thoroughly wrapped up in the fact that he was due to die when Skotonis crashed the Scourge into the construction station. He had found that suddenly ridiculous, amusing, all the efforts he had made to ensure his own survival, once it became apparent that his new boss was a psycho, had thus come to nothing. He'd kept quiet about the evidence of her being behind the scour, but retained that same proof for later use while trying to keep his head down. He'd removed his implant and shorted out his strangulation collar, and he'd revealed the evidence of Galahad's guilt, and all for nothing. Or maybe not. His seat kicked him in the back as the drop shuttle's engine fired up, slinging them away from the station. In the forward screen, he saw Earth rise and center, then incrementally grow larger. The giant called acceleration came and sat on his chest. Until now, he hadn't properly registered how he'd stepped into the midst of a small rebellion, and that this Calder, who controlled off-world resources, had been trying to usurp Galahad. It had all been too chaotic. He hadn't understood that getting to this drop shuttle had been a futile exercise at best, so long as Calder controlled the station railguns, because he'd still been wrapped up in the certainty of them all dying in a nuclear conflagration. However, he did have some reason for hope. Skotonis had now destroyed those same railguns, and despite her apparent earlier fatalism, Trove was still struggling to keep them alive. Trove keyed some controls on her chair arm, the acceleration now being too powerful for her to reach either the joystick or the console controls. Part of the forward cockpit screen flickered, a liquid crystal layer in the glass over to one side now giving them a view of what lay behind them. The Traveller construction station filled up the whole image, still massive even though they were hurtling away from it, in comparative scale like some bug launching itself from a house.
"We're going to black out, maybe die," she managed tightly. "No time for the special acceleration suits."
Really, thought Clay, she hadn't needed to say that. The drop shuttle was shaking now, a deep-throated roar penetrating. Perhaps it was illusion, but the whole vessel seemed to be compacting and contorting around him.
30 seconds,
Trove said. Clay fixed his gaze on the rear view. There was some sort of counter running at the bottom of the screen, and only then did he realize it was their distance from the construction station measured in kilometers. But at that moment the pressure on his eyeballs blurred it.
"Here it comes."
The construction station was now comfortably small in the rear view, just occupying a small area at the center. Earth had grown huge, filling most of the true forward view, continental land masses clear below sheaths of cloud, the urban sprawls evident even from this distance, like the etched silicon of integrated circuits, while the streaks of mass driver firings cut up through atmosphere like white hairs sprouting from an aging face. For a second, Clay glimpsed what looked like the Hubble array, but it then slid to one side of the view. Next, in the rear view, the bullet of the Scourge speared in towards the station on a tail of fusion fire. "Goodbye, cruel world!" Skotonis cried over the phone link, then began laughing hysterically. The Scourge struck and slid itself in like a syringe needle being driven into an arm, and a fraction of a second later, explosions erupted all around it. For a further fraction of a second, Clay wondered if its armory might not detonate. Then a giant flashbulb went off and the rear view blanked. "Sweet Jesus," Trove muttered, doubtless seeing some reading on the console before her. Clay found himself holding his breath, then blew it out with the help of the giant sitting on his chest. The drop shuttle continued to shudder around him, and he wondered how far you had to get in vacuum to be beyond the reach of an explosion that encroached on the gigaton range. The rear view returned, and it seemed as if a big orange eye was peering in at them. There was no sign of the construction station. With an explosion like that, there would be no debris, just white-hot vapor and plasma. The ovoid of fire grew and flattened, occupying the entire rear view, which was now just an orange section of the forward screen. Abruptly, the giant increased the pressure on Clay's chest while Aurora fled ahead of the ship, which began shaking violently. Earth rose and suddenly slid to one side, and as blackness encroached on his vision, Clay was reminded of when the gravity wave had passed through the Scourge, breaking his bones. Then the blackness closed him down. Chapter 17. Brain dead. With tank-grown replacement organs, cancer-hunting nanomachines, bespoke drugs, and microsurgical techniques to repair just about any kind of damage the body is known to suffer, there are those who say that the human lifespan is possibly without end. The problem with this contention is that it can never be proven, since that would be like trying to plumb the depth of a bottomless well. Certainly we no longer have any incurable diseases, whether bacterial, viral, or genetic. However, there are still strict limitations on the amount of physical damage that can be repaired. Most damage can be dealt with, since all organs and limbs can be replaced or repaired. But if a brain is destroyed, there is little point in keeping the body alive, and there has consequently been much debate about how much brain damage makes it unsalvageable. If a victim suffers heart failure due to injuries or disease, and the brain is then starved of oxygen, it currently becomes unsalvageable in a little over 20 minutes. And even though some may theorize that brains can be revived after a longer spell, they also admit that the revived brain would be merely a blank slate, and that nothing of the original personality would remain. Argus. No harm in looking. There had been a surprising lack of pain at first. Just a series of hard impacts driving her backwards, detaching her gecko boots from the floor and sending her tumbling. In confusion, she tried to reorient herself, tried to get her feet planted firmly so she could figure out what had happened. Another course change, more railgun strikes nearby. She had just managed to propel herself to a convenient surface and re-engage her boots when he slammed into her. Var fought to hang on to the rifle he wanted to snatch away, but she felt leaden, as if she'd been poured into her suit and set solid. Suit diagnostic warnings scrolled up her visor, but fractured and hard to read. He finally knocked her rifle from her grasp. Through the warnings, she saw his face. Gort's face, triumphant and sneering. But only for a moment. As he gazed at her, his expression suddenly transformed, and he soon looked frightened and hopeless. 3 suit breaches, the warnings informed her. 2 of them already sealed, but one in her suit's visor, where the sealant system did not connect. She must return to a pressurized environment at once. She abruptly felt tired, and knew her mind wasn't working at its best when, only after seeing these warnings, did she spot the cracks in her visor. That tight, leaden feeling inside her torso irritated her lungs, and she coughed, spattering her visor with blood, then watched as it beaded and slid down to where all the cracks converged. She could now see the leak clearly. She watched blood oozing through one of the cracks and vaporizing in vacuum outside. But there seemed to be much more blood than she had coughed up, and her neck felt damp, and it hurt.
"I'm sorry,"
she heard as Gort's voice was carried through to her at the point where their visors touched.
"I'm sorry."
It was now getting difficult to breathe, but Va knew that had nothing to do with air loss, since that was something she'd experienced many times before. Mere tiredness transformed into a sudden incredible weariness. She was just fed up with it all. Fed up with the endless effort. She closed her eyes, and that felt good, but then reopened them, choking for breath like someone suffering from sleep apnea. After everything, after Mars, after her being rescued, was this it? She coughed out yet more blood, white and frothy now, and could hear her own pulse stuttering in her ears. Shallow breaths were all she could manage, and there just wasn't enough air. Her vision turned to shades of black and yellow, and her pulse grew hesitant like the beat of an engine running low on fuel. When she closed her eyes again, it came almost as a relief, as night descended. Va wished for morning to return, as do we all. They were down now, the ship protesting all around, and the lists of reported damage redoubling rapidly. Saul concerned himself with detail and tried not to be appalled by the destruction. He began filtering the data, then redirecting his robots to deal with the most critical repairs. For what was to come next, the Arboretum cylinder did not really need to be hauled back up into position and repaired. The spindle for Arcoplex 2 did not need to be fixed either. The weapons were beyond repair, and the Traveler engine would not be firing again for months, if ever. Instead, he passed control over the bulk of his robots to the Proctors, who were working frantically to repair the Mac Effect drive to restore its efficiency to over that critical 80%. Others he had delegated to sealing atmosphere breaches, to working on structural repairs, or to securing wreckage. Some of them were even now dragging cables over and across the Arboretum and welding up its contact points with the ship's skeleton. While supervising all this activity with the larger portion of his mind, he simultaneously focused a smaller, more human component elsewhere.
"You have between 5 and 10 hours at most before we move again,"
Saul announced as he continued surveying the wreckage, and the death throughout the ship.
"Larocque,"
he next addressed the technical director, who had already unstrapped himself and was walking in low gravity across the sloping floor of Tech Central, to gaze through its cracked windows.
"Do what you can for the injured. System access is limited for the moment, but I've given you the locations and circumstances of those in most need of help. The seriously injured should be moved, if possible, to Arcoplex 2, but you'll have to work fast."
Larocque stared out for a long moment before turning away, his face white and shocked behind his visor, as he returned to his console. Sitting down, he searched for some pragmatic reply.
"What about structural damage?"
"I'm handling priorities," Saul replied. "Just deal with the injured, and make sure everyone can be quickly secured after a minimum period of 5 hours.
"Then what?"
asked Larocque. "Then we get to find out whether we live or we die."
Saul next transferred that portion of his human consciousness he was currently using to communicate with others aboard, specifically to the meat locker.
"Hannah, Raymond, Da Vinci, you're needed in Arcoplex 2.
Hannah glanced up at the nearest cam. "We're down on Aya," she pointed out.
"Yes," he replied, "but I hope for only a maximum of 10 hours. Liaise with Larocque on your timings."
"Are we going to survive this?" she asked.
"Maybe,"
he answered, his voice catching as he glanced with human eyes at the hardened nubs of once molten metal scattered across his suit. He was doing the best he could in the circumstances, but no amount of processing power or planning could remove every fragment of risk that they might end up at the bad end of a railgun strike or a beam weapon. Over the next hour, he watched the injured and dying being sought out, some needing to be cut from wreckage, others having to be given life-saving treatment where they lay. When Hannah, Raymond, and Da Vinci arrived in Arcoplex 2, they were greeted by a constant stream of the injured, and were soon up to their elbows in blood. Where he could, Saul diverted robots to help them, but only when such diversion did not slow down crucial work on the Mac Effect drive. His priority was escape from the solar system, and if he didn't manage that, they would all end up dead anyway. Next, having assured himself that everything was running at maximum possible efficiency, he diverted a part of his attention to the two still surviving out in the station ring, Messina's ex-bodyguard, Gort, and the clone Alex. He only knew they were alive because their implants kept feeding mental data to their backups.
"Why is Gort still alive?"
he inquired.
"Having some trouble," Alex replied, his words laced with pain.
"You are injured?"
"Broken leg."
Saul reviewed the present situation. The only possible way Gort could now affect their chances would be if he attempted to destroy the vortex generator. But considering the man's objectives, he had no real reason for doing so, and it was most likely that he was simply trying to stay alive. Saul calculated that he would remain hiding out there in the old station ring for as long as possible, and by staying out there he would eventually solve the problem he had become.
"He's no longer a real danger to us, Alex,"
declared Saul.
"Just get yourself to Arcoplex 2 and have your leg tended to."
"Unfinished business,"
was Alex's brief reply.
"If you stay out there, you could be dead within 5 hours.
Saul felt a hint of human irritation arising within him.
"Your sister, too,"
added the Messina clone. This information threw Saul into a fugue that lasted a whole second. Then he began searching cam data and footage, located Var's overseer's office, glanced at a recent report from Langstrom, and realized he'd not been keeping his eye on that particular ball. Next he linked through to Alex's backup and then Gort's, and began decoding both present data streams and recent memory.
"What happened?"
he asked meanwhile.
"He shot her. Thought she was me."
"Is she dead?"
Even as he flatly asked the question, Saul felt hollowness in the pit of his stomach. Just as with the ships out there, he had been in error. He'd not done enough. He'd got it wrong. The moment he knew they existed, he should have killed the chipped rebels. Here, then, was the price for his attempt to use a light touch not to be so dictatorial, to try and put humans in a position to solve their own problems.
"I don't know," Alex replied. "She was shot through the gut and chest when I saw her, with maybe one through her visor, too."
The words fell like blows. Saul now felt the terror of some kind of disconnection, as if he was falling into an abyss, and a huge regret. For a second, he just could not incorporate this simple data, could not accept what Alex was telling him. Then, at last, some of the data from Alex began to unravel, visual only, showing the view through his visor of a great mass of rubble and sand. Saul began to work with it, and cross-referencing a cam view provided confirmation that Saul was seeing sulfur compounds scraped up from the surface of Io. Alex next switched his attention to the gap in the hull through which all this had poured, before turning aside to peer up at a tall bulkhead wall. Memory decoded then, and Saul replayed the earlier exchange between the two men. Alex had little time to react. He couldn't fire on Gort, so he threw himself backwards to the opening and tried to propel himself out of sight. At that moment the entire ship shuddered, and he found himself falling away from the opening before slamming feet first into the very same beam juncture Gort had concealed himself behind. Now looking towards the outer wall of the ring, Alex watched a storm of material pouring in through the hole in the hull and mounding up. This seemed to last an age, the ship shuddering constantly all around him. Then he was falling again, dropping across the ring section, till again coming down feet first on a hard surface. His recently healed leg shrieked in protest, then gave way underneath him. He had time enough to register that it had broken before a wall of sulphurous rubble swamped him. Saul pulled himself out of the alluring grip of the memory and returned to the moment, still struggling to accept what his logic told him as he began reading the decoding from Gort. When the ship hit Io, the man had managed to drag Var into a side corridor, so he was not thrown after Alex, nor did he suffer such a fall when it righted itself on the surface. He'd moved on a quarter of the way around the ring, and was now in a branch corridor, one that terminated against a wall of asteroidal ice. A patch sat in place over the persistent leak in his suit, but he was cold, in pain, thoroughly aware of the damp feel of blood inside his suit, though still standing and still able to move. Var lay at his feet, and he hoped to use her to bargain for his life. In a moment he would move on, work further round the ring to get as far away from that homicidal clone as he could. Back to Alex now, who was glaring at the section of bulkhead leading up to the opening he'd fallen from, searching for handholds while his tracking program gave him Gort's location, over 3 kilometers away. The Messina clone was not far from the massive rubble of sulfur compounds, scraped up from the surface of Io, and which had swamped him as the ship righted itself on the surface. He'd been buried in it, and spent the best part of an hour digging himself free. Saul made calculations and realized that, judging by her injuries, Va needed treatment fast, and with a broken leg, Alex could not hope to get to her quickly enough, let alone deal with Gort. Yet, on another level, Saul also understood that his calculations had their element of denial. "Alex," he instructed, "head to your immediate right. There you'll find a maintenance tunnel under the vortex generator, which will bring you out in what remains of the Arboretum end cap. From there you'll easily be able to make your way round to Arcoplex 2. I've just sent a map to your implant, so go now, get yourself seen to."
"But, Gort, your sister,"
Alex protested.
"Gort is badly injured and dying. My sister's already dead,"
Saul replied. He was only saying that to get Alex to desist. Wasn't he? Saul had no way of knowing how true his latter statement might be. Surely.
"Further effort on your part will prove futile. You've done well, Alex, but this is now over."
Alex hesitated. But then he turned and obeyed. Saul now hesitated too, then exerted control over his voice and planned the words he would use before he made another call.
"Gort," he said. Wondered when you'd be talking to me. If you get my sister out of there, you get to live,"
Saul replied. His tone washed of emotion as he sent a map to Gort's implant.
"You'll be met by Hannah Neumann and some medics at the place I've designated."
"Go to hell,"
said Gort, abruptly sitting down. Saul badly wanted just to kill the man, but again suppressed emotion. Formulae of human responses assembled and solved in his mind, and he knew by Gort's attitude that the man thought his bargaining chip was no longer valid, and that Va was indeed dead. Keeping himself utterly under control, Saul explained.
"She might appear dead to you, but Hannah Neumann might still be able to do something. Please try to get my sister to her swiftly."
Gort just sat panting for a moment, then suddenly stood up. In the light gravity of Io, he hauled up Va, loose-limbed and flopping like any new-made corpse, managed to throw her over his shoulder, then set out along the route Saul had detailed. Meanwhile, the medics Saul had summoned from Arcoplex 2 were on their way. He'd done the best he could and could now only wait for Hannah Neumann's verdict. He focused next on the fist as it swung in orbit around Io and descended towards the horizon, doubtless with its ground forces getting ready to disembark, and struggled to care. After a long period of just watching, he finally managed to get his thoughts in motion again. From an intellectual distance, he considered how it would have been optimal to have ramped up robot activity the moment this ship went out of sensor range. But its drones were still nearby, and he did not want the ship's captain to have any reason to consider firing on him when it rounded the moon and finally landed. He ran calculations on likely landing sites, checked the energy ratios in the vortex generator, and coldly made tentative selections of generator containment coils. And he waited. Command. Bartholomew gazed at his screen, studying various drone views of Saul's ship, registering the numerous holes in its hull and the peculiar chemical fires burning inside. Deep radar and other sensing techniques showed that there was still life and movement there. Many internal compartments were charged with atmosphere, as were the 3-cylinder worlds, and certainly there was some metallic movement detectable, which meant Saul's robots were still a threat. However, the ship was definitely down, and would not be going anywhere. Readings showed that the vortex generator, the only drive presently available to it, was incrementally winding down. Bartholomew also wondered if an Alcubierre warp could be generated both in a gravity well and through the ground beneath. "Perhaps I should put some slugs into those," suggested Erlon, speaking from a screen frame and indicating with pointer arrows the atmosphere sections on a schematic, growing steadily more detailed as more data came in.
"You can if you wish," Bartholomew replied, "though I feel that the human crew is hardly a danger. Sol's robots will be the main problem. We must also avoid hitting the Arboretum cylinder, since that is the last known location of the gene bank samples."
Erlon grunted and shrugged.
"Then there's that new section below the old Argus Station Tech Central. It looks like a likely location for our friend, Alan Sol, whom we have been instructed to capture alive," Bartholomew reminded him. "No, you land your ship and return fire only if fired upon. Once down, you launch the ground assault and use your ship's weapons to cover the troops."
He paused thoughtfully for a moment.
"This was one of the least likely scenarios envisaged, but we do have assault plans drawn up, though they were originally drawn up with Mars in mind. Scenario B of the two, I think."
Erlon nodded.
"Spider guns in through the top of the ship. Main human assault through the equator, however it's positioned. 5-man teams covering a 6th man who carries the tank buster. Limited EM pulse fire in system-critical areas because missiles will do less damage to the ship's computer system."
Erlon grimaced.
"I've had plenty of time to memorize all of it." "Then I don't need to issue you any further orders," said Bartholomew. "I want constant TACOM updates, but otherwise, go and get the job done, Captain Erlon."
The other captain nodded, and his screen frame blanked out. Now the drone views showed deep black shadows around Saul's ship, as the surface there became subject to an intensity of light it probably had not seen in billions of years. One drone swung round and tilted up to show the fist descending through the thin atmosphere of Io, its main fusion engine bright as a welding arc, while steering thrusters flashed and glared like nighttime gunshots. It came down fast a couple of kilometers to one side of Saul's ship, poised on its fusion torch, then with a blast of steering thrusters slid over the top of the 5-kilometer-high mountain of metal. The flames seared the pole of Saul's ship, and hull metal sagged, melted and burned away, opening up an extended view into the interior. Bartholomew smiled. Using a fusion flame like that had not been part of any of the scenarios, but was a clever move on Erlon's part. Now the spider guns could quickly swarm inside over a wide area rather than go 1 or 2 at a time through the railgun holes. The fist headed 2 kilometers beyond Saul's ship and then descended, folding down segments from its lower hemisphere. These were its landing feet, but also the assault force's disembarkation points. Finally it began to settle, dust clouds and chemical fires blasting out from it, coming down onto the surface like a globe on a plinth. As the fusion flame went out, a big door opened down from the landing foot facing nearest to Saul's ship and settled as a ramp. First out of the fist came a horde of ATVs sporting 10mm machine guns and EM tank busters. These were merely ground cover for the crossing towards Saul's ship, and would be abandoned once the assault proper began. Next came the spider guns, at the sight of which Bartholomew gave an involuntary shiver. About half of these had their weaponized limbs altered, the lethal firepower of machine guns that fired depleted uranium beads being replaced with EM tank busters and with launchers firing armor-piercing missiles. These were effectively robot killers. Next came 1,700 heavily armed and armored troops, some carrying portable tank busters, some carrying missile launchers, and all carrying Kalashtek assault rifles. They seemed overly laden with equipment, but in the low gravity, and with their VC suits motorized, they moved almost as fast as the spider guns. Now, on seeing this force swarming towards the shattered behemoth that had once been Argus Station, and which had come close to being converted into an interstellar vessel, Bartholomew felt a kind of shame. It seemed too much like overkill, now that the enemy was all but beaten, and it seemed to grate on some sensitivity to fairness inside him. Earth. Ruger's first thought, as consciousness returned, was, "I'm still alive," swiftly followed by, "Not for long." The drop shuttle was full of acrid smoke, and emitting distinctly unhealthy groans and screeches below the constant roar. Earth kept changing places with sky in the view through the front screen, and Trove was screaming obscenities while she wrestled with the controls. Beside him, he could hear Galahad muttering something that sounded like a prayer, until he actually heard the words, and realized she was reciting the names of extinct animals. Then, with a sound like a bullwhip cracking, followed by another sound like a ground car going into a crusher, deceleration threw him hard against his straps. At the same time, something hit the back of his seat with a grisly thud, and a hand flopped loosely past him. It seemed the one remaining soldier had not strapped himself in securely, and if that sound was anything to go by, might not get another opportunity to do so. Earth and sky gradually ceased to swap places with such alarming regularity, the horizon settling shakily into the horizontal. Then the bullwhip cracked again and the pressure came off, the hand dropping out of sight. "Fuck it!" shouted Trove. "Not enough!" The horizon started wobbling and began to tilt. Another crack resounded, and once again Ruger was thrown hard against his straps, the hand rising up beside him as if to indicate, "Yes, I'm still here." He noted flecks of blood spattering his suit's shoulder pad, gathering into globules and launching for the screen, but guessed it wasn't his own. The drop shuttle groaned long and hard, and behind he could hear the distinctive sounds of power shorting out, easily recognizable since he'd previously heard it aboard the Scourge. With a fourth crack, the pressure came off yet again, but by now the horizon had stabilized. "That's it," said Trove. "We're all out of chutes." Clay knew that without her voice coming over his suit radio, it would have been difficult to hear her through the racket all around him, and he certainly would not have detected the fatalism in her tone. "And what," asked Galahad's brutish bodyguard, "does that mean?" "It means aileron thruster and undercarriage braking only," she replied. "That's if the undercarriage even comes down, which I doubt." "Oh, good," thought Ruger. "We're going to crash and burn." He felt almost like shrugging to some unseen audience. Galahad seemed to believe that some predestination guided the course of her life. And now Clay Ruger was starting to think the same about himself. Apparently he was fated to die in the crash of some sort of flying vessel. He swore to himself in that same moment that if he did survive this, his only route off the ground henceforth would be via stairs, or a lift, or maybe not even the lift. "Map screen," said Trove. "I need somewhere long and level, and over 10 kilometers of it." Sack obligingly called up a map on the console screen. "What about Outback Spaceport?" "No good. It's going to be central India if we're lucky." "What about a water landing?" Sack asked calmly. "It would tear us apart." Sack diligently began searching the screen. "What about this?" He showed a map which, from Clay's seat, seemed to be all sprawl, but for a long white smear through the middle of it. "Run the navcom," Trove replied. Apparently this bodyguard was a bit more than just muscle, for he worked the navigation console before him like a pro before coming up with some figures. "Got it," Trove replied, putting the drop shuttle into a slow turn, the horizon tilting. Steering thrusters then rumbled, and the horizon rose as Clay's straps bit into him again. He looked for the rising hand, but it didn't appear this time. Maybe the soldier behind had managed to get back into his seat. Or maybe not. The sound from outside was now like a gale, blowing through an empty, windowless office block, and the screen had taken on a reddish tint as if the tough, heat-resistant lamination of glass and other materials had come new-made from the furnace. Clay did not know whether this was supposed to happen, but he did know that the internal air conditioning was struggling to get rid of the smoke. The drop shuttle leveled, and now the recognizable shapes of land masses became visible ahead. "Okay, time to show it our belly," said Trove. The horizon dropped out of sight to reveal a deep mauve sky scattered with stars. The roaring, which it had seemed impossible could grow any louder, nevertheless rose in crescendo. This just continued interminably, the sky becoming bluer before taking on an orange blush. "This isn't the dawn," said Trove. "It's because of Skotonis." Meteorites appeared next, scratching lines across an object glowing in the sky, just like Jupiter's red spot. "I didn't think there would be debris," remarked Clay. Trove glanced round. "You're back with us, are you?" "Well, no. The construction station was completely vaporized. The debris from Core 1 and the Hubble array.
Looks as if Core 2 survived, though whether anyone aboard did is another matter.
Right, said Clay. An hour passed, maybe even more. Clay wasn't counting, and was sure he'd been dozing when Trove spoke next.
We've got the nose cams and screen display back.
3/4 of the way up, the forward screen divided horizontally. The top section showed just daylight sky, while the lower part revealed the view down towards Earth. Oceans sped by underneath. Land masses now took on depth and contour, though that image seemed to be of low pixel count, what with all that land having been subsumed by the cubic structures of sprawl buildings. At length they entered night again, but a lurid night with a portion of the sky seeming on fire. They were much lower when ocean terminated against electric-lit landmass, and Trove announced, "East coast of India." In the new light, and as low down as they were now, the sprawls became much more visible, and Clay spotted occasional cleared areas amidst them, where Galahad's dozers and crushing machines had been at work. Notable, too, were large areas of sprawl where no electric lights gleamed at all, and he was overcome by a strange, spooky feeling on considering how much down there now lay empty. A lake flitted by underneath, divided into fish farm squares, each reflecting orange, but also occupied by black drifts, so probably devoid of fish. Navigational schematics appeared all across the screen, datum lines giving their route in, counters giving speed and desired speed, and much more that Clay did not care to recognize.
"Putting landing gear down now," said Trove.
Clay felt the vibration, but he could not hear the motors, pumps, or hydraulics at work. However, he did hear the crash, and the abrupt change to the exterior roar. This was good, surely.
"It's down?"
Sack inquired.
"No,"
Trove replied.
"What did I just hear, then?" "You heard the landing gear going halfway down and jamming, which means that if it doesn't get torn off or forced back into the ship when we touch down, we'll probably be doing somersaults."
"Okay, not so good."
"Target coordinates in sight,"
said Trove. Gleaming with reflected orange light, something was rising over the horizon amidst the sprawls. She glanced at the map on the console screen.
"This your idea of a joke, Sack?"
"It was the biggest level area available," he replied.
"Right. Ailerons."
The roar changed in tone again.
"And thrusters."
Another sound next, like wind blowing down a drain pipe. The ship tilted forwards, raising the horizon. Trove lost the liquid crystal display so as to give them a lot of sky over a line of orange, with sprawl towers ranged on either side.
"Pray if you think anyone's listening,"
Trove shouted. The drop shuttle hit, began shuddering horribly and tilting further forwards, bringing more of the plane ahead into view. Then, with a crash and a further shudder, as of a ground car running over a zero-asset indigent, it dropped again.
"That's the landing gear gone."
They were definitely down, and Clay allowed Hope sufficiently out of its box to take a glimpse at the steadily dropping numbers in the bottom corner of the screen. They were slowing, and there now appeared to be nothing but that plane ahead.
"We're down!"
Trove shouted excitedly.
"We're going to make it!"
Out of the plane ahead, which would probably have appeared white in daylight, a yellow smear expanded and resolved. It seemed toy-like at first, but steadily grew into a huge automated bulldozer, with a great serrated roller behind it, parked slantwise across their airfield.
"Fuck it!"
Trove added, wrenching the steering column to one side. Argus. Saul gazed numbly at the approaching army, and knew that the old robots and his new conjoining robots that crouched throughout his ship would never be enough. Could never be enough. Yes, he had thousands of robots under his control, but every one of them could be knocked out easily by an EM pulse. The approaching human troops carried enough tank busters to do that job, let alone the specially adapted spider guns he just scanned. This was a force that could take his ship with ease, and could achieve all the objectives Serene Galahad had demanded but for one: capturing him alive. That simply would not happen. He could shut down his body and brain in an instant, and in the same instant scramble his backups. His suit also possessed another option fitted just below his ribcage in the form of a slab of high explosive. They would not capture him alive, nor would they be taking his body back for Serene Galahad to gloat over. Dying always remained an option for him. But not yet. Through a cam out in Arcoplex 2, Saul watched as Alex, his leg in a plastic cast, strapped himself into an acceleration chair and lay back. Then he switched to another cam and watched the lid of the cryogenic pod thump closed. The numbness he felt had spread through his entire being. It seemed almost part of his makeup now, cold, just like the inside of that canister. He replayed events now several hours old in his mind, and tried to see if there was any way he could change the verdict. Through the sensors of a construction robot which had been making repairs outside the outer end cap of Arcoplex 2, Saul watched Hannah, followed by 2 medics carrying a stretcher as they intercepted Gort. He handed Var over to the medics without fuss, then just stood there, swaying. "Prognosis?" Saul inquired, speaking through all their suit radios. After she'd checked the readouts from Var's suit, then had run some kind of scanner over her body from head to foot, Hannah rocked back on her heels. She took her time in replying. "She's been dead for over an hour. There's nothing I can do."
"Of course there's something,"
Saul immediately replied, then damned that small part of him that had made this response.
"Get her to a cryogenic cylinder in the meat locker," he continued coldly. "The future is always mutable."
"I'm so sorry, Alan," said Hannah as the 2 medics quickly strapped Var into a stretcher and carted her away. "The bullet damage isn't much different to what you yourself received, but her brain has gone without oxygen for too long, and there's further damage from the sulfur compounds penetrating her suit." There were tears in Hannah Neumann's voice, and also an underlying fear.
"Yes, I understand," said Saul. "And my sister was reluctant to have an implant and get herself backed up. That means she's probably irretrievably dead."
"She was a great woman," said Hannah. "Very human and humane."
No, the past could not be changed. At least not yet.
Saul now recollected, despite the situation, a brief bitter amusement at Hannah's words. Humane Var, who had slaughtered the inspectorate personnel in Antares base, later executed Roan of Mars Science, and here murdered 2 more people. Even now, Saul found himself constantly amazed by the human propensity for self-deception. He was also aware of the reason for the underlying fear evident in Hannah's voice. She had expected this loss to tip him over. She had expected it to be the moment he ceased to care at all for anyone, and the moment he turned into the monster she had always expected him to be. As Hannah had moved away to follow the 2 carrying Var's body, he had said, "Get her into the cylinder quickly, Hannah." "What about him?" she'd asked, gesturing to Gort.
"I'll deal with him," he'd stated. "Go quickly now."
Memory returned hard, vibrant and bright, and clear in every detail. She turned to hurry after the medics.
"So what about me?" Gort asked, now supporting himself against the wall. Of course Saul would not now become more murderous and turn into a monster.
Both of those required an element of negative emotion. Saul did not feel negative about this man. He felt nothing at all as he took control of the construction robot, sent it forward and instructed it to use programming he had not used seemingly in an age. Moving with eerie fluidity, the robot slammed Gort back against the wall with a 3-fingered steel hand, extruded a drill from the tool head that its other limb terminated in, and drove this straight through Gort's spacesuit and into his chest. The man shrieked, then sagged as the robot backed off, blood jetting from the hole drilled into his heart. Saul did not bother to see him fall all the way, nor watch the robot cart his body off for disposal. He did not have either the time or the inclination. The numbness, he felt, had spread from the more human part of himself, infecting the larger, more logical parts of his mind. Had the murderousness spread as well? Was he now truly the monster Hannah feared? No, he felt not. The death of his sister had not changed his plans one whit, though perhaps there was no need, anyway, since his plans were murderous enough.
"I'm going to need some elevation for this," he declared, addressing Paul, who with several other proctors was frantically working to repair or replace damaged Mac Effect units at the pole of the ship where the Fist's fusion torch had seared it. "We have to remember that there are 2 vortex generators down here." "Apparently your recent human interaction has led you into stating the obvious,"
Paul replied, incidentally showing signs of a very human irritation himself. From this, Saul realized that the proctor was struggling to keep to the schedule, and upon checking, he saw the efficiency of the Mac effect rising slowly from just over 60%. "I can give you 4 minutes," the proctor continued. "Then we go down again."
"In succumbing to your very human irritation," Saul replied, "you seem to have forgotten the propulsive effect of the mass ejection and the concomitant reduction in our overall mass." After a pause, Paul replied, "Quite." A brief glance through a cam showed the cryogenic pod sliding home into its slot. The pipes to swap out her blood and other bodily fluids were automatically attaching, but the monitoring equipment had been shut down since there was no point monitoring a corpse. Saul realized that though Hannah had used wound glue on the bullet holes, it had been a hasty job, and the swapping out process would still be hampered. Replacement fluids would run out into the wrong places in Var's body. Meanwhile, the 2 medics who had taken Var to the meat locker had reached nearby acceleration chairs and were strapped in. Throughout the rest of the ship, everyone was now as ready as they could be, and the time had come. Outside the ship, the ATVs were disgorging their troops, and the spider guns had arrived. "Do it now," he said to Paul. The ship suddenly heaved and strained, and with a massive groan it began to rise. Saul watched spider guns scrabbling in an avalanche of sulfur compounds and rock, some of them trying to leap the gap growing between the ship and the ground. He registered weapons fire impacting, but it was mostly from small arms and ineffective. As he reached out to 3 of the vortex generator's containment coils, he calculated on 8 seconds before the response from the fist, which would be at about the time he was nearly a kilometer up. He touched the Mac effect drive and tilted his ship just so, counted 7 seconds, then turned off 3 vortex generator containment coils. Thousands of tons of liquid mercury, spinning round a 15-kilometer course at just under 100 million meters per second, erupted free in an instant. Command. Bartholomew felt the drag of a sideburn fusion engine as the command fell into orbit around Io. His crew reported that the damage to the main fusion engine was repairable within a month if they concentrated on that and not the weapons. He had ordered them to divert the ship's resources to that same engine, but now, as he studied an image of the sulphurous moon of Jupiter, he wasn't so sure that it had been a great idea. The ATVs had drawn to a halt and their crews began piling out while the spider guns had been climbing the debris slope ahead. It had all been just a matter of time, with the overwhelming forces disembarked from the Fist, about to begin their assault. But now Bartholomew stared in horror. Saul's ship had risen from the ground without any visible form of propulsion. It had taken Bartholomew seconds of just gaping at the screen to realize there was no optical problem involving the drones, and then... What the hell happened? Bartholomew reached out to his console with a shaking hand and wound back the most recent imagery. He slowed it down and watched most of the spider guns ending up buried. Then the small arms fire. Saul's ship then tilted. Must have been a firing from the Fist. But Bartholomew had detected no such firing, and the last take-on update on constant feed to him confirmed this. He slowed the video down even further and watched as part of the equator of Saul's ship flared, and a thing like a giant silver rod stabbed out, struck the Fist dead center, flattened itself into a blade and scythed across, blurring into a gleaming explosion all around the equator of Saul's ship, even as that initial ejection hurled it at massive acceleration across the surface of Io. The Fist, the ring of its own vortex generator severed, emitted a similar but smaller ejection, which also chewed up its equator as subsequent coils failed. This tore up a crescent of ground large enough to be visible from orbit, which was the only view Bartholomew next received, since the blasts had taken out the drones. He suspected that ejection would have done more damage if its course had not been tangential to the moon, and just gouged a mass out of its surface before continuing on into vacuum. Subsequently, the Fist rose on a massive explosion. Bartholomew had assumed it a munitions explosion, but as Erlon's ship came apart and fell away in a fountain of silicon lava, he realized that the near-relativistic ejection of liquid mercury from Saul's ship
had punched right down through Io's crust. In fact, a plume now becoming visible way beyond the horizon line confirmed that it had cut right through the moon and emerged out the other side. No. He understood. The fist had not hit Saul's vortex generator. Saul had deliberately shut down its containment and used it as a weapon to destroy both the fist and that ship's assault force. And now, like a shark rising from the murky depths, Saul's ship was heading up through the massive dust storms and pyroclastic flows on Io and coming Bartholomew's way. Chapter 18. His gently smiling jaws. With the ability to grow tissue grafts and even whole organs in nutrient tanks becoming an established fact of 22nd century medicine, a large body of researchers in transplantation technology were seconded by the committee to look into further applications that might be useful to the inspectorate. Often the more esoteric products of such research were at the whimsical behest of some powerful delegate, and since rejection problems had been all but overcome, the delegates concerned often looked to the animal world for inspiration. The results of this further research can often be seen today among inspectorate enforcers or the bodyguards of delegates. The misnamed cat's eyes enabled the recipients to see in the dark, though that genetic template was in fact taken from a lemur. Properly named extensible cat's claws proved a rather useless addition to a bodyguard's armory. Keroskin, first based on the skin of crocodiles, was a non-surgical replacement for subdermal armoring, actually spreading across the recipient's body like psoriasis. After numerous tweaks, it included shock-absorbing layers like Kevlar, a high content of insulating fibers that made it resistant to heat, and diminished growth of the afferent nerve fibers, which cut down on the recipient's perception of pain. Protected by such skin, enforcers could go charging into riots, even while inducers were being deployed. However, volunteers to test out what delegates saw as a truly advantageous development were sadly scarce. Earth. That giant called acceleration was bearing down on Clay again, and its breath stank of hot metal and burning plastic. He opened his eyes, not sure if he'd blacked out during what felt like undertaking a short journey inside a trash compactor on a bobsleigh run, and which now oddly seemed to be continuing even in utter silence. Then he realized that what he was feeling wasn't acceleration at all, but his old friend and sometimes enemy. Namely, gravity. He looked down at his torso, half expecting to see some ribs protruding, so much did his chest hurt. Then he glanced around him. The air was full of smoke, though it seemed to be clearing. Over to his right, Galahad was still slumped forwards in her chair, while over to his left, Clay gaped out at an open plain, now taking on hints of bloody red in the false dawn, scattered with burning wreckage surrounding some great mechanical construct, itself burning, and which it took him a moment to identify. Then he realized he was seeing the caterpillar treads and the underside of that yellow bulldozer. The entire left-hand side of the drop shuttle was gone, sheared off. But they were down, and he had survived. He reached down and pulled his umbilical from the ship's air feed, which at some point must have developed a leak, for how else could he have smelled the effects of burning? He unclipped his helmet, now seeming so incredibly heavy, and tossed it aside. Sniffing, he now also detected an odd underlying putrid odor. Next he looked directly ahead, as if only just plucking up the nerve to do so, and saw Trove, gazing down at the torn metal right beside her seat, and a 3-meter drop to the gravelly ground below. Sack was already on his feet, his helmet discarded, and heading back. He came to stand before Clay, reaching down to undo his straps. Clay thought this very kind of him, until the bodyguard relieved him of his sidearm.
"You okay?"
Sack asked, looking past Ruger. Before Clay could reply, a muffled voice from behind him replied,
"Think so. Broke my fucking nose."
"You'll survive," said Sack, and stepped on towards Serene Galahad. He unstrapped and with frightening ease casually picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. Ignoring Clay and Trove, who was now heaving herself out of her seat, he marched over to the sheared-off edge of the drop shuttle and jumped down onto the dusty plateau. Obviously laboring in Earth's gravity, Trove made her way back to Clay and leaned against the chair next to him.
"Didn't keep up with your resistance exercises in the spin gym," she noted after she discarded her space helmet.
Clay guessed she was right because he seemed glued to his chair. He made another effort to get up, rose a little way, then slumped back. Struggling herself, Trove finally helped him up and they moved over to the torn-away side of the drop shuttle. Had he not known that they would be landing on Earth, Clay might have supposed they'd arrived on Mars, what with the russet hue outside. Though this was a Mars from some VR fantasy rather than the mundane reality. The soldier was already ahead of them, climbing down to the ground before glancing up at them with a face that looked as if it had been slammed into a brick wall. On wobbly legs and feeling as if his body was now fashioned of lead, Clay eased himself down to the edge, grabbed hold of a protruding jag of metal, then snatched his hand away as it sizzled. Trove went down ahead of him, using a twisted skein of optics and pre-conductor cable as a rope, then waited below as he followed her. At the last, his grip could just not support his unaccustomed weight, and he fell on top of her, and they both tumbled to the ground.
"You're fucking useless, Clay Ruger," she said indignantly.
"Don't you love me anymore?"
he asked as Trove fought to regain her feet.
"Only like any other helpless animal," she replied, drawing her sidearm from her belt.
Clay, now up on his hands and knees, stared at the ground. He had assumed their landing site to be a cleared and leveled section of sprawl. But now reality began to impinge. Staring up at him, half buried and partially crushed, was a human skull. Extending his inspection of the ground, he identified crushed rib cages, leg and arm bones, wads of clothing, shoes, cheap phones, and the occasional glint of fake jewelry. He knew now what their landing field was. It had probably acquired the name Bonefield, or the Field of Bones, or the Ossuary, as had so many similar places all across Earth. He was standing on a great mass of skeletons, all crushed down and leveled. He was standing on just one of many such accumulations of Earth's dead, the result of Serene Galahad's scouring of the planet.
"Shit,"
he exclaimed, and found himself up on his feet in a moment as if his body had just remembered how to work in gravity. He looked all around, and amidst the scattered and burning wreckage he saw drifts of skulls, then the small mountain of skeletons the yellow dozer must have been spreading out and compacting down.
"Nice place, huh?"
remarked Trove.
"Yeah, wonderful."
Clay spat the dry, powdery, slightly putrid taste from his mouth, wiped dust from his lips, and tried to bat some of it off his spacesuit. He finally looked up. The sky was dull red, but with a lighter glare over on one horizon. Meteorites were still cutting across it high up, and even as he watched, some larger piece of wreckage came down, flaring like a firework, before breaking into 3 pieces that went streaking over the horizon.
"We have to get away from here," Trove added. "But before we go, we have some unfinished business."
She began walking over to where Sack had deposited Serene Galahad on the ground, then removed her helmet and lodged a wad of the plentiful, loose material here under her head. Galahad seemed to be recovering, reaching up with one hand to rub at her face. The one soldier was sitting a few meters away on an unidentifiable chunk of wreckage, carefully cleaning the blood from his face with a wet wipe from a small medical kit. He no longer had his rifle, and his sidearm was holstered. Trove's intention was obvious. Sack, meanwhile, was standing over by the dozer, inspecting its huge blade, though not stepping too close to it. The heat radiating from that big, curving chunk of metal was causing a visible haze in the night air, while flames and black smoke were shooting up from behind it. Clay smelled burning oil, and guessed that the dozer's hydraulic fluid must have caught fire. It was understandable, he supposed, for Sack not to want to get too near to any fire. The man had lost most of his skin in the aero crash on Earth that had nearly done for both Clay and Galahad, and subsequently had it replaced with that ugly Kero skin, though why he seemed so fascinated by the dozer blade, Clay could not fathom.
"Well, how you feeling, Galahad?"
said Trove. The soldier now took note of her and began sliding his hand towards his sidearm. Trove immediately relocated her aim from Galahad towards him. "Yes, draw your weapon," said Trove, "but only with your forefinger and thumb, and then toss it to one side." The soldier flicked a glance across at Galahad, something odd appearing in his expression, though it was difficult to read on his ruined face. He shrugged, reached down carefully and withdrew it as instructed, then violently hurled it far beyond his reach. Clay eyed the bodyguard. Sack had turned away from the dozer blade and was now strolling back. There was something wrong here because he seemed completely unconcerned. "I feel ready to begin work, Pilot Officer Trove," said Serene Galahad, now sitting upright. "And I have no time for silly little dramas like this." Trove swung her aim across and pointed her weapon at Sack. "You, down on your knees." Sack continued approaching. "I said down on your knees, now!" Sack halted, held up his hands in submission, then sank down, his knees crunching on shards of bone. Trove aimed again at Galahad. "We're standing on your work, Ma'am." Trove injected as much contempt into the honorific as she could. "We're standing on the work of Alan Saul," Galahad replied, now rising to her feet. "It was the most horrific of crimes, but in essence a necessary one to save the Earth from humanity. I will build on that. I will remake Earth, and I will remake the human race." She gestured all around herself. "One day there will be soil and trees here. These human dead will feed the rebirth of this planet."
Haven't we heard just about enough of this?"
Clay asked. "I reckon," Trove replied. She pulled the trigger, and the gun kicked in her hand, its flashing putting after images into Clay's eyes, and the noise so much louder than from modern weapons. Galahad flinched away, then steadied herself with eyes closed. She then reopened her eyes and smiled. Trove fired again, emptying the entire clip, the sound of the weapon thundering and echoing around them. And next, while she stood there, still pulling the trigger, and it continued clicking like skeletal fingers, Sack, who moved with scary speed for such a big man, reached over and took it out of her hand. Trove just stood there as Sack discarded the empty clip and inserted a new one, before heading over to stand next to his charge. "You didn't think I would hand you a weapon with live rounds, did you?" he asked mildly. He nodded towards Clay. "He had the real thing, which was why I took it away from him." "Do you now see?" said Galahad. "There is nothing to stand between me and the future. I will do everything I say, and that way I will save this world." She paused for a moment as if in reflection. "I would, of course, have liked to have seen you properly punished as a lesson to all, but the situation is too complicated to explicate to the general public, so regretfully you will not be making any further appearances on ETV." She turned her attention to Sack. "Kill them." Command. Saul's ship continued rising, and now further data were coming in.
"Some kind of Mac effect drive, apparently,"
said Jepson in communications and scanning, one of his 4 surviving command crew.
"But apparently its primary source can't be located, so we can't knock it out."
"We don't want to knock it out until he's up here," Bartholomew stated. "If that ship goes down on Io again, we'll have to sift through widespread wreckage for the gene bank data and samples."
He paused for a second. After seeing the fist obliterated, his instinct said that Saul's ship was such a great danger that he should instantly open fire. But instinct nevertheless had to take a back seat to mission objectives. If he reacted out of fear and ended up destroying everything they'd come for, he knew that an adjustment cell would be waiting for him back on Earth. "What has Tactical got to say?" he asked. It was another of the command crew, Sherry Grace, in charge of weapons and logistics, who replied, "Though we can't locate the primary source of this Mac effect drive, a sufficient bombardment should knock it out. He also has no real weapons anymore, and little in the way of defensive capability. Scans show extensive damage inside, too." Bartholomew nodded. "We'll try and target power sources."
Do we have his generators located?
Mostly, but hitting them is not going to be easy.
We'll do that anyway, but make sure we avoid the Arboretum cylinder. Bartholomew wondered if there was anything else he'd overlooked. Do we have any updates from Earth? He asked. Jepson failed to reply, and Bartholomew turned to him. The man was staring at his screen, with his mouth open and an expression of shock. Jepson. Something at Earth. Jepson, Bartholomew snapped. Report. The man looked up. There's been an explosion back there. And?
Admiral, the readings are off the scale. We're gathering data right now, but it seems the nuclear arsenal of the Scourge detonated.
He shook his head.
We can't find the Traveler construction station.
Sir, interrupted Grace. What do you mean you can't find the construction station? Bartholomew demanded, ignoring Grace.
It's gone, sir,
Jepson replied. It's gone? Whole new scenarios opened before Bartholomew. I'll want confirmation of that, and more detail on what happened. Did we receive any messages prior to this event? And do we have any data on Serene Galahad's location when it occurred?
Sir,
Grace insisted. He held up his hand. Shut up, Grace. If Serene Galahad had died in the detonation of the Scourge's nuclear arsenal, then that put a whole new complexion on events, on his mission objectives, and on the penalty for failure. It would mean a scrabbling for power back on Earth, the outcome of which he could influence with the weapons remaining to him aboard the Command. These were matters that needed his very close consideration. However, whatever he thought of Galahad, the fact remained that the gene bank data and samples were important for the future of Earth, and therefore should still be retrieved. It was just that if she was dead, taking captives was no longer necessary. He could hit that command nexus at the center of Saul's ship where he was sure Saul himself resided. He could probably hit everything else in there but for the Arboretum cylinder, because surely the data would be stored there along with the physical samples. He could tear that ship apart and—
Admiral, sir,
said Grace.
I must insist.
Must you? He spat, rounding on her.
He's accelerating, sir.
Doubtless that has something to do with him getting away from the gravitational pull of Io, he said, returning his attention to his console and screen. After a second of studying the data Grace had relayed across, reality finally bit.
Open fire on the enemy vessel, he shouted. Target everything but the Arboretum cylinder.
Everything, Admiral? Grace inquired. Everything, Bartholomew replied. We're not taking back any prisoners.
Understood, sir.
In moments, Bartholomew felt it in his bones as his ship began firing, and he also noted the lights dimming with the drain. Power status? He asked.
Not enough to maintain everything,
replied one of the engineers monitoring the ship's systems. Prioritize weapons, steering, and side burners.
The vortex generator?
Go to holding.
No, go to induction draw. We certainly won't be able to use it to move us, but we can use the power it's stored up.
Still studying his screen, he noted the distance between Saul's ship and the Command rapidly diminishing. Perhaps Saul did have further weapons to deploy, but needed to get closer to use them, so it would be best to keep him at a metaphorical arm's length.
Take us out!
He directed the order to the two personnel at the helm and navigation console, two whose names he had yet to learn, for they were replacements for the pair who had died.
I want a minimum distance between him and us of 20,000 kilometers until all of his ship, but for the Arboretum cylinder, is reduced to scrap.
Visuals now showed the railgun impacts on Saul's ship, red spots appearing on its surface like freckles on a face, and then fading with glowing wreckage strewing out behind. This was the thing about the enemy, Bartholomew reckoned. Saul's ship was a sphere with a 15-kilometer circumference, and though they could try and target vital parts of it, completely turning the majority of it to scrap as Bartholomew had ordered, would be like turning a full-length train to scrap with just handheld weapons. Steering thrusters turned the Command, and then a remaining sideburn fusion engine kicked in, thrusting him down in his seat, but not as forcefully as their scrapped main engine had done.
He's at 20,000,
someone stated.
Have we hit his command center yet?
Bartholomew inquired.
Not yet, Grace replied. Either our targeting is off or— Jepson.
After checking his instruments for a short while, Jepson replied. I'm getting positional changes in response to our firings.
Now it was Grace's turn to study her own instruments intently. He's using that drive of his to dodge.
But I am seeing impacts, said Bartholomew.
He can't dodge everything, but is taking a lot of our shots in already severely damaged portions of the ship. She paused again, studying data, then went on. Most of his vital equipment is on an equatorial plane, and he's edge-on to us, but with a slight tilt. He's making sure a lot of our hits are right on the equator, where they lose energy and remaining vortex generator armor, or then hit the smelting plants and bearing end caps, and he's spinning to distribute the damage.
Give me bracketed firing solutions, Bartholomew ordered. This new drive is probably located somewhere on that plane. He turned to Jepson. Any effect yet on that drive? His acceleration's increasing, said Jepson.
18,000 kilometers, declared their new navigator.
What?
Bartholomew roared.
I told you the minimum safe distance.
He's still accelerating, said the pilot, and we can't maintain minimum distance, Admiral. Bartholomew felt his tension growing. Saul had caught Bartholomew out by deploying a plasma cannon and had destroyed the Fist by ruthlessly wrecking his own Alcubierre drive. Time and time again he'd been underestimated, and no way would he be coming after them like this without some means of attacking.
15,000 kilometers,
stated the navigator.
Start with the maser, Bartholomew ordered. He at least won't be able to dodge that.
Firing, Grace replied, and the lights again dimmed. But he's tilted in response, and is now completely edge-on, so we've still got that equatorial infrastructure in the way. That means we're mostly frying wreckage. I suggest we go to grid plot and hit every surface section that becomes available.
No,
Bartholomew shook his head.
Concentrate on the equatorial plane. He probably has some weapon in there that we haven't seen yet.
Present drive efficiency dropping, said the pilot.
10,000 kilometers,
the navigator added with a catch in his voice. Tactical suggests reduced firing so as to increase suggested safe distance, said Grace, still appearing calm. Our weapons are putting a power drain on pellet aggregation in the side burner.
Maintain maximum fire rate,
Bartholomew ordered. He was damned if he was going to run from such a heavily damaged vessel, new drive or not, and suspected this might be a tactical feint on Saul's part, precisely to induce him to run.
I'm getting some strange visuals, sir, said Jackson, but the maser and railgun firings are interfering. Relay to me.
On the screen, the image of Saul's ship jumped closer, but then blurred and shimmered. It almost looked as if the hull was burning and boiling in certain areas. Maybe this was an effect of this Mac drive, or maybe the command's maser was starting to melt sections of the hull. However, something here definitely seemed wrong.
Cease firing for a full scan, he commanded, and recommence firing immediately afterwards. Jepson, full link to my screen, updating as soon as scan data comes in. Yes, sir.
The lights brightened as all firing shut down, then dimmed again while Jepson used ship's sensors to do a full sweep of the approaching vessel as EM interference cleared. On his screen, Bartholomew watched Saul's ship divide into small squares, image data in each rapidly cleaning up before it winked out again, the blur and the shimmering effect wafting away. From the pole downwards, the squares disappeared, soon revealing an area perhaps a kilometer across, a great blemish where the hull appeared to be melting.
5,000 kilometers,
the navigator shouted, his voice breaking. Jepson focused down on that same blemish, and Bartholomew slowly grasped that Saul's ship wasn't burning or melting there. It was crawling. He saw the hull was swarming with those golden conjoined robots, thousands of them, and he realized precisely how Saul intended to attack.
"Target that with all weapons!" he shouted.
But even as he gave the order, the blemish slid round and out of sight as the approaching behemoth turned on its axis.
3,000 kilometers!
Hysterical now, without a doubt.
"Shut down weapons and give me full power to the facing side burner until we're at 1,000,
Bartholomew ordered, sounding as controlled and calm as a pilot taking a scramjet down for a crash landing.
"Then divert power to side burner 3, complemented with chemical steering thrusters." "Yes, sir," replied the pilot.
and shortly afterwards new acceleration pressed Bartholomew down into his chair. "Sir," said Grace, "our vortex generator?" It was an idea, and one he had briefly checked. However, the planning behind the building of the command had been heavily influenced by fear of sabotage. But perhaps still worth checking further. "Can we shut down any section of vortex generator containment?" he asked the engineer he had addressed earlier. 2,000 kilometers. Now the hysteria had evaporated from the navigator's voice, and it had taken on a leaden edge like an acceptance of the inevitable. The engineer looked round. "Only if we send someone out to the ring with explosives." 1,000. The pressure of acceleration came off, then back on again, as if now trying to throw Bartholomew sideways out of his chair. By slow degrees that same pressure swung round, as the bridge sphere reoriented. It was too late now to send anyone off to destroy containment before the imminent impact. Bartholomew gripped the arms of his chair, stared at the close loom of Saul's ship, and at a tactical display indicating relative positions. The command had begun to slide out of the other vessel's path, so maybe... No, at the last moment the other ship swung sharply to the side, out of danger from the vortex ring, then came in hard on the command's nose. Bartholomew felt the force of it rip sideways through the bridge sphere, felt as if one of his own ribs had given way. The racket was terrible, like a bomb blast in a scrapyard. But the navigator's shriek was all too audible as he hurtled past and slammed into the engineering monitor wall and hung there in the indentation, power shorting out all around him. The fool obviously hadn't secured himself properly, the kind of mistake the previous navigator would never have made. But even that had not saved him from a chunk of metal punching through his chest. The lights went out, came on again and went out again before switching over to emergency LED. The racket continued, the shouting, the agonized protests of metal giving way, the explosions and the hollow roaring of flames. Screens flickered and tactical displays lost any sense. Somebody was repeating, "Oh God, oh God," in a steady monotone. Then another sound began to impinge, and it was one that sent cold fingers crawling down Bartholomew's spine. As from an automated factory operating at full tilt, he could hear distant saws, drills, and hammering sounds. Then came a din of scrabbling and clattering that reminded him of lizards running over a tin roof, but big lizards whose weight was buckling the roof. And then, inevitably, the crackle of weapons. The command apparently now had some unwelcome visitors. Earth. Clay Ruger closed his eyes. At least it would be quick. No lengthy, agonizing death under an inducer, or being impaled on a metal spike, or slowly strangled, or coughing out his lungs as the scour ravaged throughout his body. He waited for the impact of the bullets. And waited. Then eventually opened his eyes again. Sack stood gazing down at his weapon, holding it in one hand, while running a finger of his other hand along the barrel, his expression contemplative. "Do you know," he said, "this gun is not a replica. It's over a century old. Admittedly, it required heat treatment to reverse metal crystallization, and further metal layered in to repair general wear and tear. But it's worked perfectly for all that time." "Then it's time for you to work it again," said Galahad, now looking both puzzled and wary. "Obey me, Sack." Sack nodded. "You asked Caldo why. If you were the one who caused it, you would have surrounded yourself with those who had lost family to the scour. Maybe you remember me telling you about my father. Maybe not. This was his gun." "This is all very interesting, Sack, but it doesn't change the fact that it was Alan Saul who released the scour on Earth's population, and my only sin was not revealing its original source." Sack took his free hand away from the gun and held it up to inspect his lizard skin fingers. He then reached down to his belt and extracted something from it, clicked a button to bring a blade gleaming into the firelight, then tossed the flick knife to stab into the bone ground at Trove's feet. "You." He turned to the soldier who was now standing up again. "Fuck off." "There's no need," the soldier replied.
Nevertheless. The man nodded and headed over towards his sidearm and stooped carefully to pick it up. Sack did not react. The man slid the weapon back into its holster, then turned and strode off into the night. "You two," he said to Trove and Clay. "Get over there." He nodded to the drop shuttle. "And cut me 2 of the longest lengths of that preconductor cable you can find and bring them back here." "Sack, you really—" began Galahad. The weapon swung round and back, hard, smashing her in the mouth, crushing her lips and splintering her teeth, and sending her sprawling on the ground. "And you," Sack added, "can shut up." Her bloody mouth open in shock, Galahad began to scrabble away from him. He stepped after her and fired twice, shattering her kneecap and then her elbow. She shrieked and lay writhing. Then, after a moment, desperately began dragging herself along with her undamaged arm and leg, groaning and panting all the while as Sack kept pace with her. "Do you really think anyone believes you anymore?" he asked. "I made sure I was by your side because you got things done, and you then seemed to be the one who would get me, and all the other people I know, some payback." She had no reply, just glanced up at him with her eyes wide and tried to crawl faster. He halted her by bringing one foot down on the shattered joint of her leg, and as she whimpered in agony, he turned back to the other two. Clay met his gaze for a moment, then stooped and took up the flick knife. "Best we do what the man says," he said to Trove. She numbly followed him to the drop shuttle and helped unravel the lengths of cable that he then cut. The stuff was not actually a superconductor, but a cheaper alternative that came very close. Eventually, they'd secured what Sack required and brought it over to him, dropping it on the ground beside Galahad. Putting away his weapon and stooping, the bodyguard busily began stripping off her suit. She fought him, but he smacked a hard lizard skin hand against her ruined mouth, and she desisted. "You can go now," he said, "if you want." They stayed for a short while. Just a short while. Argus. The command soldiers, moving to defend certain areas of their ship, came pouring through the airlock fast, with the weight of their VC suits only partially slowing their rapid deployment of the 10mm machine gun on its tripod. That Saul could watch them at work was only due to the optic pushed through a hole drilled in the airlock at the further end of the corridor, for the comm-lifer was still keeping him from penetrating the command's computer systems. No matter. And really, Saul wasn't trying very hard to penetrate those systems, but instead just sufficient attacks to keep the comm-lifer busy, with the systems on the edge of overload and communication channels slow and unreliable. This was all now proceeding much as he had supposed it would, once they were past the danger of the command using its vortex ring as a weapon. The other physically penetrative attacks were already deep inside the ship. His robots had cut power to any railgun still capable of targeting Saul's ship, and had reached the maser, which they were now dismantling. The nuclear arsenal had just fallen too and been isolated with a full 6-section conjoined robot inside it, which was making the weapons completely safe by dismantling them. Others had reached as far as the vortex ring and captured 3 of the 5 fusion reactors that powered it. Even though its plane now lay away from his own ship, and a containment shutdown would just blow its Mercury out into space, Saul did not want it totally destroyed, since there were a lot of valuable materials to be harvested there. Elsewhere, the robots had not penetrated and were responding only when necessary to attacks from the crew, from the reader guns, from the command's own robots and its soldiers. Already they'd stripped away the wreckage lying at the contact point between the 2 ships, which was now being conveyed inside by older-style robots, and they were proceeding along the length of the command into the expanded waste volume underneath its vortex ring, and there busy dismantling it. Whole, undamaged components which, with perhaps just a little alteration, could be used in Saul's own ship, were being diligently unbolted or cut at welds so as to be removed. Other items, after being identified as of little use in their present form, were quickly cut free to be taken to a central pool of materials, destined for the smelting plants, whereupon the huge damage they'd suffered could be repaired. In fact, his robots weren't so much attacking the command as eating it. The 8-section robot positioned beyond the airlock
which was being guarded by that 10mm machine gun, had by now removed the hinges and the seal, as well as much of the surrounding structure. Like a golden centipede carrying a buckler, it surged on its way through with the heavy airlock door held in front of it. The defending soldiers fired their machine gun, the heavy ceramic rounds slamming into the airlock door, and in places cutting through it into the leading robot section. By the time the whole robot reached them, the door itself was in shreds, and so was the vanguard of the robot chain. It swiftly discarded both, and in a blur fell on both men and machine gun and swarmed over them, leaving weapon and body components in its wake. Another fusion reactor was now isolated, and an engineering team was retreating from the last. Here some command robots remained to launch a clumsy defense as Saul's robots closed in. New programming then kicked in, and the command's robots were overwhelmed and immobilized, one at a time. Cowlings swiftly de-riveted and removed. Processing chips were extracted and plugged into sockets in Saul's robots, and there wiped. Laminar memory EM pulsed at close range, the blank chips reinserted, then fast and dirty programs fed in via optics. Thus enemy robots became beasts of burden, conveying away the substance of the command. Next, a chunk of the data plenum dropped out. Saul did a fast replay to get imagery of a tank buster being deployed to knock out the first section of the now 7-section robot. The team firing at it looked like crew, not soldiers, but they were still doing a good job. They kept hitting his robot as it hurtled towards them, dropping overloaded front sections as it approached. A conjoining of 2 sections hit the men at the last, and they, with their weapon, joined the stream of components being hauled out of the command. The robot next cut fast with a thermic lance alongside a door, extracted a thick plug of metal, then inserted a tool head into the perfect 5-centimeter diameter hole this created. The door thumped open, and the robot entered, took fire from 2 reader guns, before tearing one down from the wall and hurtling it into the other with the force of a bullet. From the acceleration couch, to which he'd been secured with metal straps, Christopher Shivers opened crusted eyes now that no cams were still available for him there.
"At last,"
he managed.
"Be quick."
Doubtless the equipment monitoring him would detect his expectancy of death, gauge his relief at the prospect of finding peace, and admonish him with some degree of suffering. Saul's robot did not move fast because of this, or because of some feeling of sympathy in the one who had programmed it and still controlled it at will. No, it moved fast because that was how it was designed to move. Using just a few quick motions, it sliced a circular saw blade through his neck, snatched up his head, and divided his skull like an avocado. It quickly pared away brain, even while blood still spurted from the man's neck, found the hardware located behind the optic plugs in his skull, sliced away the biological component, then opened tiny covers to insert hair-thin optic and electrical connections. Saul was now into the command systems, and he found them very cramped indeed. He sucked up strings of code and broke it, isolated the bridge, and included the ship's system in the lasercom network his robots were spreading throughout the craft. Its work done, his robot dropped the remnant of Shiver's head and turned to speed away, picking up its own discarded sections as it went, quickly replacing their burned-out components and reprogramming them, while making for a part of the ship indicated on the schematic in its mind, where it could join its fellows in the disassembly. Saul then shut down all the reader guns, closed down communications between crew and soldiers, took control of all the rest of the command's robots, and simply added them to his own complement. And now, with most of the front section of the command gone, and remaining crew and soldiers fleeing to the rear or finding somewhere along the way to retrench, he recalled half of his robots and set them to making repairs within his own ship. Next, he focused on the rival ship's vortex generator, which was slowly winding down, though still in the process supplying energy to the command. He connected up superconducting cables from his own ship to suck that power, thus drawing further momentum from the circulating mercury in the command's generator. It would, he realized, take at least 2 days before the liquid metal was moving slowly enough to be tapped, and before the command's vortex generator could safely be disassembled. But by then, most of the other ship would be gone. It would also take that many days before his smelting plants could even start work on creating components for a new vortex ring for his own ship, and probably months before his ship might be returned to anything like its previous condition.
"Alan Saul,"
came a voice broadcast from the secondary bridge sphere, where his robots were now busily taking apart the sphere's acceleration orientation gear.
"I need to speak to Alan Saul."
It seemed that this Admiral Bartholomew, whose name and record Saul had loaded from the command systems, now wanted to speak to him. Saul considered that. Possibly the surrender of the remaining holdouts would speed up the present process. Then again, there were huge inefficiencies involved in conveying the human survivors to captivity, and little of material value to be gained by doing so. Command. There was, Bartholomew felt, something almost reassuring in having been defeated so comprehensively. He had nothing to bargain with, no terms to negotiate, nothing to offer except the surrender of the crew and soldiers he could still contact, and whom he suspected were only alive because they'd not yet gotten the way of one of the robots. He swallowed some stale orange juice from his suit spigot, visor closed now because the sounds of slicing and drilling, the crackle of cutting lasers, the thump of rivet removers, and the high-speed screech of bolts being unwound was getting very close now. He'd witnessed it out there before the cam feeds had blanked. He'd seen those things taking apart his ship with the alacrity of an expert black-market butcher, gutting, skinning, and dismembering a corpse collected from the back door of a safe departure clinic. Only there was more than one butcher at work here, and a damned sight more than just one knife.
"Alan Saul,"
he repeated, using isolated broadcasting gear within the bridge sphere, since nothing else was now available.
"I need to speak to Alan Saul."
"And why do you want to do that?" asked a perfectly calm and apparently sane voice through the PA system.
"I want to surrender myself and my crew,"
said Bartholomew, glancing round at those watching him, and seeing no sign of disagreement there. "And the relevance of that to me is what?" Alan Saul inquired.
"It's over now. You've won. We'll do anything you want. Go anywhere you send us."
"I see," said Saul. "You've conceded defeat and tipped over your king. You've acknowledged that you cannot win, and have pulled up the stumps. It was all a jolly wheeze while we were fighting, but now let's all retire to the pavilion for beer and sandwiches." Apart from the reference to chess, Bartholomew had no idea what Saul was talking about, so all he could do was dumbly repeat, "Is over." "Hundreds of my personnel are now dead. My sister is dead, irrecoverably dead. And my ship is a wreck. If I'd surrendered to you, then my personnel and I would have faced lengthy interrogation under inducement, followed by protracted executions on ETV. You are now in an environment and situation where keeping you and your remaining personnel alive requires an effort on my part. Please explain to me why I should bother to expend that effort." Irrecoverably dead. What did that mean? Bartholomew groped for something, for anything to say.
"You were under attack and using your drive at the time, so maybe you didn't see what happened back at Earth."
"I saw," Saul replied, "and I picked up some communications that you almost certainly did not. It seems that Captain Skatonis was still aboard the Scourge, and that he felt a grudge towards Serene Galahad, relating to her extermination of billions of human beings on Earth, whose number included his own family."
"Jesus!"
Jepson exclaimed, while Grace merely dipped her head and gave it a shake. Bartholomew studied each of his remaining command crew in turn. Some looked baffled, some angry. Others still managed to retain that long-inculcated trait of showing no emotion at all. Did he believe what he'd just been told? Unless Saul had some kind of weakness he knew nothing about, some need for Bartholomew's support, which in the present situation seemed highly unlikely, he could see no reason why the man should be lying. And of course it made utter sense. Many were the suspicions, though aired in utter privacy, about the demographics of that particular catastrophe, and about how it was mostly zero assets who had died, conveniently along with all the remaining members of the previous committee. Calder had been quite acerbic in his occasional comments about this, and at the time Bartholomew had felt sure he himself was being sounded out. However, he had reacted with complete correctness and loyalty to Serene Galahad, simply because he'd been afraid Calder's comments were made at her behest, in order to test his loyalty.
"Then don't you see," he countered, "it's all over. She's dead. You have no enemy any longer."
That is not necessarily true, since a fast escape drop shuttle left the Traveler construction station just before the detonation, managed to correct itself after the blast front reached it, and then landed somewhere in India.
After his initial tirade, something about the way Saul was speaking now sounded a bit off to Bartholomew. It all seemed to have become too correct, too exact, and from his experience with Christopher Shivers, he felt sure he knew why. I am not speaking to all of Alan Saul now, am I?
You are speaking to enough of him, the voice replied.
So I am to be judged by a sub-program?
You are in no position to protest about that.
So what must I do? Bartholomew asked. Must I beg for the lives of myself and my crew?
No. I will no longer respond to circumstances on the basis of emotion,
Saul replied.
However, I've given limited self-governance to the personnel aboard my ship. And since this is a human matter, I've consulted with Technical Director Larocque, who is the de facto governor of the human population.
A human matter? What is his decision?
I have opened your communications to all of your own personnel aboard,
Saul declared. You will tell them to abandon their weapons and head for the nose of your ship.
There you will be met by my police chief, Langstrom, who will conduct you into confinement in Arcoplex 1. What Larocque and Langstrom then decide to do with you is their own concern. You may address your personnel now.
Bartholomew sat there, gaping. What should he say? What could he say? Eventually, after a lengthy throat-clearing, he began. This is Admiral Bartholomew. We have lost. We have been defeated absolutely. And the only alternative to surrender is for us all to die. When he had finished, the replies came in, neatly ordered, one after the other, so doubtless Saul was still controlling their communication. Some argued with Bartholomew, but could not argue with the facts he laid out. Most simply agreed. Okay, let's go, he said at last, when it was all over. They went out through the bridge sphere airlock in pairs, one of them carrying out their navigator, who was unconscious but still alive. Bartholomew waited until they were all gone, extracted the laminar storage of the ship's log, and inserted it into a belt pouch, for his defense just in case he ever faced trial on Earth, which now seemed unlikely. He already knew that Saul's robots were tearing his ship apart. But as he stepped out, the extent of it still came as a shock. The corridor right outside had lost all its wall panels, its ceiling, and even most of its floor. He gazed up through the wide-open structure of the ship at busy activity. The flicker of cutting lasers, golden worms seemingly entwined through everything, with their multiple limbs moving at a blur, diamond saws filling vacuum with a snow of glittering swarf, major ship components shifting, then being pulled away. His command crew could be seen further along the corridor, standing back from where one of his own ship's robots was taking up another floor plate ahead. Go over it, he instructed. If he wanted us dead, we would be dead by now. They launched themselves over the robot, which simply ignored them. Propelling themselves on through the ship, they made their way forward to join up with a party of 3 troops standing on a lattice of beams halfway from the core to the nose. Here Bartholomew gaped in amazement, for so much of the ship's structure was gone he could see clearly as far as the vortex ring, and beyond it, out into hard vacuum. Peering ahead, he caught sight of Saul's vessel. In fact, could see right inside Saul's vessel, because such a large part of its hull was missing. As they headed towards this, the whole ship around them shifted in the same direction, like some fish being swallowed by a giant sea anemone. Others joined them on the way forward as they propelled themselves from beam to beam, and had to throw themselves clear of the paths of great loads of wall plates, beams, reels of cable and optics, and in one case the partially dismembered carcass of a fusion sideburner. 5 people awaited them on the lip of the giant hole opening into the massive vessel ahead. They were armed and began beckoning them down. Bartholomew paused against a beam, as those around him headed where directed. He counted just 35 of them surviving out of a crew of hundreds. You're Bartholomew? said one of the 5 figures as he caught up with the rest.
I am. Okay, all of you follow me, said the man he now recognized as Langstrom. Don't do anything stupid and don't try to run. I won't bother going after you, but then I've no need to.
Bartholomew gazed up at the stream of robots and materials flowing through the gap, and then back at the command. Already it had become skeletal as far back as the wrecked main engine, and he could see right through its length and to the stars beyond. What, in the face of all this, would be more stupid? Was it fighting to the end and thus dying? Or allowing oneself to be captured alive? Earth. Serene just could not believe the pain. She'd pissed in her suit, which was fine since it was designed to absorb it, but she'd also shit herself, and it wasn't intended for that. As Sack had pulled the VC suit from her body, she'd been sure he was going to rape her with a penis covered in that hard lizard skin. She didn't even try to fight him after he dealt the second blow. She knew how strong he was and knew it would be futile. Let him have his way, let him do this to her and punish her. Perhaps it was necessary for her to undergo this metaphorical scourging, to free her of the sin of past crimes, and thence she could move clean-born into the bright future. What she had done, and what she intended to do were of the utmost importance, so she should expect to suffer some pain along the way. Great deeds were often tied to great suffering. Didn't the saints and martyrs of the old religions of Earth know about that? Once she was naked, he tied a length of the preconductor cable to the ankle of her undamaged leg, then to the wrist of her undamaged arm. So he was going to tie her down first, and then have his way with her. She noted that Ruger and Trove were still here, watching in fascination. They would enjoy her personal humiliation, and now she felt glad Sack had not obeyed her instruction to kill them. After this was all over, she would be able to hunt them down and punish them thoroughly for their crimes, including this present voyeurism. With the cables in place, Sack began towing her along by her ankle. She shrieked again, then concentrated on keeping her shattered knee and elbow off the bony ground. She gritted her teeth, determined not to cry out any more. She would suffer this, and it would pass. Nearer to the bulldozer, she became aware of the heat from its blade, as flames still leaped up behind it. And it was here Sack finally deposited her. He took up the cable attached to her wrist and tied its far end to a large chunk of wreckage. Next, he returned and pulled the other length of cable round behind the dozer blade, and she could hear him scrabbling somewhere there. The cable flipped over the top of the blade, which rose at least 8 meters off the ground, and he then appeared there, amidst the flames and smoke, and began hauling upon it. How could he survive there in that fire? The suit must help protect him. But what about his hands and face? Serene abandoned these thoughts as the cable began tugging her, by the ankle, closer to the hot blade. However, the other cable attached to her wrist then tightened too, and she was lifted up off the ground, the pain of it bringing her near to blacking out. Higher and higher she rose, until she hung suspended at an angle between the 2 cables, only the one connected to her wrist stopping her from swinging straight in towards the hot metal.
"Wonderful stuff, this Keroskin. You have no idea," announced Sack, walking out from behind the dozer blade.
Oily flames licked up his legs. His spacesuit was blackened and smoking, and he looked like a demon, fresh out of the pit. He paused and stooped to take up handfuls of bone gravel to put out the flames, seemingly oblivious to the burning oil clinging to his hands.
"Fire isn't much of a problem for it," he explained, "because it has fewer afferent nerves and can resist a lot more damage than normal human skin. Of course, even at the cost of being more vulnerable and less able to withstand damage, I'd prefer to have human skin, and my old face."
"It can be done," Serene managed. "You can have your face back."
"But I can't have my father back."
Sack gestured all around.
"And there are millions, if not billions of people who also can't have their friends or family back."
"Necessary," Serene asserted.
"Oh, I agree." Sack nodded. "You did something that was horribly necessary." in order to save the planet. But this is personal.
He walked over to the taut cable that extended from Serene's wrist to the piece of wreckage. He pulled it tighter to give himself some slack at the knot, which he untied. Next, holding the cable taut, he turned back to face her.
My only problem with fire is a psychological barrier I have to overcome.
He slackened the cable slightly and thus set Serene swinging.
I was told that the pain I suffered was just about the worst anyone can suffer. And that, of course, left scars inside me, too.
You don't do this.
He clearly wanted her to think he was going to burn her, and she decided it best to play along with this melodrama he was creating. He would toy with her for a while. But in the end, he knew she was utterly essential to the future of Earth.
But I do,
Sack replied, then stepped forward to allow her to swing in towards the dozer blade. He wouldn't do this. He would pull the cable taut again at the last moment. He would not sacrifice the future to such petty vengeance. Serene continued to believe this right up until the moment when her naked body touched metal hotter than a clothes iron. Thereafter, she lost the ability to think at all.
The sunrise was spectacular.
Deep purple clouds turning silver and gold on their undersides, then shading to amethyst shot through with blood red, before being seared by the sun as it breached the sprawl towers, and then turning to lemon and orange. The clouds seemed to be rainbow islands in the sky, with the bays and coves of some fantasy land people could only dream of ever reaching, or only reach by dreaming. It was, Ruger felt, a sunrise he would remember, and one he could appreciate properly now the screaming had stopped.
"Do you reckon she's dead now?" Trove asked.
"I should think so,"
Ruger replied. "I'm surprised she lasted so long."
The power of the sun began ramping up very quickly, and the clouds lost their romantic appeal. Maybe a couple of kilometers ahead lay more sprawl, though it was difficult to tell for sure in the increasing heat haze. And now, in clear morning light, the surface they walked upon was all too visible. How many thousands, how many millions of the dead lay here under his feet?
"Looks as if we're getting some activity," Trove pointed.
Ruger raised his gaze from the crushed rib cages and empty eye sockets to peer at several shapes rising above the distant sprawl. After a moment, he identified a big rotobus, along with two Outrider military aeros, heading directly towards them. He wanted to run, get himself to that sprawl and find somewhere to hide while he sorted out what to do next. But having spent so long in zero gravity, having suffered so many injuries and certainly also suffering from radiation sickness, he was having enough trouble just continuing to put one foot in front of the other.
"There's going to be trouble," Trove commented. "There's always trouble," he replied bitterly. "I mean, once everyone knows Galahad is gone, her delegates will be fighting each other for the top job," Trove continued. "I'm betting on numerous police actions and lots of unfortunate accidents."
Ruger wondered what relevance that would have for the pair of them inside an adjustment cell, because that was where they were undoubtedly going. The three aircraft drew closer and closer, but unexpectedly didn't come down to land beside them, instead continuing on to the crash site. Maybe they did still have a chance to reach the sprawl and there make themselves scarce. Ruger glanced back as the three craft settled near the giant bulldozer and the wreckage of their drop shuttle, which was now only partially visible through haze. Would they find Galahad still hanging up against that dozer blade, nicely cooked to a turn? Would Sack now face capture and a death sentence?
"Maybe we can make it," he said,
turning away and trying to pick up his pace towards the sprawl. Trove had no reply for him. They tramped on for another half an hour, the sprawl buildings seemingly getting no closer. The sounds of the two aeros and the rotobus again approaching suffused Clay with a feeling of utter hopelessness, till he halted abruptly and sat down on Bones. Trove stood beside him, gazing back at the approaching aircraft. Her arms folded, and her expression bitter. With a roar, the aircraft slowed down, circling out to one side of them. While the two military aeros hovered, The rotobus descended in a blast of ivory dust. Clay closed his eyes and waited, only opening them when he heard a grunt of surprise emerging from Trove. Sack and 2 soldiers walked into visibility. One of the soldiers was the same one Sack had dismissed during the night. The other, by his uniform, was a general in the Inspectorate military wing. They came to a halt just a few paces away.
"You'll be needing medical attention," said Sack. "Though this is a sad moment, what with the tragic loss of Serene Galahad in that drop shuttle crash."
He stabbed a thumb over his shoulder.
"The people of Earth must never forget their heroes."
Clay slowly heaved himself to his feet.
"Heroes?"
he echoed.
"Heroes,"
Sack repeated.
"Against all odds, you managed to survive and get the gene bank data back to Earth."
He gazed at them blankly.
"Whoever now assumes the role of chairman here will be thoroughly aware of the need to court you. Who knows, your inevitable fame may even propel you into some high position within the new regime. Maybe even the highest position of all."
Clay Ruger felt the cogs and spindles of his mind abruptly run free and begin spinning at high speed. He stood up straighter and transferred his attention to the general.
"Sack is correct," he stated. "We are both in need of immediate anti-rad treatments at the very least."
The general nodded his head.
"We can fly you directly to the nearest committee hospital, sir, and I personally want to thank you for all you've done."
"Shall we?"
Clay gestured towards the rotobus, now becoming clear in the dusty air.
"Certainly,"
the general replied, waving them ahead of him.
"I hope you know what you're doing, P.O. Ruger,"
Trove muttered to him as they walked.
"Maybe it'd be better if we just kept our heads down."
"There will be danger,"
said Sack, who had silently moved in behind to shadow them.
"But I can recommend to you a good bodyguard who could also employ the right people for security."
Clay glanced at him.
"Any chance of a letter of recommendation from this guy's previous employer?"
Sack's smile, in return, was about the nastiest thing Clay had ever seen. Epilogue. Jupiter War. The term war had suffered much abuse over the centuries, what with it being used in hackneyed clichés to describe just about any concerted effort by any group of humans, from a nation downwards. The world had thus seen wars on hunger, poverty, disease, smoking, obesity, terror, and climate change, and grown disconnected from the reality just a century past of nations using their industrial might to tear each other apart, of cities being annihilated, and of millions dying. But this was not why the committee decided to excise the word from official documentation or state-controlled media. No, the committee, taking the meaning of war to be open and declared armed hostile conflict between states or nations, decided that, since we lived in a unified world, the term was obsolete. Any conflict involving soldiers, guns, and bombs, up to and including the aforementioned annihilation of cities and millions dying, became an incident, a dissident suppression, a tactical excision, or merely a police action. In light of this, and in an effort to rewrite history, the struggle with Alan Saul was described as an extrasolar police action. However, because Saul had turned what was Argus Station into his own nation-state, and gone head-to-head against the full industrial and military might of Earth, and won, subnet pundits, such as your author here, insist on calling this the Jupiter War. The ship's now heavily armored hull plates gleamed in the sun as the Alcubierre warp blinked out around it. Its new vortex generator, filled with mercury from the command's generator, and from further mining of a Cinnabar asteroid, was maintained at full power and ready to fling the ship away again. Inside it, the Arboretum, Archiplexes 1 and 2, and the new and presently empty Archiplex 3 were all spinning with steady efficiency amidst internal structure steadily expanding to fill all but one space. Meanwhile, the smelting plants and internal factories continued at their previous frenetic pace, Their furnaces, presses, forges, automated mills and lathes, assembly plants and other machines besides, all were busily and raucously at work. The Traveller engine, now repaired, rebuilt, improved and refueled, stood ready to fire up, but with the double-layered Mac effect drive distributed around the inner layer of hull it might never need to. The 2 plasma cannons, 2 heavy masers and 6 railguns were in pristine condition, ready with plasma caps, missiles and power supplies, endowed with redoubled redundancy. And Saul hoped he would never have any need for them. Through cameras in the hull, he watched as the big new space doors opened, and a space plane shot out on its way to the wrecked and depopulated Core 2 space station. He then turned his attention to an old friend, an early design of robot kitted out for applying spray coatings, and the same one he had used to lead the attack against Salem Smith, as it perambulated around the hull, etching away metal and spraying bright yellow vacuum-set paint. Its task would be completed some time after his jaunt in taking this ship out of the solar system. Earth lay below, and even from up here it was possible, with just human vision, to see that some areas were greener than they had appeared before the scour. Saul analyzed spectra in his mind and calculated on a close to 10% increase in such areas. He also calculated the force of the latest blast, this time on the American East Coast, and knew that another tactical atomic had been used, rating at no more than 5 kilotons. Serene Galahad's delegates, including officers ranking high in the Inspectorate military wing, and others with no particular rank before all this, were busy fighting for power. Thus far, a large portion of the Inspectorate military had rallied to the flag of Pilot Officer Trove and Clay Ruger, whose power base lay in India, and who had taken control of much of old Asia. However, they were up against an alliance of European delegates, as well as the individual delegates who now respectively controlled the Americas, Australia and Japan, the Arctic and Russia, besides numerous smaller realms between. Saul reached informational tendrils out to Earth. All the larger warring blocks had either snatched one of Galahad's com-lifers or created their own to defend their computer systems, and with Saul's ship now in orbit above them, security was at its highest, and those same com-lifers alert to intrusion. Saul should not even have been able to penetrate, but all those blocks had managed to get hold of copies of the gene bank data he had sent to the Scourge. When he'd laced that data with every computer worm and virus at his disposal, it had been in the hope of penetrating either that ship's systems or those of Earth, and the latter case had paid off royally now. He thus penetrated with ease, sliding in under their notice, sliding into 22 com-lifer minds, and simply rendering them unconscious. Free to mentally wander through all those disparate systems, he shut down every missile silo capable of firing anything into orbit. Then, as a precaution, ensured that the presently idle mass drivers could not be used as weapons either. Then he injected a virus he'd created many months before. In just 3 hours it spread around the world, seeking out specific information and erasing it. When its work was done, not one scrap of system-stored data remained of either Professor Rhines or Professor Calder's research into the Alcubierre warp drive. The virus then became somnolent and hidden, awaiting the insertion of similar data from other forms of storage, whereupon it would activate itself again and wipe it too. As it sank into somnolence after those 3 hours, Saul considered his capability of reaching into the human mind via the visual cortex, and thus manipulating data inside. But he drew a line at that, deciding that even he did not want to become that ruthless. Next, he spent hours gathering further data and assessing more closely the situation below. He calculated that for many years hence, none of the current power blocks would gain complete ascendancy. And if they continued fighting as they were, they would wreck much of the infrastructure of control. Really, it looked as if Earth was dropping back through time to when the separate nation-states ruled, which suited Saul just fine. Further analysis rendered the result that, with the vortex generator data missing, none of the separate small blocks would regain the capability of putting up anything like the command or the fist. And when, in at least 50 years, a new world government or large power block seized control, it would take them a further 50 years to regain that capability. That would be enough, for Saul would be long gone by then. Withdrawing, he returned his attention to matters closer to home. 2 spaceplanes, retrieved from the partially wrecked Ghost Station Core 2, had arrived hours ago. Meanwhile, the work crew from the spaceplane he had sent out, along with pilots instructed to retrieve those planes, was busily checking to ensure that Core 2 held no nasty surprises. This was prior to Saul shifting his whole ship over and taking the station inside through the massive new space doors, whereupon Core 2 would be torn apart for salvage. One of the Core 2 spaceplanes was currently being refueled and checked over to ensure it could manage atmospheric re-entry without coming apart. An hour remained before all the checks would be finished, and there might yet be some maintenance to carry out. Yet all those departing his ship had gathered in one of the now pressurized docking pillars. There were 28 of them, including Admiral Bartholomew and some of his command staff, also Technical Director LaRocque, along with disparate original Argus station personnel, and some other crew from the command. Saul was disappointed by LaRocque's decision to return to Earth, but could understand it. The man had been struggling and often failing to keep people alive here for too long. He was tired and sick of it all, and he just wanted to go home. He also wanted to find out if his family was still alive in Eastern Europe. In fact, all those gathered in that docking pillar were rather like him in that respect. Every one of them retained some hope that those they loved were still living somewhere down there. It seemed that such attachments outweighed the danger of returning to Earth, and their decision to go was strengthened when Saul informed those possessing them that they could take their backups down with them. "I understand you are perfectly aware of the situation below," he asked LaRocque through the man's implant. "I am fully aware, and I'm still going," LaRocque replied. "We'll put down at Minsk and surrender ourselves to the delegates of the Russian and Arctic Bloc. Your gift should buy us some good feeling there, and I hope give us some leverage too." Saul conceded that. While rebuilding his ship, he had also set up a small project under Dr. Da Vinci to map and make physical copies of the gene bank samples. Only 10% had been copied, while nearly 40% had been mapped, but this would be enough to give LaRocque and the rest their leverage. It would also give the same advantage to the Russian and Arctic bloc. But that would not be enough to save it from the growing power of the European alliance, just as the European alliance would not survive its internal infighting and the wedge that Trove and Ruger were driving into it. But LaRocque and the rest knew all about this, so with luck had their plans ready to survive the coming clashes. "I hope you do find your family, LaRocque," Saul said. "Good luck to you." "And you," LaRocque replied, "whenever you too find whatever it is you are seeking." Saul swung his attention away towards the remainder of those aboard. The meat locker was open and ready, with staff and robots on standby, but only 2 had thus far chosen to go into hibernation. The rest were clearly waiting for some kind of resolution here, or perhaps for that moment when the ship got underway again. In one of the smelting plants, Liren and Pike were happy to be busy, and they didn't want all this activity to end. In Archiplex 2, Da Vinci was still overseeing the machines that were mapping and physically copying the stored DNA, while he was occasionally also tuning into Earth broadcasts with negligent interest. Over the last few months, Hannah Neumann had grown increasingly distant from him, and their relationship had cooled to frigidity. She was currently throwing herself into new research, aimed at linking up human minds for serial and parallel processing, perhaps hoping for a future when humanity became all of one mind, and so less inclined to kill its individual parts. Professor Rhine, meanwhile, was considering knocking a few more big holes in conventional science by means of a hammer driven by perpetual motion, while the Zarbahagens were working on a weapon based on some of his theories, a way of firing plasma bolts in a Rhine spatial fold, and thus delivering them faster than light. In an anteroom just off the new heavily armored store for backups, the Messina clone, Alex, was in the midst of one of his conversations with his old enemy, Gort.
"We have to strive to make the reality of our existence conform to an ideal,"
Gort was saying.
"Else life isn't worth living."
"Which is fine if it's applied individually," Alex replied, "because my ideal might not be your ideal."
"And because you are happy in your slavery."
"No, because I accept that trying to change present reality in the way you want it probably wouldn't lead to any improvement, and that it might only lead to my death."
"Happy slave."
Alex looked merely weary as he stood up from the console. their dialogue having reached its usual impasse.
"But you're lucky, since you get to try again," he added.
"How's that going?"
asked the facsimile of Gort's face from the screen.
"Its growth is now about that of a 2-year-old, Alex replied. "Raymond's decided to forego accelerated growth whenever it's not necessary. It and all the rest should be ready by the time we reach our destination."
They were talking about the clones, of course, and specifically about Gort's clone. He would be the first of those in backup to test the process of loading to a clone body, which was some recompense for his crimes, as was his death. Saul had yet to decide what other restitution this man should make. That would depend upon how Saul himself changed his thinking over the ensuing journey, and what his aims might be by the time his ship arrived at its various destinations. The first of these was close, but the second was further away than any of them could possibly imagine. And thinking on that, deep in that small part of him that was still flesh and blood, Saul felt some human impatience to be gone. Hannah was surprised at how tearful she had felt upon seeing off Larocque, but she attributed that to her bone-deep weariness. Finally, shutting down and secure backing all the data on her research projects, she began to feel relieved. While locking away all her biological samples and growing organic interfaces in a freezer that would store them in a temperature only a little above absolute zero, she began to relish the prospect of enjoying a similar rest. "I thought you'd want to send us all back to Earth, Saul," she said, speaking into the air.
"I considered it,"
he replied, always attentive, but now never visible.
"But even though I'm a selfish and murderous monster, I was still prepared to offer the people aboard a choice."
"You're a monster?" Hannah asked, casting an eye over her spotless laboratory and realizing that at last there was nothing more to do. She checked the time to see that just a few more minutes remained.
"You always expected me to be as much,"
he replied. Hannah shed her lab coat and went to hang it up neatly in her locker. How long in real time would it be before she donned it again? The minimum was 4.5 years, since Saul had told them that their first destination would be Proxima Centauri, which lay 4.2 light-years away. 4.5 years of undisturbed sleep. "I never expected it. I just wanted you to be aware of how easily you could become a monster." Hannah lied. In truth, she expected only utter, cold ruthlessness from him, so wasn't sure that the others had made the right choice in staying on board. She, herself, had remained because, to some extent, she felt she filled the role of a conscience that he probably lacked. Heading over to the door of her laboratory, she opened it and stepped out, closing it carefully and palm-locking it behind her. Others were on the move too, probably having finished up their final tasks, before following the 32 people who had thus far delivered themselves to the meat locker. She knew that the Zaberhagens were already sleeping there now, as were Liren and Pike. Plenty of others had yet to make the same move, but Hannah felt her own time had arrived. Da Vinci had told her that he'd experienced dreams while in hibernation, so perhaps that meant it wasn't just a total shutdown of the body, but also the kind of rest she badly needed. Halfway along the corridor towards the bank of elevators leading out of Arcoplex 2, she felt the Rhine drive engage. It was so much smoother now, just a brief, vertiginous shift in underlying reality, followed by the feeling, lasting for a few minutes, that appalling behemoths were sliding past, just out of sight, before settling into a steady, creepy doubt about whatever was real and solid. Hannah picked up her pace, entered one of the elevators, shortly stepping out of it onto a small monorail station platform, and boarding one of the single-person cars. All the way to the meat locker, she had no need to suit herself up or use an airlock. The whole of Saul's ship was interconnected like this now, or at least all the areas to which he granted the crew access. As she entered the meat locker, she saw that the staff and robots were already busy putting 4 people into hibernation. So she just headed over to where she knew her own cryogenic capsule was located. She could have waited for one of the staff or one of the robots to attend to her, but felt impatient with that idea. After all, she probably knew more about the process involved than any of them. She stripped off her clothes, feeling no embarrassment at her nakedness, since having lived forever under committee cameras, why would she? These discarded garments went into a small storage compartment in the capsule wall. Then she stepped over to the capsule itself. Within a minute, she had all the monitoring units fixed in place and had climbed inside. "Ah, Dr. Neumann," said one of the medics approaching. "Do you need any help?" Hannah waved the man away. "No, I'm fine," and reached over to tap the start button on the console beside the capsule. She then lay back in the form specially made to fit her body. It was warm and comfortable, she found, though she had expected it to be cold. "So tell me, Saul," she asked, "will you ever bother to wake us up?"
Why else would I allow you to remain aboard?
The needles slid into her arms, injecting the necessary drugs to lull her into natural sleep, then into a coma, before the other automatics dug into her body to suck out her blood and other fluids, replacing them with gels and antifreeze, and thus chill her to the brink of death. "I don't know. And that worries me," she said, her voice already slurring. "Maybe like Da Vinci, I'll dream of what's real."
Maybe,
Saul replied, the single word falling through the cold blackness filling her mind and dissolving into nothingness. They were all in hibernation now. And just as Saul had predicted, it was Rhine, reluctant to shut down his hugely active mind, who had been the last of them to go into the long sleep. The ship was finally devoid of all human activity except Saul's own, but still very active indeed. As Hannah and others had come to understand, he did not need human personnel to get things done here. For such purposes, the robots were better. Much better. Now, at last feeling free of the distraction of human clamor, Saul shut down the Rhine drive and dumped his ship back out into reality.
"Are you sure about this?"
asked the proctor, Paul, as he carried his current burden into the mechanism of one of the railguns, and came to stand over the open breach.
"I'm sure,"
Saul replied.
"I have enough genetic samples from her to grow a clone, and have copied all those parts of her mind it was still possible to copy. Even though my technological capabilities will develop, there will be nothing more I can obtain from her corpse, and as I myself change, I will become more and more disinclined to try."
"A horribly and precisely logical assessment,"
Paul replied, lowering the cylinder containing the body of Veralia Delix into the railgun breech and closing it. Saul gazed out into cold, interstellar vacuum as Paul moved away. Once the proctor was clear, he aimed the railgun at a distant point and fired it. His sister's corpse sped away on a journey that would last a minimum of 5 million years, and might quite possibly continue until the end of time.
"No words?"
Paul inquired.
"None,"
Saul replied. But as he turned his attention to the paint sprayer robot, still working out there on the hull, he acknowledged to himself that none wasn't entirely accurate. Some hiccup had disrupted the robot's work, or more likely some unconscious motivation within Saul had revealed itself in its activity. A letter had not been capitalized, and a gap had been missed out, but the name of his ship was somehow exactly right. Saul engaged the Rhine drive and took the Var Delix further out into the dark and to the far stars. In this new age, there are government propagandists who would have us believe that Admiral Bartholomew retrieved the genetic data from Saul before destroying him and his ship, that our duly appointed representatives therefore won. But there are those of us left here on the subnet who still remember Saul's ship looming in the sky, and we remember Bartholomew's statement and Ruger's story. We must never let the truth be forgotten. How one man brought down 2 dictators and the entire government of Earth. Now, as we see just such a government reforming, and see the freedoms we have enjoyed once again being steadily eroded, we must never forget him. We must never forget the owner, Alan Saul. He's out there somewhere, and one day our descendants will meet him. I hope, for their sake, that by then they will have learned to live differently. Anon. Free blog. The subnet. This was an audio